The Horrible Gamers podcast may contain content not suitable for all ages. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Horrible Gamers podcast, show number 427, being recorded on June the 27th, 2023. I'm one of your hosts, Jesus Gonzalez. Jesus walks out today. I'm joined by my friend from the West Coast, the best coast, Gunny Chief. Henley Merrill is back. Welcome back, Henley. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. I'm ready. Let's do this.
You're ready. And from Little Big Ohio, the Mayo, Steve Willer's back. Welcome, Steve. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, Jesus? Little Big Ohio, huh?
Steven, welcome.
2 weeks in a row. We're all here.
We're all here. 2 weeks in a row. This is a new record, I think, for this year.
It might be. It only took you on vacation last week and me on vacation this week to get 2 weeks in a row.
Anyways, you can follow us at _ Horrible Gamers on Twitter. On Facebook, we have a page. It's called the Horrible Gamers Podcast. And we have a group, Horrible Gamers Podcast Community. It's a close group. Anything you post in there stays in there. And we also have a Patreon machine where you can go and support the show with the monies, like our friend Leahy has, Jason Sams, Robert Noble, big shout out to them three, Sean Patrick, Chad, Henley M, Pork Chop Poo, Nipron, the best HGP host ever, Evan wears Vans on the best coast. Okay, all in caps, big letters.
We wear Vans out here.
Big Vans and big letters.
Is he screaming this from the mountaintops over there since it's all caps?
He must be like, Evan wears Vans.
He's up in the Hollywood Hills.
He tags it everywhere. He tags Evan wears Vans everywhere. And,
you think he's one of those guys that does that? Tag stuff? Like he's going on tagging things?
Fuck yeah, he does. He looks like the type. Bill Gardner the second, the first. Shout out to all of them. And I think Evan does run around and tag things up. He seems the type. He's that type. But big shout out to all of them. And shout out for the Patreon monies for them. They keep the show running. And big shout out to Redbubble, where you can go and buy some of our gear. Just head on over to redbubble.com and search for Horrible Gamers Podcast. Anything you post in there stays in there. And yeah. You search it and you find it and you buy it, and then you can post it in the group and it'll stay in the group. That's how it works. That's what I meant to say. I just realized what I said, but I don't know what the hell happened. Anyways, yeah. Find us and tell your friends about us. You can find us on anything. But let's talk about video games and stuff. Okay. Last week, I didn't work. I was off all week. This week, I'm back to work. But last week, as you all know, I bought a PS5. And I played some games on there. So first of all, I did try out God of War. And I haven't got really back to it. And it's not because of, like, not interested in it. But it's the fact that, like...
This is Ragnarok, right?
Yeah, it's the fact that Final Fantasy came out. And then I've been playing just that mostly. But yeah, I did try out Ragnarok. I played, like, the beginning part of it, I would say. Where it picks up literally where the last game pretty much left off. So it picks up right where the last game kind of left off. So it's some time has passed since the last game, and
like they have a new cabin, right? Or a new
Well, they have the same house, I think, but I think now like everything's covered in snow due to the fact that like you killed Freya's son in the last game. Spoilers, but her son, which most people that play this poll won't even know who that is. Anyways, her son dies in the last game, and then it is told in the prophecy, Mayo and Gunny, that if he is to be killed, the land will be covered in frost for like eons and shit, right? Like it's supposed to be like a big thing or whatever. So it kind of everything is covered in snow, and it looks different from the first game because the first game everything was kind of like green, right? It was like a foresty green leaves and shit everywhere. Now everything's covered in snow and everything's dead, and everything is white and snowy. And now you have like some dogs with you, like a sled, like a fucking like some sleigh dogs or something. I don't know where the fuck they came from, but they're like part of the game from the beginning.
Yeah, like the
And,
very beginning of the game, you're just being chased by her. Not being chased by her. I mean, I
and
guess
she
she chased
shows
you.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she shows up because she wants revenge for what you did or whatever, and like it's kind of crazy to me because I was like, what the fuck? Why is she against us? And I was like, because I remember in the last game she helped us, and then there's a recap you can play that shows
Then
you
you were
what
like,
happened.
oh yeah.
Yeah, it shows you kind of what happened in
She
the end
wants
of the game.
revenge.
And you're like, oh, okay, that's what happened in the last game. Oh, now I remember what happened. And so, yeah. Anyway, she wants revenge, so she's coming after you. And yeah, so I've been playing that a little bit. Haven't really gone too deep into it, but I do want to play more of it. I just need the time. But it feels just like God of War. I mean, literally, it just feels like the old one. And that's not a bad thing. That's actually a good thing because the last one was a really good fucking game, right? So.
Right.
I feel like this one is going to be just as good. But it's like that thing, right? You already seen it once. You kind of like I'm impressed, but like you've done this before. It's whatever. Anyways,
Hey, I heard you idiots were talking about PlayStation.
yeah, we are.
That's the new hotness right now.
Come in here and throw some Xbox on you.
Lame. But welcome to the show, Ryan. We just started. Anyways, what else I've been playing? So I've been pretty much, besides that, I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy 16. And let me tell you, man, this game, okay, for me, honestly, I'm not a person to play like the Japanese games. I'm not the person to play like Japanese hack and slash type of games. I don't like them. They kind of bore me sometimes in terms of like the combats. And this one, I don't know what has me hooked, but something does. And I'm not 100% sure
right?
what it is. Like, I don't know if it's the story, the world that I'm in, or like, it's not the combat. I know that.
Yeah, the combat.
The combat looks terrible.
It's not bad.
Like
but it's not.
It's flashy. It's pretty, but it's like I could see it being very, very, very boring.
It
in
kind
a
of
way.
is.
Especially throughout a Final Fantasy game that's, a long RPG, but this has kind of like lost the RPG element in a
It
way.
has.
In a way, it has, but I like the linearity of it. I like being able to just go straight to the objective if I want to. Like, there is a few side missions in the game that I've done, but they're all very simple to do. Like, literally, the side missions that I've done is go gather wood and bring the wood back to me. And it's like, oh, okay. So then I walk across the room, I pick up the wood, and I walk back across the room, and I'm like, here you go.
I haven't
And
done
he's
too
like-
many side missions yet.
He's like,
Everyone
oh,
seems
thank you.
helpless and stupid.
And then- And then,
without
like,
your magic, we
Yeah,
couldn't.
but-
we couldn't
but, like-
live.
but yeah, like that's part of the lore of this game.
I
The
know.
world,
But
the world
I don't
it's based upon that. So you're part of like this royal family, and the royal family gets like fucked up in the beginning, and you lose your royalness because your family's dead, and the other empire takes over the land or whatever, right?
Yeah.
They're called the whatever empire. I think they just call them the Imperials or something like that.
Yeah.
But your family gets fucked up by these people. It's kind of like, think of Game of Thrones where like the fucking Lannisters take over everything from the beginning, right? like they just take over everything and they rule everything. That's this. And you're coming back to your land, but you're not really trying to, like, I'm assuming that eventually you're going to try to set things right and like become the king or whatever, right? But like, that's not the goal right now. The goal is just to find out what happened to your brother and your family and who attacked you guys and why they attacked you. And like, that's the goal of it. So I think I found out, so there's been like multiple twists, Mayo, and I don't want to talk about what I've experienced.
Yeah,
because
you're a lot further than I am. So
the twist, literally, man, is huge. Like I've played the game a bit, and like the first like major boss battles were cool, and then it gets fucking way more intense, and then it gets like, what the fuck just happened, and then it gets even crazier, and you're like, wait, what? And you're like, this happened? Like, it's so hard, man, to like. I want to talk about it so bad.
I know that's why I was last week just off the demo.
I don't want to spoil it for you, dude, because you're gonna be mad if I do. Literally, you will be mad if I do.
Because I am playing this, and this is like the only thing I did play this week, and I haven't had like a
ton
of time.
How far are you? Just tell me how far you are.
I'm trying to remember the last thing I did today. So we met up with Sid, got past, did some part of that, got some more of the spells, fought the dinosaur looking thing that was eating the wolves. Like it's in like a forest. You're like going to like a forest area, and there's this dinosaur that's chasing wolves.
The big lizard?
Yeah, fought and killed that thing.
Okay.
Then I went in, and there was some kind of assassin guy. You catch up with the one girl from the beginning.
Yeah.
And they see you, and they think you're Imperials, I think. And then they end up attacking you. Fight this assassin guy. Okay. I killed him, and then I'm just a little bit past that.
Okay. Well,
I did have a delay. So what I ended up doing, Jesus, is like I played the demo, right? Mm-hmm. And I could have just took off right from the demo. I actually felt like I wanted to take it more serious again a little bit and just start it over. To get like, because the demo I was only making like, I felt like just grabbing half-ass potions here and there, using them quick because I didn't really care. I wasn't trying to like stockpile or anything like that. So I just wanted to make sure I went in with a better approach and maybe set myself up better for the game. So I
literally the game takes off right from the demo, and anything you do in the demo, you don't lose.
Yeah, and so I was
that includes like the rings of like power that you have.
Yeah, like and I didn't use any of those. Do you have any of those equipped?
I do. I have like the combo one equipped because like there is in the combat there is combos you can do.
Oh, so, like, Jesus is playing baby mode.
You can't do like certain
it's
combos.
Only a part of baby mode because there's different options in baby mode.
Basically. I know.
There's like way more different rings, and I keep picking up.
How many rings can you actually equip though?
3. They're amulets. There are 3 different ones you can equip, and like some of them will say like this amulet gives you like resistance to fire. This one gives you resistance to wind attacks. This one gives you resistance to like attacks from like whatever. Some of them like auto dodge for you, which I don't have that, but I have it to where one like I have the one that slows down to let me dodge. So like it
give
still
you more
tells
time
me to press.
Dodge.
It tells me to dodge. Like it tells me to press L1 to dodge, but it slows it down so I can do it, right? So like the game kind of when I'm in combat, it'll slow down real quick and it'll say L1, and it'll be like a little ring around it. And if I miss it, then I get hit. But it usually gives me enough time all the time.
I think, Jesus, if you miss it, you should take extra damage.
You do take quite a bit of damage if you miss it, though. I have missed it a couple times. Like in I think in the last battle that I was in, it was a big one. I was fighting this multiple things at once, and I did get some damage. But yes, like the combat, dude, once you get into like the big battles, not the little ones like the assassin or that lizard thing, but I'm talking like the bigger
dominance
ones.
And there's the titans and the dominance. There's multiple bigger
ones, and there's multiple bigger ones back to back. Like you think you've won, and all of a sudden it's like, no, motherfucker, I'm back, and now I'm even more powerful, and I'm gonna fuck you up now even more. And you're like, oh shit.
I was watching gameplay of this today, just a little bit on Twitch, because I'm a hobo. I don't have a PS5, but it looked like it looked like they took part of Elden Ring and The Witcher, and they put a Final Fantasy spin on it.
It's more like,
and I don't mean that in a bad way. I just thought, okay, I see what they were trying to do here with the combat. Like, got to keep it Final Fantasy.
It's more, I would say, 100% like Devil May Cry combat.
Yeah. You
That's
like to swing around. I'm just smashing square, and like my guy's doing a bunch of jumping and shit.
Yeah, well, if you have the combo, it's automatically I'm trying to, I had to think about it a little bit, like kind of dodge or switch. And you also get the abilities, like they're on cooldowns, and you got to let them charge up.
The combos are a lot easier than Devil May Cry too. It's not like
because all the combos are
combos like in Devil May Cry. It's a lot simpler.
They're all tied to R2, so it's R2 and square and triangle is the combos.
Yeah.
And like you
can what I mean, like you're not mashing together some big combo to.
No, it's usually like square, triangle.
Got a brawler.
Triangle,
but I think you get different like I didn't do the combat demo after the demo. Jesus, I don't know if you did or not. Where you can go and fight the one boss, and they give you like all the powers. It kind of gives you like a later in game effect, and let you see what the combat's like. And it looks like after you can use like one of your special abilities from like say like the fire, you can switch to like your other one and have that
You can.
charged.
Yes,
And
you
so you
can.
constantly can switch
I've done
between
that.
3 or 4
I've done
different.
that. You can switch on the fly, and all it does, you press, I think it's L2, and you switch between them. You could just switch.
Okay,
and
that's the
just
only button I haven't used yet in the game
keep
for
doing
me.
it, but you don't have it right now. You get it
Right.
later on in the game.
Okay. Yeah, I figure I'll get my second
So
one
you
eventually.
won't have it right now. But like, if you look at your HUD, there's the 2 red icons above your like on your HUD. There's like 2 little red circles.
Yeah.
Once you get the new abilities, like 2 blue circles appear next to that, and that's for your wind. And then like the next ones appear next to that, which is for like the lightning, and then the next ones appear next to that, which is for like the water or whatever.
Mhm.
But what I've experienced in the combat, like I felt like holy shit, like it was a holy shit moment, dude. Because I was like,
There's a lot
what
of those
the
so far.
fuck, like holy shit moments happen in the middle of the combat, and I'm like, whoa, that was intense. But I love seeing like there's something relaxing to me about just sitting there and smashing square, dude. I just sit there and mash square and triangle and square and triangle and square and triangle, and then I dodge every so often, and then I press circle to do my the circle does the icon thing where you can like zoom into enemies like
Is that what you're using? 'Cause you
dash
can
or
change
something.
what you have equipped there, so you can
You
change
can.
that ability,
You
and
can,
that's what
but
I
I
used as
have
well.
that. But I
There's
have that,
another
yeah.
one that was available where you can like dash in and a hit at the same time and knocks them off balance or something like that. But I
I
did
have
not pick
that.
that one
You
up.
unlock that because if you go into your menu,
Yeah,
there's like a million combat things you can equip,
you
and
can.
then
Yeah,
you can unlock them all, which I did. I unlocked them all, but then you can master them, and when you master them, it changes it up a little bit. It says now that you've mastered it, you can do this, but then you can even like first I think you level it up and then you master it, but like it takes up some of your like XP points.
Mhm.
And like, so like I understand now what the XP bars mean. The first bar is just your normal level, like your health and all that bullshit. And the second bar is your icon ability points. And these points are the ones that you spend for like leveling up and mastering your combat abilities, right? And these apply to like your icon abilities, so like the Phoenix abilities. And then they also apply to like your regular like circle, square, triangle abilities. Like it'll say like now if you mash square like 4 times in a row, you can do this instead of this or whatever.
right.
And it does more damage and shit. And it staggers enemies and you can stagger them. But I have multiple abilities now. I have one that can pull people closer to me. Like I can drag them towards me. Kind of like almost like Star Wars or some shit. Like you can like pull people closer to you. And then I also have one like
Harry Potter.
you
Probably
know
the best
like
example.
yeah, you know how the bar like there's the enemies has like a stagger bar right underneath their
Yeah.
health. Well, you know how you get it halfway sometimes, and there's like a halfway mark on
And there's
there?
a scene where you basically knock them to the ground and they just kind of are defenseless, and you get like bonus damage on a time limit.
No, but when you get them halfway, it doesn't do that. It only does it when you get them all the way down to the end. But now I unlocked the thing where you get them halfway, you can do this special combo move that like it like you like spawn like almost like a rope or something, and like you throw it at them and it wraps around their neck, and then you pull them towards you and it knocks them to the ground, and it doesn't really stagger them, but it does do damage to them, and they kind of take a while to get up. So I guess it does kind of stagger them, but that's only available to be done to like the big guys, like anyone that's a big enemy. But like the little guys, you really don't do that to.
They die fast enough anyway. Sometimes you
die
don't even have
fast
to worry
enough,
about it.
yeah.
But I'm like some of the little ones. If I remember right, don't even really have a stagger bar. Like some of just the regular force people, like regular forces, like army guys.
Yeah, no,
Like
they
another
don't.
knight, like they don't even have a stagger bar.
But what I do like is that like everything that goes on the screen at the same time, you're like, holy shit, that was epic. Because like everything is just exploding and shit sometimes, and you're like numbers are flying, and you're like fucking your party's fighting with you. So you see like they're using their abilities while you're using yours, and like they have different abilities than you, right? Like I think Sid,
It has the lightning. Yeah.
he has the lightning ability, and like he has that power, and like that's pretty fucking sick. When the way when he uses that shit and like takes out like a bunch of enemies, you're like, fuck, that was fucking cool. So the game kind of has me hooked, man. I really like what I've been seeing.
What? Yeah, like so this is like pretty much the only thing I've been playing this week. So, like, so I just want to try and chime in as much as possible, as well. But like some of the stuff like I've been enjoying, like I've found time just disappears when I play it. It literally, like I'll sit down and play. I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna play for a little bit, and next thing you know, I'm looking at my watch, and it's like time for me to walk out the door for work, or it's time like, oh, I have to go do this, and I'm like, where did that 2 hours go? Like it just like.
I think that's because also due to the fact that you're watching a lot of cutscenes.
Yeah, that takes up some good amount of time. And this game does have a lot of cutscenes. Like we're not gonna sit there and say it's like that much action. But it's so much to watch. But I haven't minded one bit watching any of it. Like I haven't been sure, let me skip this. I don't want to see this. Like I am in most games.
No, I don't skip most. Like the ones that I do kind of skip are like the side quest ones. Like those people are like, oh, I need some wood, and you're like fucking X X X X X. And you can like speed up the way they talk, and you can just skip what they're saying. You know, I do that sometimes, but like the main story ones, I never skip them because there's always something like crazy going on in the story. Like there's, like now that I feel like I know who the bad guy was that attacked your family, I'm like, but how did that happen? And then like now that the story opens up and now it's like, okay, like now it shows like the Empire, like it shows meanwhile in the Empire, like this is going on. The king is pissed off that you're alive or whatever, and that you betrayed him or whatever the fuck, and there's some crazy shit going on there. And you're like, what the fuck? And then like the people in the villages that you're going through are recognizing you, right? They're like, we know who you are, and you're like, what? Because you're trying to play it off as like, oh, I'm nobody, and they're like, no, motherfucker, you're the Lord, you're the fucking, you're the king's son, you're the fucking, you're the rightful fucking heir to the throne or whatever, right? Like, so, and you're like, no, I'm not.
I mean, and that would kind of make sense a little bit because, like, when we played the demo part when it was like 13 years prior, you know, everybody seemed to know who he was. You know, like
so everybody does. So people do recognize you. Like people are like, no, I know who the fuck you are. You're the fucking. You're related
it's not like
to
he
the
changed
king.
and looks that much. He looks more mature and older, and he has that mark on his cheek. But you can tell it's the same character, you know. So
yeah, and that mark on the cheek actually is a thing in the game where like the people who like, because not everyone in the game has magic abilities. Only certain people do, and those people are called the bearers, and that's who has the mark on the cheek. So when you're born and you have like abilities, they mark your face with like that mark, so people know that you have like powers, right? Like some sort of power, like or whatever, like lightning, fire, or whatever, wind. And like the what I'm getting now in the story is that these people, the Empire, like treats them like shit. You know, like they treat them like property, kind of. They're like, they're not
slaves.
People. Kind of,
pretty much. Well, even the part like I saw, without giving too much away for the people that haven't played or are gonna play, in the beginning demo part when they showed you the Titan fighting that Frost lady, and then you seen who it was later and how they were treating her. They were treating the Dominants like they're almost like a weapon.
They are,
and that's pretty much that's all they are. Is they're a weapon?
That's all they are in this world.
Not,
yes, but like. Once you meet Sid, you kind of find out that he like is trying to like free the bearers or whatever. So you have like that story going on, but then you also have like your personal strife going on with your family and your like,
lower revenge slash.
And then you have the Empire story going on. So there's like 3 different stories going on at once, and you're like wondering how is this all going to end? Because the twists that I've experienced in the game are major ones, and I'm like, whoa, like, so that kind of changes what happened here. And like, that changes this. And I'm like, there's so much shit going on that I want to know what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
Right? It's like Game of Thrones.
The game.
It reminds me a lot of Game of Thrones. It literally does. Because Game of Thrones, if you watched it, it's a series that has like the main story, but then you have like literally like multiple, probably like 4 other stories going on at the same time. And you don't know who to root for, right? Like, you want to root for the Lannisters because they got their shit going on. But then you want to root for Jon Snow because he's in the fucking north. And then you want to root for the dragon chick. And then you want to root for, like, the bad guys. Because you're like, yeah, I kind of want to see these fuckers make it, you know? Like, you kind of want to root for everybody, right? and that's what's going on here. They're kind of trying to make you like trying to okay, see the whole fucking story, but it's all gonna come down eventually to something huge in the end, and I can't wait to get there, dude. I'm excited.
I don't know. Like I said, last week I was excited about just off the demo, so I was like, buy instantly, kind of for me once I play the demo. Like, and being not a Final Fantasy fan at all, that kind of was surprise to me. You know,
It
like,
was for me too.
And I was like the same way. You know, I'm like, Jesus, you need to get this game. You need to check it out, play the demo, and see what you think. You know, and then like I was instantly sold when that demo ended. But I mean, like, and then I've been kind of watching like reviews throughout the week and just seeing people's opinion. I was kind of watching Metacritic, and it was getting some like quite a bit of criticism on Metacritic because let's face it, people that weren't liking it, there's people giving this game a 0 because it's not a Final Fantasy game. Sure, it's the Final Fantasy world. This is not turn-based. This is not turn-based. It's full action. It's not. I'd say what I have experienced
the last
so far,
3 games though.
Right, that was my take.
Yeah.
I would say this is RPG light even when it comes to equipment.
There's barely any RPG.
I have only equipped a couple pieces of gear that I've had to buy, and it's minimal.
Is there even like a skill tree or anything like that?
There is a skill tree, and it's abilities for your fighting. So
and the other issue a lot of people have with it is that it's not party based. You don't control your party.
Yes,
there's a party with you, but you don't control them at all. You don't have any control over them whatsoever.
Yeah, so that's kind of like the bigger step away from like the
except for your dog,
Fantasy,
right?
Yeah, the dog fights with you, and that's kind of complicated. Did you run the problem, Jesus? Like, because the dog is on your D-pad, right? So up, right, and down controls the dog, and then if you push left on your D-pad, it switches to your potions. And so depending on which one you have on your D-pad active at the time, you're doing potions or controlling your dog. So
I've used potions. I've used potions without wanting to use potions because of that reason.
Yeah, because you think you're controlling the dog. Yeah. Or I've had times where I've had the dog equipped thinking I was going to heal myself. And then I like almost die or whatever because I was thinking I was going to get a heal. And I told the dog to attack it, you know, because like up is the small heal. And up is also to bite with the dog, you know, so the dog rushes in and attacks. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm on the wrong thing, you know, so I need to switch over real quick.
What do you got to do for that? Is that like an L1 and then D-pad?
No, you just have to push left on the D-pad, and then it switches to the dog. And you have 3 controls for the dog. Then you hit if you hit left again on the D-pad, it goes back to potions, and you can equip different potions on there. So you can do a high potion, you can do a regular potion. There's like a tunic that makes you like increases your defense, I believe. It's like stone tunic. I never even read it. I just assume that's what it's all.
There's also if you're having trouble with the dog, I might recommend the what's it called? I was just talking about him earlier. Whatever the fuck the rings are called in the game. But anyways, there's like a ring thing or whatever, or medallion or whatever the fuck they call them. But you can equip one that controls the dog automatically, so it tells it what to do like all the time.
Nice.
It automatically tells it to like attack or heal you or defend you.
And that could help a little bit, but yeah, because I don't mind it switching, but that's probably the one complaint I've seen so far for myself is I tend to do things every once in a while when I don't want to, or sometimes I've had times where I went to dodge, and I would naturally try to hit circle to dodge, instead of R1, and I would rush in, you know, because the circle is the ability.
I also have a ring. I also have a ring equipped that heals me automatically. Like it uses my potions if I really need to use them.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I get to like a quarter of my bar health or like halfway or like whatever, it'll automatically start using my potions. And I found the game. I haven't seen any difficulty settings. The only difficulty
in those rings. That is your difficulty. Is those
the
rings.
Difficulty settings that I've seen is story mode or action mode. And I was like,
and those rings are your difficulty.
Those rings are they're like the accessibility options of the game.
That's weird.
And you can
like
equip them
the
as
automatic
rings.
combo.
It is weird.
Is a help.
That's how they did it.
That is weird because they're like a gear item. Because I've killed like big bosses and I get these new rings and they're like, this new ring gives you the power to do this.
That's what a lot of people were complaining about. Is you're going to get better rings that you're going to want to use, but if you need the accessibility options, you'd have to take your accessibility option off in order to use the ring.
I see.
So
you don't get those 3 slots. So I just figure I'm just going to use that and get the better gear in the slots and play the game without them and get.
You eventually get more slots in the game?
but the point is that there's people. The reason they put the rings in is because there's people that need those rings to enjoy the game,
right?
And that's the point, right? Like, and then you have to. They would be in your same situation where they're looking at this ring that's way better than whatever they have, and now they have to sacrifice their accessibility option in order to equip the ring, which is kind of bullshit. But
yeah, that is kind of rough because it's like if you want to play it on these, if like Jesus at the beginning when it asked you if you can do like story or what was the other one, Jesus? Yeah, cinematic? Action or cinematic or whatever it was. They should just let that version easier for the people that have the accessibility issues.
What happens in story mode? Do you just skip like the battles? Like, do you just watch them, or what the fuck? Like,
I don't know, Jesus. I haven't tried it. Maybe it's got like less quick time.
I wonder if maybe it's like, maybe you just watch the cutscenes in a row or something, and
just sit there and watch 5-10 hours of cutscenes.
Well, maybe you wander around still. You know what I mean? But there's no combat. It's just like you have to do the wandering around. I don't know.
Because there is wandering around. There is big hub areas where you get lost in. And there's been hub areas where I've run around and killed everything in that hub area because I want to fight everything.
And that's what I am.
I'm going to fight everything, so I just go
when I was in the forest area, I was doing that. I was kind of branching off the path so if I could see like a different area. And I just kind of run around and explore. And a lot of times there'd be enemies over there and get some XP for killing them, But the other thing I found, I guess my other complaint about this game, I said, I think it's awesome. I think it's a good 9 out of 10. Just from story and action and the way it plays. The little complaints I had, some of the things I thought were weird. The whole like watching the cutscene, Jesus, and then it goes back to your character and you like run down the hallway, then it goes to another cutscene. Yeah. I'm like, why did you just give me all this cutscene to give me full control of my character again so I can run down the hallway and literally open a door and go right to another cutscene? Like sometimes that was weird. I'm like, that was uncalled for. It really.
There is some things like that kind of like I don't like about it, but I do really like the game, man. But
it is. It's really fun.
There is some little details that kind of like I've noticed. Like for example, I was in this like tomb dungeon, huge dungeon area, and I was going through these doors. And every time I walked through the door, I would walk through the door, and then the dog and the other partner that I was with me, they would stay behind the door and the door would close and then they'd appear in the room next to me. Like they appear right next to me. I'm like, wait a minute, you didn't walk through the door, fuckers. Like little shit, like little attention to detail. Wherein like if you play God of War and you're playing as Kratos and you walk through the door, Atreus walks in right behind you, right? Like there's attention to detail there, And there's some of the stuff that is like, why couldn't they just animate the people walking through the door with you? You know what I mean? Like, how hard would that have been? Why do they have to load in every time I walk into like a different section?
I noticed that. Yeah, I was wondering about that myself.
I'm like, why do they just load in? Why don't they just walk with you into this new area? Like it seems like, and that's just a small thing. Like, it's not even like it doesn't break the game or nothing, but it almost takes me out of the immersion because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm playing a game. I forgot.
Yeah, like I said, it's just those couple little things, like the whole have to run down a hallway after a cutscene, which is totally kind of pointless, or stuff like that. But then that makes up for it when she started getting in the story and the fighting. Last week I wasn't 100% sold on it. I'm still not completely. It's growing on me. Like the whole like dodge, counterattack.
And the numbers flashing, all the numbers.
And then I don't like all the flashiness sometimes.
Is it Borderlands like?
How flashy
numbers, and like
Borderlands. Yeah,
super mega, super fantastic, like shit
sparkles
like
all over the screen.
But I will say too, I like they broke up the game enough, like the combat, like everything I fought so far. There's been like little minor bosses, or like that ogre from the beginning, from the demo part.
Well, let me tell you this:
you fight like that knight, so the combat's a little bit different each time.
I'm not so far like. I would say I'm probably 4 hours ahead of you, maybe 5. And I fought like end game bosses. I felt like these battles were so long. I've had a battle go for like 15 minutes. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude! Like,
was it a turtle?
No, it was. I can't tell you what it was. It was spoil the game for Mayo.
A tortoise?
But it was sick, Mayo. It was sick, dude. Like I was like, oh my god, that battle was fucking epic. And
did it have tentacles?
No, but it really shows you like how powerful these icon things can be and how powerful like the enemies are. And you're like, holy fucking shit. You're like, what the fuck? I want to fight like if this guy took me 10 minutes to kill or like whatever, you know?
So what happens when you die? What
how
happens when
long
you
does
die,
the
Jesus?
end game? I haven't died.
I had died one time. It was fighting that lizard dinosaur thing. I had the scales.
Yeah.
When you died, wait, very important question. No, wait, very important question. When you died, did it play the music?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Yeah, the FF music. Yeah.
I don't know because I was mad because I died. I just hit retry right away. So I didn't notice.
When you retry, like it just starts you back at the battle again. Is he half?
It does, yes. And
it takes you right to where you're
any damage you've done to the enemy stays with them.
Did it?
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I did die to like a huge boss because it was like doing like some crazy shit that I couldn't dodge. And then it did like some other shit right after it did that one. And I'm like, holy fucking shit. How much shit do I have to dodge? And like, it fucked me up. And it did like 2 hits and I'm dead. I'm like, what the fuck? So when I died there, it just put me right back in the same battle, like right where I left off. And the enemy had the same amount of damage. But it actually, the game kind of like said like, okay, we're going to nerf this for you a little bit. We're going to give you all your health potions back. So the game is like, yeah, you died to this fucker. We're going to give you all your health potions back.
Yeah. So I don't feel like this is like a super challenging game. Like I don't think this game is like crazy hard or anything like that. This is nothing but like Final Fantasy, like some of the people are complaining about because it's very linear. It's very action packed. It's very action based. You know, like the story is full of action, full of twists, which could be Final Fantasy, but it's just so linear. But it looks gorgeous. It's on God of War quality graphics and visuals. I mean, it looks amazing. Each environment I've been like when I went to that forest level with Jesus, that I was blown away. It looked great. I mean, like even when you were in the caves and stuff, the caves looked impressive. You know, it just everything about it like graphically looked really, really good. And then the combat is like I said, like Devil May Cry. And it gives I guess I don't care about the fact that the music is like the same music for each time I get into a fight. I've noticed.
Yeah. One thing that does get annoying.
That's a Final Fantasy thing, though.
Yeah, one thing that does annoy
battle
me
music
is the same music. That I've noticed that for sure because that happens in every even like the boss battles, same fucking music. But the one thing that does get annoying to me is hearing the stupid character. I wish I could tell him to shut up.
While you're fighting,
I could turn it off in the settings. But the character when he's fighting, he's like, "Sic Em Torgal, get him, boy." Oh, get him, Torgal. Sic him. I'm like, shut the fuck up. The dog knows what he's doing, dude. Like, shut up. The fucking dog is fighting for you.
Whatever, Jesus. You probably have a ring that's automatically telling them. That's why I have to tell them to do it. You're playing
it's the
easy
ring
mode over there.
It's the fucking ring probably doing it. I don't know, man, but like,
go get him.
Annoying as fuck. It's like every 10 seconds. Sic Em Torgal.
Get him, Jesus.
Yeah, mine doesn't do that. Like, it only does it when I send the dog out.
Get him, boy.
Get him, boy. Good job, Torgal.
Yeah, so take that ring off, Jesus. Don't turn
I
it
should.
off.
You know what? I'm going to because that is fucking annoying as fuck.
Put a real ability on there to give you some extra defense and go on and take these guys on. You got this.
I have a lot of those things. A lot of those like whatever the fuck they're called. A lot of rings or whatever I could put on. I have a lot of them. Like I probably have like 20 of those fucking things that I could put on.
Take the life vest off. Take the floaty off, Jesus.
Right.
Get in there.
Yeah, literally, dude. Because like I get in there and I'm like, what the fuck? But one thing that's really annoying. Like Sic Em Torgal, I fucking
I don't have that problem. It's not doing it in my game. Like
it's doing it in my fucking game. That fucking ring, bro. If you want to, okay, listen.
You know what? You know what, Mayo? I bet you he says it when you do the command.
Yeah, he does. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's probably what it's doing.
So
when I tell him to bite, he's like, "Get him, Torgal!"
Constantly, so
it's giving the dog a command, you know.
Yeah.
Like with Jesus, with this getting it automatically attack over and over. So
every 5 seconds, the fucking dog is doing shit.
Get him, Torgal.
Yeah, I fucking hear that like every 10 seconds. I'm like, bro, shut up already.
Yeah, I like Torgal though. Torgal's pretty cool little side character.
He's a cool dog. He's a cool dog.
He's a big dog.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this game is like Game of Thrones. They really took a lot of.
Well,
shit
yeah,
from
they
this
didn't you
series.
hear the head dev told the
Yeah.
entire dev team they had to watch the first season of Game of Thrones?
Yeah, it
Oh,
was like
guys.
heavily influenced from it. Like,
Yeah.
That's the worst season. You guys have to watch the worst season of this show. Okay, not even the
But
cool
was it?
season.
Watch season
The
3.
end wasn't great either, but
I like my favorite season was like season 3 when like the son Robert or whatever didn't like he like builds an army in the north and then he starts to
well,
go south.
I don't really know if it was the first season or not, but
That was like the third.
he said
season.
that they had to watch Game of Thrones.
Was that the bloody wedding thing?
Yeah, the
I can't
bloody, the
remember.
red
Yeah, it was so
wedding,
good.
bro.
Good.
Yeah, that was.
So good.
That was brutal.
Yeah.
Anyways,
But
all I know is it's been great. I've been enjoying every minute of this game, like
but,
I said.
like
And I
honestly,
know it's
man,
a good game when time disappears when I'm playing it. When time
Same
goes
here.
away, I'm like,
I'm
I
just
know
in
I've been
there.
sucked
Yeah.
in. Like
When
I
you
don't
get
even realize I'm
sucked into a game
breathing
and you don't
sometimes. Like
realize-
I am so focused on the game. I'm not like aware of my surroundings sometimes. I
But
feel
you
like.
know, I think you know why I think I like it so much. It's because it is hack and slashy. It is that fucking jump around.
And that's
do
too. I don't
crazy
think I would
combos.
enjoy like a straight up Final Fantasy game anymore. Like I don't know why. I'm just not big into RPGs. But
I like it because
this
it's
just grabbed me.
different.
Yeah.
I like it because it's different for me. I'm used to playing like shooters and shit, and I go play this and I get like a crazy epic story, and I'm like into it. I'm like, yes, I'm into this. I want to experience what's going on. I want to know what's happening in the world. I want to know more about this world. I want to be in this world.
Yeah, and it
It's
seems like
cool.
it's a cool world. You know, like
Like
I
the
like how you
blight,
have
you
the
learn
little.
about the blight. You learn about that shit, like the whole thing that's like killing the kingdom and like destroys everything. You know, like that shit. Because you know, in the beginning in the demo where you go to like that, where you fight like the goblin things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know how it's all like dark and ashy and like there's like no
Like swamp, like it was like swampy.
So that is actually like a thing in the story in the world. It's like a disease thing that's spreading throughout the entire kingdom or the land or whatever. And everywhere that it goes, it kills all the grass, it kills all the trees, takes away like dries up the rivers, kills all the animals in the area. Pretty much makes the land like uninhabitable, right? And like that's everywhere in the game really now. And the more you get into it, like the more you start running into it, and you start realizing like, is this thing's actually spreading through the land, and why is it doing it? You know, like because when you're in that area, like it takes away the magic abilities because there's no magic to like be able to be used. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So the magic actually is like in the grass and like the trees and shit. Like the magic is part of the world, but the blight is taking away all the magic. And that's why the bearers are marked with that little thing on their face, because
Jesus out here spoiling the whole game.
the bearers are marked for that reason, so they know like, hey, this person's important. We should use them as a slave because they got magic. Because there's not a lot of magic in the world. There's a lot of crazy shit, bro. There's so much crazy shit, man. Like when you get to the crazy shit, you're gonna hit me up and you're gonna be like, Jesus.
Yeah,
This is some
I
crazy shit.
anticipate it's already been crazy so far.
Yeah.
You know, pretty epic. Did you catch like I know it's been a while for you though, but I think it was maybe other people would notice too, if it was or not. But did you hear when you go to like the first city, like shortly after you meet Sid, you go on your first mission, right? And you get to this town and it's kind of like abandoned. I guess where you fight the assassin guy, right? And they make reference to these parts that fell from the sky, and they said it was like an airship at one point in time.
Yeah.
Do you think they're referring to the Final Fantasy airship from Final Fantasy VII?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I was thinking of So
Like, I wonder if that's like a nod because there's like parts in the ground from there, like, oh, there was once this great flying airship or something like that, you know, and it was broke apart.
Or whatever. Yeah.
And so I was kind of curious if I wonder if that was like a nod to like
maybe an Easter egg, possibly.
So
I mean,
and
even
there's
though
like
it's verbal story.
Yeah, and it's just like you see these parts, and it's not really parts. It reminds me of something like you would see in like Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah.
It's like a futuristic looking piece, but it doesn't fit the environment, but it looks like it's like stuck in the ground, and there's like moss growing on it and stuff like that. Like they've been there a while, but you know, because they're like they built a city like around it or whatever, or it fell in the city maybe, but I don't know. But they made reference to that, like something about it being like an airship back in the day or something like that. So I like it. Oh, maybe that's like a Final Fantasy nod, you know, like from 7.
But yeah, I mean, I like the game, man. I really do. And like, honestly, playing it, I really like I really like the PS5 controller, man. I really do. Something about that fucking controller, man. I've always said it since I had the PS5 back in the day, and since I played it. That controller is like legit what makes that console fucking fun. That controller, they do so much shit with it, so much gimmicky shit with it that it's cool. It works. When you open a door, you can feel the tension on the controller, the triggers and shit to open the door. And you're like, that's so stupid. That's so stupid to put into a game, but it fucking works so well. It's just, it's crazy to me. And like, sometimes like you hear the enemies when you're fighting the goblins, like they make like the little like the fucking weird noises and shit. Like, you could hear that noise to the controller and the TV, and you're like, whoa, like that's pretty like immersive, man. Like, like I'm hearing shit, Ryan. I'm hearing shit. Okay, I'm hearing it all.
Oh boy.
It's coming from different places. It's not from the TV, you know.
Not just from the TV bar or whatever. Like I'm hearing it everywhere.
It's too bad you're not hearing. Good boy. Good boy.
Get him, Torgal.
Get him, Taryn.
Sic Em, boy.
Wouldn't that be fun if that was coming out of your controller?
Oh no, I would break that fucking controller. I would put a tape. I would grab tape and put it over the speaker thing. I would stab the speaker and break it.
I'm actually surprised that it doesn't.
Oh yeah, me too. Actually, I'm actually surprised it doesn't. But like they do little dumb shit, Mayo. Like when you're moving a log and it tells you like hold R2 to move this log with your buddy.
Right.
Like you feel the tension, like of them picking up the log, and you could feel it. And you're like, whoa, like that's stupid, but it brings a little bit more immersion into the game, right? And I'm like, I kind of wish Xbox would have done something like that with their controllers, you know, with like some kind of a trigger feedback, like they've done it before in other games like Forza and shit.
They still have that.
They still have it, but like I don't ever see them really do it with many games, man.
Yeah.
They're
like the one company that doesn't utilize
it was
like
just more like it would make your trigger vibrate.
Yeah.
Like when you went over like a rumble strip or something, you could feel it.
But like
yeah,
one
that's
thing,
the way like our Turismo is in the PS5 controller.
Yeah, but what I like about one thing I do like about it too is like when it's raining. If it's a cutscene and there's rain in the cutscene, you could feel the raindrops on the controller, and you're like, that is so stupid, but it's cool. so immersive because you're like into it. You're holding the controller and you can feel the raindrops on it, and you're like, that's so weird feeling, like because it's not the controller's not fully vibrating, but you can feel the raindrops in the different parts of it, and you're like, that's pretty fucking cool. Like it's kind of like a little bit like a little touch of immersion. Like, you know, we're gonna immerse you a little bit more into this game. And I just wish Xbox had that. I really do. I'm like, I so fucking wish they had it. But all in all, though, Mayo, I do like this game, and I really want to see it through to the end.
Yeah, I'm the same way, and I don't like to tackle in those 50-hour games, those RPG games either.
So much.
I've heard it's not. I've heard it's not though. It's about 30 or 40 from what I heard.
Yeah, that's good because that's like perfect. You know, like everything for me, like so far, like I said, I have liked about this game, except for just there's a couple little minor things. Yeah. Again, the whole little walking between a cutscene, or you know, this or that. You know, but so far, like I said, the fight scenes and then the action and all, it's so spot on, like what I wanted to play. And I get, you know, the role playing people out there, like, oh, bro, this isn't Final Fantasy. Yeah. It is so far from Final. It is so far from Final Fantasy.
Yeah, and it doesn't really feel like an RPG. It honestly feels more like a God of War game.
It does. It feels exactly like a God of War.
It does. Literally, like you're going through an area, you go to the cutscene, and then you fight the bad guy, and then you go to the next area, you go to the land, and then
Devil May Cry meets God of War.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, I just.
Mm-hmm. But that's a good thing.
See it. Yeah, I say I think. If they would have left the Final Fantasy name off of this and just took out like the chocobos, the birds, and a couple of the little references from Final Fantasy, this would be like a badass action game. You know, like
I bet you this game
little nods.
Bet you that game would have gotten like a 6 out of 10 if it wasn't called Final Fantasy.
I don't know, because this cutscenes and the action is really good. I mean, it is God of War like in the way things hit you in the big fights and
but
even
even God of War
it's
is
like
just
10-minute
God of War
fights
because it's God of War.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what I
they're
mean?
good. I mean, I
They're
enjoyed
good.
God of War.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're bad games. I'm just saying it's God of War because it's God of War, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Like this, I'm still saying that's like a good 9 for me, and I'm not a Final Fantasy fan, so the Final Fantasy reference has nothing to do with me. Like I could
Neither
care
for me.
less.
It literally, the Final Fantasy name doesn't do shit for me either.
Yeah,
Like,
I
I'm
could
not
care
into
less.
those
Like I
things,
see the birds and or whatever, or I see like a little
I'm like,
reference,
oh,
and I'm like,
cool.
oh, okay, that's cool. I guess that's Final Fantasy, but like I don't know. Like I had said, I haven't really played one since the original. Like so it's the 7,
And those, by the way,
and
Mayo,
a little
you
bit of the
think
7 remake, but that's it.
you might think those stupid birds are peaceful, and they're not, dude. I ran into one the other day, like on accident. Like it was not fucking with me, right? It was like leaving me alone. I was next to it, and then I walked into it, and the fucker started attacking me, and I had to fight all his buddies. There was a bunch of them. I was
Wow.
like, all right, I'll kill all you fuckers then, you sons of bitches. You fucking want to fuck with me, you stupid birds.
Do you guys know which Final Fantasy those were introduced in? I remember like a racing them kind of thing in one of the games. Was it in 7 where you had to race them? You went to a city and they had them there, and there was like a mini game.
Yeah.
Okay,
you had to raise it and bring it up, and like you level it up and make it faster, and then go do more races and stuff like that.
okay. I didn't know if that was the first time or not. I played 7 way back in the day.
I'm pretty sure it was 7.
Okay, I don't remember that in the remake at all, but I didn't play through the whole thing.
The remake, it hasn't
you wouldn't have gotten
come
that
in
far.
yet.
Yeah, because it would have been like
it's like in the next game,
stuff. Right? It's end game stuff in Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah, you went to like a city and they had November racing there. So
yeah,
but I think you have a point there, Ryan. Like if it wasn't called Final Fantasy 7, maybe a lot of people wouldn't have gave this game a chance.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as popular as it is because it would be some new IP, right? Like,
but I almost overlooked this game because it was Final Fantasy, though. Just the opposite. Like
Same here,
I know, but that's you, Mayo.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the mass market in general, right? Like,
but I almost wonder, like the mass market.
It's kind of like if Zelda
pick it up
wasn't called Zelda.
Yeah,
like, but then, like, if they made a Zelda game without
Zelda,
Link,
you mean like if Zelda was called Tunic?
Yeah,
exactly,
right. Yeah. Look what Tunic does, right?
Right.
Exactly.
Like, not that Tunic was a bad game or that it didn't do well, but it didn't pull numbers like Zelda.
Yeah, it doesn't sell Nintendo Switches.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Final Fantasy is bundled with PS5 for a reason. You know what I mean? Like they bundled this fucking game with it.
It's more than just that reason, but anyways.
Like
but
that's
overall, like I said, it's the only thing I played this week pretty much, and I want to go back and play more. I'm wanting to go play tonight. I will be playing tonight again after the show. It's like when the first couple of days when I first got it, that's all I want to do is I want to go home and play it. I'm like, I'm stuck at work. I'm at work. I'm texting Jesus. Jesus is going, holy crap, this is epic. This was like in-game God of War type shit. And I'm like, yep, I'm here at work. And you're like,
literally,
oh, man. He's sending me these text messages and I'm going, I want to be home.
3 of the main battles that I've had have felt like some God of War epic level, like near the end game type of battles. Like that's how epic these battles have been. I'm like, holy fucking shit. I'm like, if this is not even like the beginning of the game, really, what are they gonna do near the end? Like I'm gonna fight 3 of these fucking things. That's what I'm gonna do. Like that's what I'm assuming is gonna happen. Like I'm gonna have to fight 5 of these.
There'll be a big grandiose fight at the end. Trust me.
I hope so.
It's Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just this game is so.
I
find it fun. It's really fun, and the battles are great. And like I said, it's so action packed. But then I feel like it's something that I miss in Xbox. Like I just feel like those games, like maybe you can give me some better pointers and better games or something, Brian. Like
Sic Em Ryan.
This big like AAA
Sic Em Ryan.
Stupid crazy action game. Why can't they do this? Why can't they do this?
Gears of War is good. Box, bro.
Every 10 seconds, Sic Em Ryan.
Yeah. Go get him, Ryan.
Good boy.
Why can't we have one of these? I want one on Xbox.
Yeah,
Bungie, not Bungie. 343 is dead. Master Chief
I would say.
Dead.
Wait, I would say Gears of War. Gears of War at the time when it came out.
Yeah, that one was pretty cool.
Was cool. Gears of War High Busters
was good.
Yeah,
That
but then
game was
after that,
fun.
it
Cool
gets really
mode.
thin what you can play like that on the Xbox. A lot of it's multiplayer stuff. It's a lot of it's
I
shooter
honestly,
stuff or
dude,
unique game. Like you said,
honestly,
Ryan, there is so many wide variety of games on Xbox, except
yeah,
for
That's one
that
of the
big
missing things.
AAA monstrous
Starfield.
knock
And
your socks off
Starfield.
kind of thing.
And
Even
they're
Starfield doesn't
coming,
feel.
Mayo. Like, I mean, they're coming.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like
You know,
I think like
It-
Hellblade is a good example of like what I want to see in a good action game. Starfield is going to be a good game, but I feel like it's not going to be this
Yeah.
big action packed thing like what we're playing right now in Final Fantasy. It's
No,
going to be
Yeah,
a,
more
no,
exploration.
yeah.
slow grind,
It's
exploration, deep
RPG.
game.
Starfield,
baby.
I feel
Different
like
kind of
it's
game.
gonna be
a different kind
honestly.
of game. Yeah.
I feel like it's gonna be a Skyrim in space, like a make your own
Yeah,
adventure. Like
yeah,
I'm
there
gonna
you
come
go.
on here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come on here and I'm gonna tell Gunny about how I went to a planet. I fucking stole all their shit. I stole their ship. I took off with it, and then I hijacked another ship. While that was happening, you know, I'm trying to get away from this planet. I run into another ship, and then I hijacked their shit, and then I took off with their ship. You know what I mean? Like that's probably like the stories we're gonna
Yeah,
hear.
it's going to give you like that Skyrim
from
feel, but
Starfield.
not like the Mass Effect
And then
feel. I
a
feel like
group
Mass
of
Effect was
pirates showed
more
up and
action.
robbed me, and I died and had nothing
Yeah.
left.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I want these action games on
I'll be on the
Xbox.
planet. being
Honestly,
diplomatic
man,
with
the
everybody.
first
I know what
time,
you mean.
the first time I still remember this. The first time I ever played Gears of War was at my buddy's house. He told me, "Bro, this game is the funniest thing I ever played in my life." And I was like, "You're full of shit." So I went over to his house. He had borrowed somebody's 360. I don't know who, his cousin or something. And they had Gears of War, the first one. And I remember playing that shit and thinking, holy fuck. Holy fuck. I need a 360 for this game. I was like, this
Yeah.
is amazing. Gears of War, like the active reload thing, the chainsaws. It felt fucking epic. The co-op.
Yeah, but Gears of War changed third-person shooters.
It did.
You know what I mean? It was a
But
like
we don't get that anymore.
inspiration.
Like, I almost, you know, like I think games that are unique get a lot of praise nowadays. Like think of like Stray, right? Like the cat game. I think games like that get a lot of praise nowadays and a lot of hype because it's something that we haven't seen before.
Yeah,
I
we've
think,
seen
like,
we've
so
seen
much.
everything. We've seen so much that it's like, what's going to surprise me now?
Yeah. I think Ghost Eagle said it best when he always talks about what's new and fresh. Is that what he says?
Yeah.
You know, we want
Yeah.
the new,
Like what's surprising us, Gunny?
something fresh.
Like, you know, when I see a train simulator, a train builder, a city builder, I'm like, I've played this. I've played City Skylines.
Right.
I've played
Or you play a
Tycoon
shooter,
game.
it's kind of similar, you know, like
Yeah,
it may
I've
have
played
some
a
plot
shooter.
twists or whatever, but they're all kind of they're the same in a way, you know, like it doesn't
Yeah.
deviate that much different from what we're used to. So yeah, like we've done every
I think,
genre of game over and
yeah.
over and over. When it's something new, you like it. I think that's what I liked so much about Hogwarts when it came out. Like it felt a little bit different.
Yeah.
You know, because the combat was with the wands and it was kind of like a shooting combat only, and then you had to change like your attacks by what you were fighting.
Yeah.
And I've seen some games do it a little bit, but not like overplayed so much.
Yeah.
You know, and they did a good job with the environment. But like, I know Brian, I had to step away for a second, but yeah, my thing just with the Xbox was that I just don't feel like they have these games that are like this big action game and like a big hitter, and I feel like it's missing. I feel like it's coming, like they're working on
It's
these games
coming.
like Fable and stuff like that. But I just feel like, you know, even with like Starfield and Avowed, those games are going to kind of lack that as well. You know, they're good games in their own rights and their genre that they're trying to be, but they don't have that action game platform really
Right.
in their
Yeah,
repertoire.
that's why they rely so heavily on
On
third-party
Halo.
games.
And they rely on Halo and Gears.
Yeah, and they're both shooters though. Technically, Gears
Yeah.
was a little bit different, you know, because at least it was third person and stuff like that. And yeah, I completely agree. Gears, when you played Gears, like the first one, it was an epic. You
It
know,
was
big bosses
fucking
come out, and you're
Gears
like,
2, I
oh
think, was the
shit,
best.
you know, I can't believe this, you know, and all this stuff was
Yeah.
going on. But you don't have that on the Xbox now. I don't have too many games I jump in there and go, oh, you can't believe it, I can't believe this, they did this, or this big
Yeah.
massive battle, or oh man, my hands are sweating because I barely got through this big epic fight. You know.
It makes you
You-
think
you just don't-
Xbox should have bought Square Enix, you know, because, right? Because they're doing this
But
exclusive
even then,
deals with
like,
PlayStation.
okay, it would be
Why not?
Final Fantasy, and eventually it's coming to Xbox, right? Or no? Am I wrong?
I don't
know it's
think
coming to
so,
PC.
because 7,
It's
yes.
coming to PC.
So I checked, Mail. Final Fantasy 7 Remake, I think it came out last week or 2 weeks ago on Steam. I didn't know it. But it's like $70. Go check it out.
But on Steam is running really bad on PC. That performance. That's why people are saying that, like for example, me that I bought a PS5 for this game. Almost, people are saying that's probably the best thing to do is to have a PS5 for this game because they're saying even when it does come to the PC, if you look at the state of Final Fantasy VII,
it's not going to play well.
It's not guaranteed that it's going to play very well. And
I have always noticed, like on PC, and this is not because of Final Fantasy alone, but some of the Japanese companies or stuff like that don't seem to like Capcom. Every time I play a Capcom game, they're always locked at 60 frames. They always have bad
thanks to consoles.
Ports. They don't port over very well. They always like the option menus are really weird, or they're like the controller supports like hardcore. Like it just on PC it feels like anything. If it comes from Capcom, I almost don't play it on PC, like because I feel like it's gonna be a bad port. Like, and I don't know if Square Enix would be the same or not in that boat. Like the other Final Fantasies or this one, it just feels like every time I play something that comes from Capcom and it's on my PC, it doesn't play well.
But I'm with Gunny
Grab a controller, Mayo. Grab a controller.
Even with the controller, like when you're if you're on a PC and you get like, I remember like a couple of Street Fighter games, it's locked at 60 frames or whatever. Yeah. There's like an adventure game or something, and it's locked at 60 frames. That's like the whole point of having a PC is going above 60 frames, having that better frame rate. What's the point of being pegged at 60 frames all the time with this high-end graphics card and all this and that? If you want more, or can get more. Why do I gotta be limited?
That's the developers not want to
experienced at that frame rate.
What's that, Ryan?
Because the game is meant to be experienced at that frame rate. That's why they lock it. Yeah, but I know Capcom is bad for that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Capcom, and I don't know if Square Enix can be the same way or not. If their ports for Final Fantasy are not porting well to PC, they could be kind of in that group too. And maybe it's a Japanese thing more so than it is, from the overseas and stuff like that.
I'm with Gunny.
But Resident Evil runs all right on PC, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have them on PC.
Yeah.
The one that I played, was it 4? The last one that just came out.
Yeah,
the remake.
Yeah, that actually ran really good, and it looks great. It looks amazing, and it runs really well.
But that's good to hear.
But like, I'm with Gunny here. Like, I kind of wish Xbox would have pursued Square Enix instead of Activision.
What?
Because Activision, they have their games, but it's like they really have their big
Square Enix doesn't give Microsoft what they want from Activision. Microsoft doesn't want Activision. Microsoft doesn't care about Activision as much as people think they do. Activision sure is going to be a huge moneymaker, but they want the mobile market, man. They want the Diablo Immortal money. They want the Warzone money. They want the fucking King money.
Wow.
Like that's the thing, man. Everybody's focused on Activision, and Activision isn't even the thing that
I think that it's going to boost their numbers dramatically. I think once people realize I can get Call of Duty on this Game Pass thing, numbers for Game Pass will
go through the roof. Yeah,
it'll take another year after it acquires, right? For people to go, I didn't, because how many times people have I even talked to?
You know what? It depends on what happens with these court cases.
Yeah,
we'll find out on Thursday, and
isn't that the last day? I think they're in California. They're down the street from me right now, arguing about it.
Yeah, and it's basically going to be Thursday. It ends. The judge will come out and say it's either it's okay or it's not okay.
I think that's step one.
If she says it's okay and they can go through with it, then they're going to pass it. They're going to tell the CMA. They're going to call the CMA's bluff, and they'll just close the deal before the 18th of July, before they have to pay Activision $3 billion, no matter what.
Yeah, right now it's the FTC in San Francisco, in California, just for that injunction they put.
But the CMA, and then it might turn out that, hey, there's no cloud gaming in the UK anymore because the CMA wanted to be pricks about it. Yeah. And that's probably what's going to end up happening. Yeah. That's what I see happening, because their only holdup is about cloud gaming. Yeah. And then Google goes into court and goes, cloud gaming competes with consoles. Like it's not it's not its own thing. And that totally destroyed the FTC's whole argument of why Microsoft has a monopoly in the cloud business.
Google
what I
failed.
mean? It's like, no, Google. The guy from Google basically told it how it was. He wasn't like really on anyone's side, but but from what he said, it ended up screwing the FTC, and it was their witness. They called this guy in, and he ended up totally destroying their entire story in court.
Nice.
I don't know if you guys have been following it at all.
A little bit. Just Twitter.
It is fucking crazy, the shit that's coming out. Jim Ryan's totally like, oh, we would die if we didn't have Call of Duty. It would be so bad if we didn't have Call of Duty. And then there's emails that were brought up in the actual court.
I've got a couple articles on it later.
That show that Jim Ryan was like, yeah, we'd be fine without Call of Duty, and we will be fine. It wouldn't matter if we lost Call of Duty.
Yeah, he didn't really care too much about it.
Now all of a sudden they're threatening to say if the deal goes through, then we won't allow Activision to have PS6 dev kits because they're owned by Microsoft, the competition. So now they're saying that we don't want Call of Duty on PlayStation anymore if this deal goes through.
Oh my god!
So what's the deal? Like, is it you need Call of Duty to survive, or is it, you don't want Call of Duty anymore? You know what I mean? Like,
that is kind of a weird world though. Like, if you're like Sony shoes and you're making a game, say you're competing with Microsoft, and you send your next console, how it works and stuff to your competitor to like develop a game.
Hey guys, make a game for us. Here's our console.
So I can understand that would complicate things a little bit.
They want Call of Duty.
But if they want Call of Duty, they're going to have to do that. But I just feel like it would be kind of weird. That'd be kind of like,
it's not very professional, right?
Their hand,
I need to say that.
Yeah.
It's just a little awkward, I guess. You could be like, "Oh yeah, guy, here's our PS6. Secrets. We plan on." You know what it reminds me of? Actually, it kind of reminds me of the whole PUBG and Fortnite thing, because PUBG, when they were making PUBG, they had Epic helping them because they were because they were using Epic's engine and they were asking for help,
and then
Epic was helping them and fixing it, and then they were turning around and just taking all their ideas and just putting it into Fortnite.
Yeah,
That's what Microsoft could do. They'll sit there and be like, Sony would be getting a hold of them and be like, all right, Activision, we're going to make Call of Duty.
Oh, you got this new hard drive?
They're going to be like, we have this new hard drive and we have this new technology in our controllers we're going to put in there.
Yeah, this new controller tech we're using. And they're like, oh, yeah, we could use that in our controllers.
And then, Microsoft will be like, yeah, let us help you develop that. How does this work again? And then
how does this
a month
controller
earlier,
work?
the new Xbox comes out and it has the same controls that that Sony had.
Yeah. At a cheaper price.
And we're $10 less per controller.
The cost. Something. And then there was the whole stupid thing with them saying the lawyers were trying to get Phil Spencer to swear under oath that Call of Duty would be on PlayStation.
Yeah, that he would guarantee it.
And he was like, he basically answered right away. He was like, yeah, absolutely. We have no issue with that. And they're trying to catch him, right? And he's like, no, we have no issue with that. And then they keep going and say, now what about games like Starfield? Why can't you have that on PlayStation and blah blah blah? Do you promise to put Bethesda's games on PlayStation? And the judge just went, what? Shut up. She was just basically like, shut up. I don't want to hear you anymore. These questions are absurd. Carry on with this case.
The judge is probably like, I don't give a fuck about these nerds and their fucking video
games. Geeks. Yeah,
no, but that's the problem. Well, no, this is the same judge that did the case where it was like the gamers against Microsoft or whatever.
Yeah.
And she threw that out too.
Besides Final Fantasy, what else have I been playing?
That's not thrown out. I think that's still going on.
No, it's done. It's gone. She threw it out.
I've been playing. So Brink told me about this new game that came out on Steam, and there was a lot of hype about it. It was called. What the fuck was it called?
6 Nights.
Nope.
Yeah, talking about that one. Okay.
Nope. It was
Wobbly
called,
Life.
Nope. It looks like Wobbly Life. Battle Bit Remastered.
Oh yeah, my kid wants that, and I know why he wants it. And I told him he can get it.
Battle Pit Remastered is a $15 piece of shit. Okay. That's
No,
how
you know
I'm
what it
gonna start
is?
this review.
It's not. It's not.
No, it is. It is a piece of shit.
Okay, to you,
Alright.
but if you like Roblox, Jesus, if you like
Oh
Roblox,
yeah,
you're
okay,
gonna love
yeah.
this.
If you're a fucking 10-year-old that likes Roblox, then it's the best thing in the world. But me and Brink were like, okay, this looks kind of cool. It's supposed to be like a Battlefield game
Yep.
with 250 players on a match, Mayo. 250 players.
Mhm.
All right, me and Brink get in there,
250 little pixel blocks.
and we're like, okay, we're like, graphics, not impressive at all. We have, I mean, both of us have our shit on ultra max settings, and we're like, okay, not everything's blocky. This is Roblox. Okay, we're like,
you bought a
and
Roblox game.
we're overlooked it, right? We're overlooked that part. We're like, okay, this is Roblox. Okay, and then we started playing. Okay, and let me tell you, the controls feel like shit. The driving is trash in the vehicles.
Have you played Roblox?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but listen. This game is bad. Okay, it's not fun. Like
Jesus, this is
200
the controls. This is the controls that the youth is used to right now.
Okay, listen.
That's the thing, man.
They're used to shitty
controls.
We're gonna go back to the fucking Atari fucking joystick, okay? If this is the future for gaming, okay? Literally, because this is some dumb shit. Anyways, we were fucking playing, and then Brink is like, where the fuck is everybody? And me and him are running around, and I'm like, we're running around together, right? Because we spawned into a squad together. And I was like, dude, we've ran the entire map, and we have not run into a single enemy. I'm like,
nobody else is playing the game.
No, and the match said it was full. There was 250 players in the match, 125 players on each team. And we're like, for there to be 125 enemies on this fucking map, they must all be in the same fucking house because we can't find anyone, dude.
They were hiding.
And we're like, what the fuck is going on? We literally ran around, and then we finally found some enemies, and they were all in this fucking house, and we were shooting at them, and they shot us. We're like, okay, let's spawn again, go back in there. And then we did, and then like literally 5 minutes. It probably took us like 15 minutes. Okay. It took us about 15 minutes to realize, like, bro, Brink was like, do you just want to go play some Battlefield 2042?
Okay.
And I'm like, yes, I was waiting for you to ask me this question because, yes, I'd much rather go play Battlefield 2042, which looks incredibly a million times better than this game. The shooting is way funner. The combat is way more fun. Let's go play that instead. And that's what we did. But that game, BattleBit Remastered, I do not recommend it unless you're like a 9-year-old.
Unless you're
kid.
under 15.
Yeah.
15 or
Jesus,
under.
I remember. Okay, this reminds me when I watched a video of this. I looked it up on Steam. It reminds me of this old Steam game, and I don't think you can buy it anymore. I linked it in our chat because I own it. It's in my library. It's called Ace of Spades.
Okay.
It is an old. It's like early Minecraft era, right? So I can't remember when this game actually. It says. I'm not sure when it came out. But my kids had 607 hours in this game. This is where my son learned how to play shooters. And I mean, my kids played the crap out of it. They had a lot of fun playing this. It reminds me of this game, but like a little bit more modern take on it. But this game was so much like Minecraft, except for they turned it into a shooter, where you could just do anything. Like in Minecraft, where you can dig in the ground. I don't know if this new one has it, but you had this guy who was like a tunneler, and you had like a shovel. And you could dig under the map and go underneath the enemy base and then come up from the ground from their side and come from behind. Mm-hmm. Or you could like fill into it with dirt. But you could also like have
make
RPGs
trenches or what?
Stuff. Yeah, you could make little trenches. You could do whatever you wanted. Like whatever you could dig anything. You could dig into the ground. You could knock down trees. You could do anything. But you also had like RPGs, so you could knock down buildings. You know, you could shoot through holes through any walls.
Fun, dude. It just wasn't fun. I refunded it.
That's what it reminds me of. I don't think this game anymore is even available on Steam. I think it's just
because it probably sucks now.
I think it's shut down now. But yeah, my kids end up having 605 hours on it in Steam.
For 250 players to be on a match, this is fucking trash. I mean, I played that one shooter that Sony had years ago called MAG, right?
Yeah, I remember
Massive action
where it had like 120 players in a match at once.
Yeah.
And that actually felt like a game where you had a big battle going on. Like it felt like an action, like a good shooter. This fucking thing is like, I don't even know what the fuck this thing is. I drove a car into a tree. I got stuck.
It's not for you, Jesus. That's what it is.
If Roblox made a Battlefield game, this is what this is.
You bought a game for kids.
Literally, this is a game for kids. I was like, this is terrible.
Did you return it?
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, I returned it. I returned it so fast. I just put this game is
returned that shit and bought Wobbly Life.
I'm like, this game, I probably would have had much more fun playing Wobbly Life than this shit. Telling you this. This game, I even put in the comments for like why I'm returning it. I'm like, this shit is boring. That's all I put on there. I'm like, this shit is boring. So like, I hope the fucking developer got that message. Like, hey, this guy refunded your game because he said
he's probably looking at it like another adult bought this game. Yeah,
fucking.
But no, I saw streamers playing it. You know, whatever, they're in there.
I guarantee you that all those streamers got paid by this developer.
Oh yeah, oh definitely. Even though they're like, this game is stupid, I'd rather be playing fucking Call of Duty or Battlefield. But you know, but when you got your face in the camera and you've got
this is
2,000
so much
people
fun.
watching you.
This is the best thing ever. No, dude, no. I can't. I gotta look at the reviews. Is this game? What are the reviews?
Just while you're doing that, Jesus, also talking about streamers and games, like not to derail too much. Have you guys seen the game Only Up? Where the
I've been watching that a little bit. It's not for me.
I'm watching a guy that I watch. He's
that's getting a lot of traction. People are playing. I know, like my son likes to watch a lot of Ludwig and stuff like that. And Ludwig was trying to get like the world record because he's seen like there wasn't any like Americans in like the top 100 times on like speed runs and stuff. So he was trying to get some like American in there, and he kept playing. And there's times he got to like 99%, and he like fell like all the way to the bottom. He was like,
so fucking heartbreaking.
It looks the same
all the way to the bottom.
Maps or runs, they're like what, 25 minutes each or something? They're a little too long for my taste.
It's like,
I mean, for a $10
4-hour game or something like that.
Yeah, for $10, I mean, it might be fun, but I could just see how it'd be frustrating. It would probably just piss me off. I would just be like, all right, I'm done.
You want to talk weird controls? Some of the jumping, and it just looks really awkward. Really, really awkward.
You got to know where all the chairs are, right? I mean, the chair things that make you
beds.
jump higher.
Like
the beds make you jump like up a big, huge amount.
That was a game like it seems to be getting some traction because of the streamers like playing.
Yeah, a lot of people are streaming it now. I noticed that too.
And they probably got paid by the developer.
Oh, definitely. That's the way to go, though. I really feel like
not necessarily.
If the game wants to get traction anymore, I feel like they got to pay these streamers.
Hey,
I think of
you can
Among
have
Us.
Big Bosom, right?
You know, Among Us was like non-heard of. Then a bunch of streamers started playing it. Then everybody's like, "Oh, what is this?" You know. Then everybody started picking up Among Us.
But Among Us was actually fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah,
but
I can see this game being fun to some people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a parkour game. You're basically trying to climb as high as you can with all this shit that's piled up all the way to the sky.
Yeah. I don't feel like we'd be talking about these games if it wasn't for these streamers playing it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I think them guys getting paid to play it is smart for them to do that because it gets their name out there. I feel like these streamers can actually make or break a game sometimes. Like, you know how much they show it and stream it, and then people see it and they're like, "Oh, either I want to play that, or I want to watch somebody playing it." You know, like they can get into it a little bit, and they're like, "Oh, that's cool," or "I wish I had that." And I really feel like it can.
Like, almost does the same thing as Game Pass does if you think about it. Like it's an easy way to absorb the content and see if you're gonna like it. You know what I mean? And then if you're interested in it, you go and buy it. Whereas Game Pass is a little better because you actually get to play it and you don't have to buy it.
Well, I think in the streamers.
Why I like Twitch, but you know, like remember when we only had YouTube or Microsoft's whatever, that didn't last long, but still,
Mixer.
Like, you know how they kind of, it's not really, you're not seeing raw gameplay, where that's what I like about Twitch. You get to choose from different people, and I can be like, oh, okay, it's not as great as what the trailer showed, so it's a maybe for me, right? It might save me some money, so
but it can also sway you when you see Twitch. Like all your favorite streamers are playing it. You know, like these young kids nowadays are like, they like all these streamers. Like my boy just will sit there and watch streamer after streamer and YouTuber, and that's all they watch. And when he sees these guys playing these games, guess what he's doing? He's picking this game up. He's like, oh yeah, this guy plays it, and this game plays it, and this guy plays it.
People are watching Nightprom play. They want to play games.
Yeah, definitely. Nightbron needs to be paid to
Yes.
be streaming.
Right. I've actually bought a couple of games because I've watched Nightbron play.
He's playing Final Fantasy 16, I think.
Well, I don't have a
pretty
PS5. Somebody give me $550 because I saw some bundles, Final Fantasy 16 bundles, and I was like,
There you go.
man, there's 4 of them right there on the shelf.
Just get a God of War one. They dropped to 500.
Yeah, send me one.
Yeah. Mail it to
Send
me. You don't have to
one.
mail it to me. I'll pick it up.
But
maybe in 6 months when Jesus sells his PS5, you can buy
sell
his
you
and then
one.
play it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right
But
before
last
Spider-Man
game-
comes out, and then he's like,
Yeah.
"God damn it! Why did I sell my PS5?"
And then buy another one.
Buy another one.
Buys another one.
So last game that I played was actually a game that I ended up picking up today because I saw it on Steam on my Steam store or whatever. It said buy this game, like the featured game. And it's you probably heard about this game. It's called 6 Days in Fallujah. It's a first-person tactical shooter. It's actually a lot of fun, and I was playing it right before the show started, and I would say think of like Mayo said, think of Ready or Not, but in a modern warfare type of setting. You know what I mean?
It's
So-
from the.
It looked
Who
a
was
little
it that made that game?
but way better looking than Squad. Squad is not the greatest looking
I
visually.
can't remember now. Who made that? Somebody that's got clout in shooters.
Not sure.
What studio? What studio was it?
It says here Atomic Games. Atomic and Highwire Games.
Yeah, I remember the guy was doing an
I can't
interview about
remember.
a year ago.
And
Was
Highwire
it Medal of
apparently-
Honor? Was it the Medal of Honor guys?
Maybe.
I don't
Might have
remember.
been. I can't remember.
But
No, it was
this
something.
game, this game actually it's very grounded. It's very realistic. It's like Ready or Not. It's almost like a simulator type of game where you are a squad of soldiers. Usually it's 4 people in a match. Because there is a single player story coming to this, but it's early access right now, so they just have the online missions or whatever to do. And you start off with 4 people on your team. Is you and 3 other players. You're on a fire team, and you pretty much have to communicate and find the objective. And sometimes the objective will be take out the sniper guy, take out the sniper nest over here in this building. But the game kind of starts you off in a random spot because every time you play a match, the map. This is what I like about it. It's because Ready or Not, you can learn the maps, right? You can learn the house layouts. You can learn how the hospital is laid out. You can learn the maps. And in Call of Duty, same thing. You can learn the maps. In this game, the maps are actually procedurally generated. So every time you spawn into the map, even though it's the same mission, find the IEDs and disable them or whatever, or detonate them or whatever, the map is different every single time. So that's kind of the unique thing about this shooter, And I kind of wish more shooters would adopt this thing where they have multiplayer maps that are procedurally generated. That way people cannot memorize them,
Yeah, or memorize where the sniper is. Then
I think when Call of Duty gets to that level where they can procedurally generate Warzone, think about how unique every single match of Warzone will be. Because you don't memorize the map, right? You're just fuck. This is a new map every single time you get in here. You're in a new fucking world, Same assets. You will see the same assets, yes. Same type of buildings. But they're laid out completely differently every single time, And Mayo saw me playing this earlier today. And Mayo, my thoughts on it are the graphics are phenomenal. The game runs pretty solid at 60. And I didn't see it go higher than 60, but maybe they did that to keep the gameplay, stable.
Mm-hmm.
But everything feels very tactical in the game. It feels very you got to be on top of your shit and be with your teammates and talking to them. And it's very cool because when the game is open mic, so you're constantly anything you say all the time, they can hear you. But your character, when you're speaking, your character actually moves his mouth. So that was kind of
I didn't even notice that.
That's pretty cool. When my teammates were talking, their character was moving their mouth. I'm holy shit, that's kind of pretty cool. And when you get kind of separated from your team, or when you're being shot at, or like there's explosions going on around you, you can use your little radio to talk. Like you can, on the keyboard it's the space bar, but like on the Xbox controller is the RB button, and you can use the radio to talk to your teammates. You'd be like, hey guys, like
Yeah, because it's
I
like
think
proximity chat, right? And then
Yeah,
if you get away, you have to use your radio.
yeah,
once
you
you
have
get
to
too
use
far
a little
away.
walkie-talkie, but it sounds really like realistic, dude. Even when they're using the walkie-talkie, it sounds like like a walkie-talkie. You're like, what the fuck? Like the audio is phenomenal. The graphics are great. The shooting feels good, and it feels immersive as fuck. And I think this is another like Ready or Not game for me.
Definitely.
Where I'm definitely going to be playing this all the time. I'm definitely going to be in there. I'm going to be playing this. I'm going to be learning the different weapons and shit. But like the one thing that I did not like is that you don't pick your loadout. You're kind of just put into the squad in the beginning, and you don't pick who you are in the team. Like sometimes you'll spawn with an M4. Sometimes you'll have like the big saw machine gun, like a big like light machine gun. And so it's different every single time, but it feels good, and I like it. Like it has a leaning mechanic. You can lean around corners. It feels like immersive as shit. Like even when when you first started, like the HUD is off. There is a HUD in the game that you can pull up, but it shuts off after like so many seconds. Like after 5 or 10 seconds, it turns off, and that like just adds to I would say the realism and the immersion of the game. And I feel like they really are trying to capture what war is kind of like, and it's a cool thing. At the same time, it's like, damn, this is pretty intense. Like this is fucked. But like the game even starts off when you first launch it. When it launches, it shows footage of Iraq. It shows like in 2003, the U.S. invaded Iraq, and this is what happened in the first fucking 7 days or whatever. Like we were there. Like shit goes fucking crazy. Terrorists everywhere. People shooting at you. You don't know what the fuck's going on, and you're trying to figure it out. And like that's what this game is trying to capture. So I thought that was kind of cool. And I don't know if like on the loading screens they have like how Call of Duty has captions of like quotes and shit. This game does the same thing, but it has quotes of like soldiers. Like I don't know if they apparently just asked soldiers like, hey man, put a fucking quote in. Like we're gonna use this quote in this game. Like
I remember like when you were streaming and I was watching you play it on Discord, and I remember catching the one. It was like it showed a soldier, and the quote was like, when you're on the battlefield, when you go into a house, it's never good. Bad things always happen in houses. It was the quote, and I was
the best way to enter a door is to not enter the door, just to wait it out, because there's always going to be somebody shooting at the door when you're about to enter.
Or it made reference to like get through the door, like not everybody going through the door at once or something like that. It's like you get through, to hurry up and get through the door or something.
Or like it's like if you move in the battlefield, you don't move by yourself. You have to move as a team. Like everyone has to know their role in the team, right? And that's kind of how Ready or Not is. Every time I've spoken about Ready or Not, I talk about how immersive it is and how tactical it is, and that's how this game is. It's very tactical, and there is a respawn function, but the respawn only works one time. So say like 3 of your teammates die, you can go back to like your like little vehicle armor thing. It's like a transport vehicle, and you can open it up, and like you will respawn all 3 of them. But like say one of them dies in the beginning, and then you go respawn that one guy and you open the door. If like they die again in the match, there's no more respawns. Like you only get that one extra chance, right? And like it depends how you want to use it, because you could use it right away to revive the first guy that goes down, or you can say, you know what, man, we're gonna hold off and see if more people die, and if more people die, then we'll respawn everybody. But yeah, like even like when I died in the first match that I played, I was watching the other teammates continue the match. And like that shit it felt like I was watching like a fucking war footage. Like that's what it felt like. I'm like, this is fucking crazy, because it feels like I'm watching like actual war footage. It's really photorealistic in terms of the graphics. So I look forward to see what they do with this game. It's a $40 game, which is kind of pricey for what it is. But if you're into these type of shooters, tactical shooters, I would say it's definitely worth it. But but it is early access, and I think it is coming to the Xbox and PlayStation and the PC. There is no crossplay yet, but they plan on adding it in the future. Eventually, it's early access still. But I don't know if it's available on the PS5 right now. I think it would only be available on the Xbox. Because does PS5 have like a early access thing? Do they let early access game get on their shit?
I don't know. I've never noticed anything.
I don't know. Like, I've never noticed anything on the PS5 being early access. But maybe it is available. I know that it's on Steam for sure. So if you're into tactical shooters, get this. I told Brink to definitely get it because Brink has played Ready or Not with me and he likes it, but he thinks it's too hard. I think he's going to think the same thing about this game, but I think he's going to fucking love it. I think he's going to be like, no, this is fucking cool. Like, fuck yeah, this is what the next Modern Warfare should be like. That's what it feels like. That's what I'm like. When I'm playing it, I'm like, this is what I want the next Modern Warfare to feel like, Mayo. The campaign better feel like this, bro. That's how good it is.
I did look it up, Jesus, and I asked if it was coming to console, and at least the first thing that popped up, it said it will be released on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox One X and S in 2024. It didn't give me a date, but it looks like it is coming to Xbox and PlayStation.
Yeah, so I mean, and it's like super realistic when you put C4 in like you say you find an IED, right? Like a house, like an IED factory, and you got to take it out and you put a fucking C4 on that shit. Like you have to clear the building and run like across the street before that shit blows up because that explosion will kill you. Like if you're in that fucking house when that explosion goes off, you're fucking down and you're dead. And like the game is very immersive in the way like if you get shot at, there's no health bar. The game tells you like you've been shot at, you may be injured. You got to check yourself. So you actually have to go and hide somewhere, like find cover, and your character like starts checking himself. And then that's how you'll know if you've been shot or not. And then if you've been shot, it'll say you've been incapacitated. And then there's like a bleed out timer. And if that timer runs out, you die. But your teammates can come and help you. And if it's just like a minor thing, then you can kind of heal yourself. It'll say patch yourself up or something, then you can like heal yourself. But there's a lot of immersive shit about this game that I really like, Mayo. And I think, Mayo, that you should play this with me.
Yeah, it's a lot like Ready or Not.
It is. I think we'll have fun playing this, man.
Yeah, very tactical.
But like I said, what I like about it is even though there's only like 3 or 4 missions that I've played, and it seems to be like that's it. I remember I told you when I started streaming it up to you, I was like, this map looks way different than the first time I played it. And I didn't know this, but like I said, the maps are all procedurally generated. They're all like different every single time you go in.
No, didn't you guys restart a couple times? Because the first couple times when I watched, it looked like it was kind of like the same layout. Like it was kind of like that same house you kind of went to a couple of times.
Yeah.
So was that one the same? Like that instance because you were partied up already? Like you guys?
No, I think that
instance or something. Or
I think that instance was the same because we retried right away. Like we didn't
like
load out and load back in. But I think if we like actually load out to the main lobby and then relaunch it to like a new lobby or like a new match, it would have been different. But yeah, man, it's a fucking cool game. Check it out. 6 Days in Fallujah. Yeah, I think this was the game that had controversy around it because people.
Yeah, I was just reading it was one because it happened like 10 years ago.
Yeah, people.
So it's based off an event.
Yeah,
10 years ago.
Really like
it got scrapped at one point.
Yeah, it did.
It came back.
But like, I'm surprised like how well it's done for it to be like a game that was scrapped, dude. Because it literally runs really well. Like,
yeah.
Like it runs really.
Well, it wasn't the game. I don't think it was the controversy that's got it scrapped.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that they kind of like stuck with it and said, you know what, fuck it, let's do it. Like that's why I like Ready or Not, because Ready or Not, like I think that game is going to spark some controversy when it actually fully releases, because the scenarios that go on in that game, the missions that you go into are like fucked up situations, dude. Like one of them, you're like raiding a house that's like a porn, like a child pornography ring house or something like that, and you find like photos of kids and like you find moms in there and like weird shit like that, or like you'll go into like another one is like an active shooter situation where like you have to go into a hospital and there's active shooters in there that are just shooting doctors and nurses and shit, like they're just shooting people and you have to take them out because they're shooting people. So you got to fucking find these guys and take them out. So like, I feel like that game
taking out people that are shooting people by shooting people.
Yeah, but I mean, like I feel like that game is going to cause controversy, right? When it actually releases full release, and it comes to the Xbox and the PlayStation, if it comes to those consoles, I feel like people are going to be like, "Oh, this is too, it's too much.
No.
It hits too close."
By the time it comes to console, no one will care anymore.
Yeah, I think they said that single player story was going to be controversial.
Yeah. So we'll see, man. But anyways, that's what I've been playing. I will continue to play some more PlayStation. And actually, I bought an M.2 drive, Mayo, that I still haven't installed. But I got it really cheap on Amazon, dude. Literally, it cost me $40.
Nice.
And it's a 2 terabyte, and it's a M.2, and it actually even came with the heatsink on it already. So the price was actually $100, but I had like a $60 credit for some fucking reason. I don't even know why, but I had like a $60 credit, and it was like you're telling me I could get a 2 terabyte expansion for $40?
Is it fast enough though?
It is. IAMS has the same one. IAMS says that it's actually faster than his PS5's internal drive.
Yeah.
He said it's actually faster than the one that's inside.
Yeah, so they just keep coming out faster and faster. They keep making them quicker.
But I was impressed at the price. Even say if I even would have paid the $100 for it, that's a killer deal. Because they had the 1 terabyte option, which was like $70. The 2 terabyte was $100. And like I looked up because they had like another option that was like a 4 terabyte, which I didn't opt for. But the 4 terabyte option, Mayo and Ryan, that shit was like only $225. And I went and I looked up the Xbox memory expansion card thing.
Yeah.
And that thing
start with that.
That thing was like
Ryan's like, I don't want to hear it.
It was like $280. I'm like, what
the? Wasn't that just for a 1 terabyte? Yeah,
but now they're cheaper though. The new ones are cheaper. The Western Digital ones that just they're a little cheaper.
Aren't they only like 500 gigs though, or like something?
No,
like
there's a 500, a 1 terabyte, and a 2 terabyte, I believe.
You know what's one thing that I found weird about the Xbox showcase that I forgot to bring up the last time we spoke about it? Was that moment when Phil Spencer
the Series S?
When Phil Spencer was all like, "Okay, we've heard you guys complain about the memory, so our solution is we're gonna sell you a new console." It's like, I was like, why did he even do this? I'm like, I thought you guys were gonna talk oh, we've made a deal with. I thought they were gonna talk about that, like, oh, we've actually
Western
expanded.
Digital,
Like we've reached out to third-party companies to we gave them our technology to make our memory cards, and now you will find cheaper memory. No, their solution was we're gonna sell you a new console
for the same price.
Come buy this one.
Hey Ryan, this one's painted black, bro.
It's black. It's a classic Xbox black, though. Jesus.
Oh my god, I thought that was the stupidest thing. I'm like, bro, this is the worst move ever.
And that was something I think they should have buried that in the extended thing.
Yeah, because I had to look for that in the article. To see the new hard drives.
Hey Ryan and Gunny, Gunny, I heard you like big tires on your Jeep. So we made a new Jeep with bigger tires on it. You should buy that Jeep.
Right.
You know what I mean?
This Jeep's got bigger tires, but it's another $60,000.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck was that? That was like a stupid ass thing. I was like, that had to be the dumbest way to open that thing up was, we've heard your guys' complaints about the memory storage on our consoles. So we made a new console for you. It's like, what? I was like, in my head, I'm thinking, okay, maybe they're going to announce a 2 terabyte Series X.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing, and I was going to be like so pissed.
I was thinking, okay, they're going to announce a price drop for the 1 terabyte and say like we have a new 2 terabyte for $600. No, nothing. It was like, no, we made a new console.
Well,
that's the thing,
man.
though.
Play it in the cloud, man.
The 500 gig model is still going to be available, and it's going to be the cheapest way to get in. And then you have the 1 terabyte now.
So what is the price on it, Ryan? Is it a newer price? Do we get a new price on that?
It was $350, I think.
Yeah, it was $350.
$349,
$50 more.
$299 for the $50 for an extra
$50 more, you get the black and the more storage.
Yeah.
That's stupid as fuck. I was like expecting them to say, and we also have a new Series X with more memory. No, they're just like, we got the hobo one with more memory. Oh, the Series X, that stays the same. You guys have to pay for the hard drive on that.
Yeah, sorry for you guys that like to play fucking Call of Duty with 130 gigs already installed.
For you guys that want to play Starfield in 4K.
You know what, though? One terabyte is good for the average person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
if you're
it'll
playing
work
5
for
gigs,
the average person. Whereas 500 was just, it was too little.
Definitely.
And then you only end up getting like what 350 gig out of it. It's like it's not enough. You know what I mean? It really wasn't. So
well, even a terabyte anymore. Like when you think like on the PCs and stuff, like a terabyte is not much. Like these games are so big nowadays.
Yeah.
It's not a lot, dude.
When I was looking at my PlayStation the other day, it was getting kind of full, right? And I looked at my storage on there. When I bought NBA 2K23, that game is like 125 gigs.
Yeah.
Probably all the DLC.
So it's to win. That's more than 10% of your hard drive.
Right. Yeah. So it's like I had that on there, and that's 100. And then like if you have Call of Duty on there and like one NBA 2K game, you're done. You're like no more storage.
So Starfield at launch, Ryan, with your 1 terabyte, you must have 125 gigs of space available.
Yeah. I figured that was going to be a big one.
Yeah, I did too.
That's a lot. And it says here that Jedi Survivor recommended space was 155.
Was it? I thought it was like 70 or something like that.
So
but I think that was recommended recommended because of all the patches.
DLC and stuff.
Yeah.
Just call us new Xbox the Starfield edition because they needed S that could play Starfield.
Ah, that's right. There you go.
We have to get more hard drive space on here so it can just play our game.
No,
so they don't have to stream
I honestly think that they're gonna announce a Starfield console.
No.
You don't think so?
No, they would have done it when they did the headset and the controller.
They only have the controller and the watch.
So they got the controller ready.
I feel like it's a missed opportunity, dude. Possibly the biggest game Bethesda's ever released. That's what they say, right?
Oh, they'll bundle it. But like it's a they don't even need to. They don't need to bundle it. They're gonna bundle with Game Pass and be like, here, play Starfield.
They've made a stupid Halo Infinite Xbox Series X.
Yeah. I know.
Right, so
I don't think so, man.
Right, it'll probably come this holiday.
I want a Starfield.
But
listen,
I just see it being a bundle, not like a special edition.
If they make a special, listen, Mayo, if they make a special edition Series X, not us, Series X, I will buy it.
I will buy it, Ryan. September.
Ryan, I will fucking buy it.
If you can find it.
I'm gonna listen.
I'm going to call Phil and let him know.
Listen, while I'm wearing my Starfield watch, wearing my Starfield.
Yeah, Jesus says that he will buy an Xbox Series X if you make a Starfield
special console.
Yeah, you're going to. Oh, okay. I'll let him know. All right. Thanks, Phil. Talk to you later. Bye.
I'll sell my PS5 to buy this new console.
Jesus. He said, tell Jesus to go fuck himself.
Listen, I'm gonna be
He's been playing his PlayStation too much lately. I don't like him anymore.
I'm gonna be wearing my Starfield watch with my Starfield headset and my Starfield Xbox, Gunny. Okay.
Are you gonna have a Pit Boy on or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna be wearing the Pit
Boy.
Looks
cool though. Did you see the controller?
Yeah. See, like
I think
the clear fucking triggers and shit.
Imagine the console with that. Like
I agree. I think it would be an awesome controller. Console. But
I can see that coming November.
I don't see it happening. Why would they release the headset and the controller?
$1 says it comes out in November.
Yeah, and then not the.
I think you're right,
console.
Ryan.
And
I
not
think they would have
console at least.
Yeah, I agree with Ryan.
They would have announced it to get the pre-orders out, right? To get like people hyped up and shit.
And if they did have it in production, it would have been in production already, so they would have known about it. I think they would have said something at that point. Here's the controller and the headset, and coming in September, the console. You know what I mean? Like, but
right.
You know what?
Then November,
I
don't know. Yeah.
I think Microsoft needs our help. I think you and I are.
Listen,
There's still time.
go over there.
Ryan, we all need to go there and get employed by Microsoft. No needs to be listening to us and like hire the 4 of us.
Yeah,
we'll get them going.
I'll make all their cool consoles.
Hang on, I'll get Phil back on the line.
Yeah, get him back on the line.
Get
Tell him the 4 of us need jobs.
Listen. This is the consoles that I will make. I'm making a Starfield edition. I'm making a Fable edition console. I'm also making a Phil Jacket edition console.
And he didn't have a cool jacket this time.
No, but listen.
I think he's getting old, and maybe he's got some hot flashes or something.
Edition.
I don't think he's not wearing
a
sweater.
Anymore.
He's not wearing his cool jackets in the middle of summer anymore.
Too hot for him.
Are we transitioning over to the woman that was showing? Because I heard that.
I think she's
taking over.
Sarah Bond.
Yeah,
I think when Phil retires, I think she's the one that's going to take over.
I think Phil
is
very like.
Listen, Phil is a cool guy, man. He's the cool. Hey, man, let's go smoke some weed. Let's go. Hey, Mayo, let's go do this E3 thing, and then let's smoke some weed in the back while
we'll do interviews with Giant Bomb.
It's either going to be her or Matt Booty.
Yeah, and listen, Sarah Bond is like the corporate lead, like, straight edge.
Right.
I have my assistant. Talk to my assistant for me. You know, like. Phil's like, no, man, I'm gonna email Jesus back because he said I have a cool jacket in the subject. I'm gonna email him back and tell him thank you for the comment, dude. Yeah, see, that's Phil. I could not email Sarah Bond and
Phil
tell her,
responds to people, man. He really does. Like
I can't reach out to Sarah Bond and be like, hey, Sarah, cool fucking dress you were wearing at that E3. She's gonna be like, you fucking creep, block.
Yeah,
right.
Send the cops to my house or something. But Phil Spencer's like, no, bro.
I feel like he can relate a lot better to the gaming community than a lot of these CEOs and people heading things. Like I feel like he's very relatable to the.
Well, he's a gamer, community. Right?
But think about what Sarah Bond brings to Microsoft.
She's the Jim Ryan for Microsoft.
Well, no, it's a woman. She's black.
Yep.
It's a good look.
It is a good
look.
For Microsoft.
You know what I mean? The white male with the cool jacket is not a thing anymore.
Right. You know what I mean? It's like they want to. I mean, Microsoft's always been kind of like inclusive in the fact that like they want to show women in gaming, and they're always kind of like doing ethnic things and stuff like that with a lot of their promotions and stuff. If you're looking at the dashboard a lot of the time,
they do that with
here's games from Aboriginal people, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So like I see Sarah Bond suiting that role for them, for Microsoft. You know what I mean? Like as a Microsoft exec.
Yeah, Jesus, we don't want white corporate,
you know what I mean?
American video game company here.
I see that as a move for them. That's very much possible. And she's not bad. I mean, she has decent stage presence. She's a little stiff, but I think Phil was stiff at first too. You know what I mean? Like, it takes a little while once you get into that role to kind of. I don't know how well she's going to play it, but you know, I think
she's going to play it safe. She's going to be very corporate, very whatever. I want cool Phil.
I want the guy.
When Phil retires, man.
It comes out in everyday clothes that we can relate to. You know, I want somebody that like street clothes where I can buy at Walmart or Myers or Target.
Listen, Phil's driving a Camaro. He's not driving. He's not driving a Lamborghini that Mayo.
No, he probably shops at Ross.
Listen, he's driving a Jeep like Gunny and a Camaro like Mayo. Okay, and he's not taking a private jet to these meetings. He's like, nah, bro, I'll fly
a Toyota Prius, right?
I'll fly coach on Spirit Airlines, bro. It's cool.
And just put me in with the luggage. It's all good.
Just put me in the back of the plane. It don't matter.
He's got his ROG handheld out, playing Game Pass titles.
Listen, he's playing Game Pass on his iPhone 12 because he doesn't want to upgrade. Because he's not materialistic like that, okay, Ryan?
It's just, I feel like
why would you think that he would have an iPhone?
True.
Because
That's
it's cool to be an
He
iPhone user,
probably
right?
does,
Jesus?
Yeah. He's a hipster guy, okay? He doesn't like the Android phones. He likes the iPhone.
I don't
Okay.
think so.
Yeah, I think he's.
I mean,
You
I could
called
be
him
wrong,
that.
That's
but
the
I don't
question
know.
of the
got-
week. Is Phil Spencer
Does
an
Phil
Android
Spencer use an
user
iPhone?
or an iPhone? I think he's Android. I don't know.
Hey, listen, Phil is
I'm gonna
chilling.
tweet
He's
it right
still,
now.
he's still using Windows Phone.
Yeah.
yeah,
Listen,
he's using
listen,
those.
Phil's the kind of guy that can be at an
I
E3
bet you,
press
actually,
conference.
I bet you he probably rolls with a fucking Surface Duo,
Probably.
Yeah. It was
He's
free.
which is
so why
Android.
not?
Which is Android.
But listen, Phil, man, Phil's the type of guy that's like at E3, right? He's up there like chilling, doing his corporate talk.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, we heard about your memory needs. Here's the new Xbox. And then he's
Oh,
like
wow,
walks off
man.
stage, right? He walks off stage. He's all high out of his mind. And he's like, hey guys, y'all want to go do a bar crawl? And everyone's like, fuck yeah, Phil.
I got edibles for
Hop in the
everyone.
Camaro, everybody.
Get in the
The
Camaro,
Mustang.
bro. Yeah, then they drive. He drives really fast down the street and crashes into a streetlight. And he doesn't even care because he's like, "Oh, I'll
Just
buy
gets out of
another
the car
one.
and walks in the bar.
I'll buy another one. It's fine.
It's all right,
Let's
man.
go drink." Yeah, like that's the type of dude Phil. Okay, Sarah Bond is the type to like have her bodyguards escort her out of the building onto her private limo.
You're coming over for tea time. Have
Oh
a
man, I
cultured-
wish we knew someone that could animate these stories.
Hey, listen, Sarah Bond has like the Secret Service guy standing on the stage, like making sure no one even gets close to her. Okay.
Her free time is spent reading books about flowers.
Yeah.
Come on, no.
She's on Pinterest, buying things. Okay. She's not doing the cool shit like Phil is. Phil's chilling in
Well.
Hawaii, drunk as fuck. Listen, Phil is out there.
Just remember that she is probably going to be the future of
Listen.
Xbox.
Listen, Phil right now, he's chilling at a bar. He's drinking it up, but he's like, I don't care. I got court in the morning. I don't even care. Fuck the police.
I don't even care. Jim Ryan's not going to show up. What the fuck do I
yeah.
care?
Why the fuck do I care? I'm just gonna show up drunk. I'm gonna show up in my cool jacket. Fuck him. And like,
I'll be hungover and I'll still
Yeah.
embarrass the
Birds,
FTC.
yeah, and
cameras.
listen. Everyone else is like, look, man, we really think you should wear the suit, Phil. We got you a suit for a reason. No, man, I'm
got
gonna
this
wear
at
my
Rock.
cool jacket. I'm gonna wear
Did you
my cool
actually
jacket
see?
tomorrow.
Someone photoshopped him in a guy in a suit at like a
Yeah,
fancy
that was
ball.
funny.
and
put that in
and
our
he
chat.
commented on it. He fucking laughed at it. He was like, "This is hilarious."
Well, he
He's like,
goes in the
"This is-
courtroom,
You've
and I think-
never
who was that,
seen
Matt
me
Booty
in
with
a
him? And he-
suit like this before."
And I think he slaps the shit out of Jim Ryan, I think, in the courtroom.
Jim
Yeah.
Ryan didn't show up.
He's on.
Jim Ryan was on a video call that he recorded and asked
didn't even
the
use
judge to
Skype.
make everybody leave the room. Like nobody got to see it except for the judge. What the fuck is that bullshit?
He's afraid.
Anyways, that's all I played. What have you guys been playing? Mayo's played Final Fantasy. We spoke.
Yeah,
about
that's all I've played.
Gunny,
Well,
Ryan.
What'd you play, Ryan?
I have
Any
still
more
been
Diablo?
playing the living crap out of Grounded, and I am now at the point where I am going in and taking down the bosses over and over again. And it's been a lot of fun. Fighting the Broodmother, I'm fighting the Wasp, I'm fighting the Mantis, and I'm working my way up to being able to try and defeat the infected Broodmother that came out. And that fucking fight is crazy. The infected Broodmother is like twice as fast as the regular Broodmother, and she gets faster as she goes along. And when you fight her, she throws bombs and all kinds of stuff that not only harm you but will heal her if she's in the bomb. And then you're just basically, it's like this half hour or 45-minute fight with her, and you have to have your perfect blocks. You got to have those on lock because you got to get that pattern down, and the fucking thing changes. You kill her. She goes down. She flips over. You think she's dead. You go over to her. You try and pick her up. Pick up the stuff off of her. Oh, all of a sudden she twitches. She gets back up. fucking full life bar again. You got another round. You get through her again. You drop her. This time you know. You're like, fuck, she ain't dead yet. Sure enough, she fucking gets up again and comes at you. Fucking, it's a crazy, crazy fight, and it's been a lot of fun. Like since I got enough weapons to have some people come in and we go in and raid these bosses, and it's been a blast, man. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Grounded is such a good fucking game, guys. Like, I don't know what to like. I can't say any more about it. I love that game so much, and it keeps getting better. And I'm really glad to hear that they're gonna continue with it. I really thought it was gonna die, but a lot of people just picked it up, and everybody will.
This game reminds me of like Sea of Thieves. It's like a game that you don't hear a lot about, but there's people like you.
There's a lot of people playing it.
Yeah.
And you know what? A lot of people are like, oh, well, a lot of people are playing it because it's on Game Pass. Fuck you. Go look at the fucking Steam numbers, buddy.
Yeah.
Because most people that play Grounded play on Steam.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You got to pay for it over there.
But like,
it's on sale right now, actually, by the way. It's on sale on Steam right now.
They probably tried it out on Game Pass
play.
and then they bought it, right? So like that's a good thing, right? So like Game Pass is doing its job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not
even that. Like, it's more word of mouth and a lot of streamers. You know what I mean? Again, you were talking about that earlier with like streamers, word of mouth kind of thing. And I think a lot of people watch streamers playing it and go, oh, cool. Or they watch these people do mega builds and like, oh, wow, I can build the crazy castles in this game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's a little bit of something for everybody.
Would you know off the top of your head, I pulled it up on Steam charts.
Yep.
And the biggest month it had was October of 22.
Yeah.
Do you know what was significant? I mean, it's significantly larger then. Then it dropped off. I'm just curious of like what happened there.
I think that was the 1.0 release, wasn't it?
Okay, I'm not sure because they had 14,000 active players, average players.
Yeah.
And now it's down to 5. Last month was 6, so it dropped this month. But then the last couple months it was up.
Well, there's content that was released.
Yeah, I was just curious why that.
No, it wasn't 1.0. No, that's not 1.0. That was probably the Christmas update.
But it's so much bigger. Like October 2022.
Yeah, that Christmas
14,
update brought a lot of people back.
Everything else is like 8,000, 9,000, 4,000, 3,000. You know, a couple months there, it's only monthly? Had like yeah. There's a couple times in here it's only like 700. You know, it was on the 700s back in like May.
And then they drop more content, and it goes back up again.
They would drop content and then jump and then drop and then jump. Yeah, that in October 22 was the biggest month by far.
That's why I'm glad they're continuing to make content.
You know why it drops? Because a new game comes out, right?
It does pique people's interest again, and they come back to it, right? And the stuff that they've been adding to it have been good. Like it's good stuff. It's new areas, it's new enemies, it's new weapons and armor and new stuff to craft and new stuff to build with.
There's a ton of stuff to craft in that game.
There's a lot of stuff that got added in. Like, even after you've been playing it, Gunny, you haven't played in a long time. If you came to my place now...
Yeah, it's been a while. I still got it installed.
Compared to the last time you were there, or even you guys, last time you guys came in and played with me. You know what I mean? If you guys came in again, you would be like, holy shit, you've done this much stuff. You know what I mean? Like, built this much stuff and got these many weapons. Like, my room has changed. Everything's changed, Gunny, from the way it was. I have a big 3-story workshop now.
Nice. I did like that first build that you and your buddy had. I do want to see this new one you got.
Yeah. Well, you guys should come in sometime and we'll do boss runs with me.
I do have Game Pass back, actually. I was telling Jesus the other day. I was telling Johnny, I think I told you in our group. My Xbox I had here, my One X, not the Series X, my old school One X. I just don't like playing it on anymore. You know, it's been collecting dust in my living room. So my girlfriend's been coming over and like expressing interest in playing some different games. So I actually sent my Xbox over to her house.
Yeah.
And then I just got Game Pass again and showed her how to get the Game Pass and just let her download and play and try whatever.
Yeah.
And so she's been playing a couple different simple games. So I told Gunny and Jesus, I'm like, hey, if you see my profile popping up playing the weirdest games, probably her playing.
I saw you were playing Plants vs Zombies earlier.
Yeah,
today.
yeah. She's been playing a lot of Plants vs Zombies because she had it on her phone, and she said she beat it many times on her phone. She has been playing that, and then she
try
played
playing Garden Warfare with her, man. I think she might have fun with that.
She says she has a hard time with those kind of controls. We'll see.
It's a little easier. Like
I sent her to
might be a good way to get her into it.
Like you say, the Power Game Pass. It has a variety of stuff out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I've been trying to get her playing like story driven stuff. So I sent her to
Is that why you've been playing As Dusk Falls or whatever?
As Dusk Falls, that's what it was. So that's her. She's been playing it. She's beat it, I think,
that's a good game.
Times.
That's on Game Pass.
Yeah, it was fun.
And so I told her there's like 5 different endings. So she's going through and each time and trying to get different endings now. Like she's going through and making consciously different decisions. And then so I had her download Tell Me Why. I didn't know like how well she'd be able to do that one because she said she has a hard time with like the first person view where she says when you walk in and you're moving the camera at the other angle, you know like how it is, you're non-gamer. So
I went through that with my daughter. I went through it with my daughter.
And so I told her she would kind of a little bit. So I think Tell Me Why kind of has that. But maybe since it's not so like action packed, but you just kind of like more or less walking around looking at things, she'll get a little bit of a hang of it. So we did install that.
Yeah, no conversation. Really, just kind of wander around and get used to using the camera.
It was funny.
What I told my daughter was think of it as your left hand is moving your feet and your right hand is moving your head.
Yeah. And she understands what I mean? That. Like, she's just like, I get uncoordinated. I just like walk into a corner, she said. But it was funny too, because when I was talking to her, she said she used to play games like a while back, Yeah. And she doesn't now, right? And she said, I used to play Skyrim. And I thought, of all games, you played Skyrim, right? I'm like, that would seem such like a weird fit because it's such a big open world, first person view for the most part. You can change it to third, I know. But I'm like, that seemed like such an odd fit, knowing she doesn't play a lot of games and controlling gives her like problems. So we installed Skyrim on the Xbox off of Game Pass, right? Mm-hmm. And a couple of days later, she texts me and she's like, it wasn't Skyrim that I played. She goes, no way. She goes, I remember this. She goes, I get confused. And she's like, I remember now. It was Fable. She played the first Fable. And so she actually downloaded
Fable Anniversary.
Yeah, so she downloaded the Fable Anniversary, I believe, and she'll probably be playing that here in a minute.
Yeah, and that's third person, and it's a little more. Yeah, that's probably a little more speed. Yeah,
I mean that made more sense to me because I was like, really, you played Skyrim of all games? You played Skyrim? I'm like, even I thought Skyrim was kind of meaty. Like it's a long game and you can do whatever in that game. And it's just so open.
You can beat Skyrim in about 7 hours if you just go straight through the missions.
Story,
But it doesn't like hold your hand and like that I remember. It doesn't like, okay, this is where you're going. This is straight up the plot. Like.
Well, yeah, your main missions are labeled as story missions.
Yeah,
so you just go through the story ones.
Yeah, but if you didn't go through the menus and like make sure it was focused on them all the time, you were picking up side quests left and right. And next thing you know, you're just lost. Yeah. But yeah, I thought that was a funny fit when she was telling me that. But yeah, that's why you'll see me playing some of the most random stuff on Xbox right now because she's over there playing. I think a couple of the other ones she's been playing was some simple stuff like Zuma and Feeding Frenzy. There's another one that she's been playing. So slowly.
Feeding Frenzy is great. I love that game. That game was fun.
What's that?
Feeding Frenzy was great.
Oh yeah. I used to play that back in the day. It was a lot of fun. So she is getting into gaming a little bit. She's not like much of a gamer, but she's starting to a little bit. She did sit and watch me play Final Fantasy. Like she sat and watched me play the intros, and she was getting all into it as well. She literally tried to get me to call off work so we could stay home and eat pizza and play Final Fantasy. I'm like, nice. I'm like, no, I need to
try Grounded with her, dude.
Yeah, and so maybe we can. I can be here on the PC actually, and I got my headphones fixed. I had my good headphones. My dog got a hold of them and she chewed up the earmuffs. So I've been using like an actual Xbox headset. So I got my headphones fixed, and so I can send that headset to her actually, and she can just plug the controller into it, and so maybe we could try something like that.
Yeah.
Casual gamer, you got a teacher, Mayo.
Other than that, I've been playing Diablo, and I'm sure Gunny's been playing Diablo too. I'm almost positive. So
I played some of that today.
Mix into that.
This week.
I'm sitting at level 37. I'm having fun with it, but I kind of go on and off it. You know what I mean?
My son, when he ground
got a
through
little
it,
weird. I got into a spot where I was like just getting destroyed, and I just ended up going into my quests and like setting myself on a different quest in a different area.
Yeah,
And then I started having
done
a better time with it, and now I'm doing okay again. But there was a point where I thought I'd done something wrong. I'm like, what's wrong with my character? I can't beat anything here. It just keeps fucking killing me over and over again.
Well, I went with tier 2. Did you do the same thing, or did you have the same issue with just starting tier 1?
I started in tier 1, but you know what happened, Gunny? When I came into your game that one time, it bumped my difficulty up to tier 2 because you were on tier 2.
No,
and
so then
I've
now
been
you're
playing
stuck on tier 2?
No, I'm not stuck. I could move it back, but I haven't.
Okay.
I've left it on tier 2, but from what I'm being told, I should. They're like people are saying it doesn't. The amount of gold and experience you get from bumping up to tier 2 compared to the amount of time you're going to spend trying to kill things just to get that experience isn't worth it. It's easier to do a tier 1 playthrough and then bump it up after once you're in end game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, my son
I don't know.
dropped off
I went
on
with
it
the
a lot.
understanding from somebody who was podcasting talking about you should do a tier 2 because it's just funner to just die a lot or whatever. Like, you're going to get more money, better loot and stuff. And I thought, okay.
If you're playing with a bunch of people, I can see tier 2 being more fun. But if you're playing by yourself, it's not worth it. It really isn't.
I might be crying here after next week and be like, I went to tier 1. I went to baby
I
mode.
went back down on tier 1, man.
I know, but because at least seems like the further north I'm going, like today, like, oh shit, like, no, this is not gonna work. No, I'm fucking degrading my fucking equipment, and yeah. But I do like those checkpoints though, because like you're not far from where you left off. I don't remember if that was the same from Diablo 3. But yeah, like you go in, the enemies, like whatever damage or enemies you killed, they're already gone. You can just come back in, unless it's like a story mission mode or something. Yeah, they're full health.
I don't think I played anything else. I think that's it. So you can keep going, Gunny.
All right, yeah. So Diablo 4, yeah, just like you, Ryan, just grind it away, and I'll come back to it.
What level are you at now?
I think I'm 22. I think 23.
Okay. Still 37 or 38. I can't remember.
Yeah, still low. Jesus played some Starship Troopers today, and I don't know what's new because it did say that Horde mode was still not available yet, but it's
Horde
on
mode
the huh?
They didn't add that yet, but they added.
But it's on the it's on the main menu, so it's coming soon. So you can, it's there, but just not ready yet. But yeah, I just went in. Jesus, I did baby mode. I did easy mode twice. And I was like, I'll just do this twice because why not? So just kind of get the feel for the game, right? And it looked a whole lot better this time. Like compared to the first time I played with you. I was like, man, that shit was looking rough. And I just the moment I installed it, right, was just, and then playing it right away. But I didn't change any settings, but everything was smooth and the game ran smooth. And I think, how many players is it? Like 12 players or whatever. So we all extracted at the end, and yeah, it was just super simple. So now I'll just bump up the difficulty the next time I play. Because
so they added what they did is they added mutations to it. So like now when you launch into a match, they'll like have a mutation activated, which there's like a bunch of different ones, and I think they activate 3 per match. Where like some of it will be like the bugs, they jump further but they're slower, or they take more damage but move slower, or they take more damage themselves but they run faster so they can get to you faster, or they take less damage but fucking whatever, like move slower, like type of shit like that,
they were definitely moving a lot slower. And that bombardier, the bombardier that was targeting me,
they also nerfed those guys. They nerfed the sniper bugs too, like the ones that lock on you and shoot at you. They nerfed them because people were complaining that they were too OP, like they could kill
They
you really
were
fast.
way too OP, I thought.
And they also added
One-shot
like
kill.
extra magazines to the Saw guy because before he only had 150 rounds per mag and he only had 2 mags. I think they increased his ammo count to 200 rounds a magazine, and they gave him 3 magazines instead.
Oh, good.
So
'Cause,
they've
I mean,
added
they're
like
just
different things like that,
yeah.
like quality, like they pretty much said, okay, let's listen to what the feedback is on like, you know, the early access. Let's listen to what the players are complaining about and what they want, and let's see if we can nerf some things and make some things better. But they said they didn't make the game easier. They said there is times where like the mutations will work in the favor of the troopers, and there's times where it'll work heavily in the favor of the bugs, where like it makes the game really, really hard.
I like that mix. That's good.
Yeah. And they also added like new buildings, like on the base. You can build like new things. I think one of the biggest new thing is you could put down like a turret, and like it's a man turret, so like somebody has to be on it and shooting it, right? And I think you could put down 2
Oh
of
yeah,
those
yeah. Saw
now on
that.
your base.
They also had those things
yeah.
like in shit, the electrical fence things.
Mhm.
I don't know if those were new.
No, those were in the game before. They just people don't really use them because they're weaker than the walls, really. But they do stagger the bugs, like they do make them like jump back if they get hit by the electric fences. But yeah, I really like that game, dude. I hope they keep up with it. Like it's funny to me because I play a lot of these early access games, and some of them I feel like they're in early access forever and they don't really move much. But then some of them they do a good job of when they do update the shit, it's significant enough that makes you want to go back and play, you know?
Yeah.
That's important. Because like Ready or Not hasn't had an update in forever, I feel like. But the new update they're coming out with, I think next month they said, or maybe this month, but I think it's next month. It's a significant update. They really said they're gonna be changing a lot of the things in the game. So I look forward to playing that. And the new map they're gonna have out looks cool as fuck too. It's like a mansion. But
Sweet, yeah. Hell yeah.
yeah, I want to play some of that Starship Troopers. Actually, it was funny today when I launched my Steam because I've been playing PS5 all week, right? It's weird, right? So I launched my Steam and I have like all these updates queued, Mayo. Like all my main games that I play have a big update to them. Like Battlefield had one, Star Wars Jedi had one,
Right.
fucking Hogwarts Legacy had one, Starship Troopers had one. Be Castled had an update as well. Like all these games that I normally play, they all had a fucking huge update to them. But that's cool because I want to see what the fuck they did to them. What's the new
Right.
thing, you know? I love it when I get in and I'm like, yeah, they added this new thing to the game. Fuck yeah. So yeah, I'm excited to play that Starship Troopers. I'll play it with you sometime, Gunny.
Yeah,
Have any of you guys revisited Call to the Lamb since it updated?
No, but that one got a huge update too, right? Like a
Yeah,
new,
like it was like a
new-
month and a half ago. Like it had this big update, and they have like this whole new combat system and everything.
Mhm.
I have not jumped back into it. Like I feel like I should though sometimes. Like
Yeah,
we all love that game.
they revamped the combat because they said like people were complaining that the combat was too simple.
Yeah, there's like
So they
I
revamped
think a
it.
couple what did they say? There's something there's like new whatever like when you like the skill trees almost not skill tree but like what was it when like when you had like the followers, you know, you could make
Yeah.
them you could build new things or whatever. They had new like stuff you could do
Things
in
to
there.
do, yeah. And they also have the ability now, like you can like take your followers with you into the dungeons. You can like pick 2 of them, and like I don't know, like you take them with you into the dungeon and they fight with you. So that's like a cool thing too. Like you have like companions now that can go with you and like fight. So yeah, I
Yeah,
want
just
to
kind
play
of
that
curious.
too.
I need to jump back into it and check it out.
These games are good, man. Play these games. It's
I
too
bought- I
bad. I'm
bought a-
always playing new shit.
Yeah. I know I bought a few Steam games. One of them was last week, and finally, what I bought today was a game called Sweet Transit. It's a train game. Think of like an old train tycoon game.
Another one of these, Gunny. You bought one last time, didn't you?
No, the other one was on Game Pass. that one, what the hell is that one called? There's so many of them. That one's a lot bigger in scope, like, map size, and like it's got whatever, a mini story to it. Remember we talked about this about it's got a narrative, right, about the reason you're what your objective is, right, and taking out your opponent. So but I think really just it's more about getting resources from one city to the next. So with Sweet Transit, that's the same thing, right, where you can build a city or just a town center, put in a train station, and I just went through the tutorial today. That's about as far as I made it because of other obligations. But I feel like I got, like I think I'm pretty good about going into a new game now and actually starting a city. But the one thing I didn't like was just how small, like, let's say a cell is. Like, I'm like, oh, is it just? It's not very big, Like maybe that was just a tutorial.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know. It's $15, right? It was on sale, but we'll see how it goes.
Early access.
Yeah. But I like the simplicity of it, right? You're just kind of laying down tracks, put in a few signals so they don't crash into each other.
Looks like city skylines for trains.
Nah, but it's more old school though, right? I mean, you can't. It's more pixelated game.
I can't wait to play the new city skylines, dude. You don't even know. Like, I'm fucking hyped for that shit, Gunny.
Yeah, me too. So I know, and you know me, I'm more excited about playing the actual Steam version of the game, right? Because mods and mods equals cheats and cheats equal and like all the shit that people are going to add to it, right? I love all those, like the train stations and trains and and again, I just love that mouse and keyboard on fucking City Skylines. Where the Windows or the Xbox version's a little bit different. But again, I'm excited. Like, I'm going to play it and, download it, pre-download it, and get it going, because sim games I'm all about it, man. But yeah, enough about Sweet Transit. I'll play more of it next week, I'm sure. And I don't know if I'm not too big on the whole train game. Like that last one on Game Pass. Yeah, it's good. It'll keep you occupied. I should probably just go play that one because that one's a lot bigger. But what else did I play? That Liza P. I talked about it last time. It's a Bloodborne. Huh?
The demo?
Yeah, the demo. No, like it's the full. Oh, right, it is the demo. What am I thinking?
Yeah, it's just a demo.
Why do I think that's the full game? But yeah, it's the actual demo. The demo is out on everything, Steam and probably PlayStation, Xbox, you name it. But yeah, it's a Bloodborne clone is what it is. And I think I don't own Bloodborne on PlayStation 4, but I do. Like, I have the PlayStation Plus when I do have it. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard though. It's hard, Mayo. It's a hard game. It's like think of like Elden Ring, but you're not on a horse or fucking running around a big map. Everything's in a room, and it's kind of closed in. So, but if you're into those games, go check that out.
Yeah, and, sometimes like I still need to get into Elden Ring. Like, I bought it and I haven't really touched it a whole lot. Like, I started to a little bit and then I got away from it, and then I just never went back. I need to get back into it again. Yeah,
I'm sure I'll go back to it. It's one of those things where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go back. I know I'm never gonna finish that game, like, because every freaking like cheese or whatever for like a boss. I don't know. I went back to it not too long ago, maybe a couple weeks ago. I'm like, all right, let me try this again. Like I had to get the controls back down again. But it was, since I played so many hours of that game, that it was easy to find the location where I needed to be, the boss that I needed to kill. But I've got so much armor on that I can't either dodge or run out of the way of the fucking boss. And like every YouTube video just shows like, well, you should have had this build and put everything into like, magic. And I'm like, okay, forget it. Don't watch that video because I'm not using magic. Like, it's not my main focus, right? Well, it kind of is with this weapon. I forgot what it's called, but it's still like an OP ass weapon. Where it is kind of using like magic that fucks him up. But either way, I get him down the first time. I can't even think of the boss name, but damn, I don't know. I'm thinking like I could go respec, and I don't know if I want to do that like in Elder Ring. There's a place where you can go and respec your points and put more points into dexterity and and strength and why am I talking about this game? That game gives me a headache sometimes. But still a lot of fun, right? A lot to do in the big open world, and let's see, Liza P and some Vampire Survivors. I don't know why I've been playing this game on mobile, playing it on my iPad. Got it on Xbox.
Really? I could not stand it on mobile. I guess on the iPad it might be better.
Right, it's the right thumb thing. I just can't get past for some reason.
Yeah, and just the small screen on my phone, it didn't work for me.
Yeah, that's why I got the iPad Pro.
on a bigger tablet or something. Hertz. I could see that.
Yeah, 120 hertz.
Or maybe on Mayo's phone.
All right, there you
go. You still rocking the flip or the fold?
Yeah, no problems with it whatsoever. It's been great.
Yeah, but
the Fold 3, Mayo. The
Fold 4. I had the 4.
Oh, that's the 4. Yeah, nice.
You have the 4?
No, the 5's coming out.
Yeah, the 5 is coming out.
Yeah, get that one, man.
And so's the Pixel Fold.
Yeah, it's good. The corner, like where it folds, actually, it's been great. Like, because it has a built-in screen protector, and my son had it on his where it started to peel out a little bit.
Yeah.
No issue whatsoever. Like, it's been good.
Nice. You got 4 icons. That's it. There's not like a million icons with the.
Oh, no. That's what I am, though.
Yeah.
That's just how it's set up.
Yeah, like my PC is nothing on my desktop. Like, I can swipe between all the pages on my phone, and it doesn't have anything. It's all just if you swipe up, and it has all your apps, But
yeah. Nice. And I'm just playing some God of War on PlayStation 4 right now. So. But that's it for me, guys.
I got to take off. It's bedtime.
Okay, Ryan.
All right. Have a good show, guys.
All right. Have a good one, Ryan.
Good night.
Bye, Xbot. Bye.
Boop, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop,
boop. Anyways, it's news time.
Let's
move on to Microsoft news real quick. Of course, the trial is going on right now for the proposed Microsoft merger of Activision.
What would this trial be?
This is like the thing, right? The FTC put in place.
Yeah. Anyways, as part of the ongoing trial between the FTC and Microsoft, an internal email from Xbox Game Studios chief Matt Booty encouraged Microsoft Chief Financial Officer Tim Stewart to, quote, spend Sony out of business. This email, which was sent in December of 2019, Mayo, explains Microsoft's aggressive acquisition plans, which almost resulted in the company purchasing Sega, Niantic, and Bungie. In the email first shared by The Verge, Booty writes, quote, we, as in Microsoft, are in a very unique position to go spend Sony out of business. If we think that video game content matters in 10 years, we might look back and say, totally would have been worth it to lose $2 billion or $3 billion in 2020 to avoid a situation where Tencent, Google, and Amazon, or even Sony, have become the Disney of games and own most of the valuable content. Booty went on to explain how this is practically impossible for a company to start a new streaming service due to Disney's competitive holdings, before drawing a comparison between video streaming services and the future of the game industry. He said, quote, in games, Google is 3 to 4 years away from being able to have a studio up and running. Amazon has shown no ability to execute on game content. Content is the one moat that we have in terms of a catalog that runs on current devices and capability to create new. Sony is really the only other player who could compete with the Game Pass, and we have a 2-year and 10 million subscription lead. In the years since the email was sent, both Sony and Microsoft have increased their portfolios through major studio acquisitions. In 2021, Sony purchased Returnal developer Housemarque and noted remake developer Bluepoint Games, followed by Destiny developer Bungie in 2022. In the same time frame, Microsoft has acquired Bethesda, Arcane, and Tango Gameworks parent studio ZeniMax Media, as well as initiated the process of purchasing Activision Blizzard, which is why the FTC trial is going on. In addition to Booty's email, several other pieces of information regarding Microsoft's business and strategies have been revealed through the trial, such as Xbox explaining Starfield was planned for PlayStation 5 prior to Microsoft acquiring ZeniMax, and Microsoft claiming to have lost the console war. Dun, dun, dun. In response to this email coming out, because remember, we have spoke about this before, and we've said it, like, if Microsoft wanted to, they could really spend Sony out of business. They have the money, right? They could totally just buy everything if they wanted to. And this is what Matt Booty was saying. He's like, hey, man, why don't we spend a few $1 billion and start locking people in? So 10 years from now, when game streaming is a full thing, we have it. We have the games, Mayo. We can say, hey, come play our shit because we own that shit and we could put it on our streaming thing. And they said they were afraid. They were like, the only people that can really compete with us in this world of streaming and game subscription services is Sony. And I wonder why they mentioned Sony specifically and not Nintendo, because if you think about it, if Nintendo came out with the Game Pass-like thing, right? Mm-hmm. They say we call it Nintendo Pass, which is probably what they will call it, or Nintendo whatever. Nintendo, I think, would have a huge market share in that too.
Yeah.
The only downside to Nintendo would be Nintendo will require you to have a Nintendo device to play their Nintendo Game Pass games or whatever.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't
That's
be
the only downside,
PC.
right? Where Xbox, you can play them on PC or on your phone if you can stream it, right? That's the only difference. Like, I feel like Nintendo would still get a lot of subscribers, but I also feel like Nintendo is the type of people to be like, nah. Yeah, you could subscribe to play Zelda, Mayo. And you can subscribe to play Smash Bros. And you can subscribe to play Mario Kart and all that. Yeah, we'll give these games to you for a price. But you're also going to have to spend money to buy our console first.
Mm-hmm, definitely.
I don't ever see them.
Yeah.
I don't ever see them going to PC or anything like that, ever.
Well, I've always thought, Jesus, okay, when we had, I mean, if you go back to, well, forget about the 360 days or whatever, but, you know, I'm sure, no doubt that if Microsoft was number one right now, I don't think they would be putting all their stuff on Steam. You know, they would say, oh, we need to sell this box, right? So, you know, that you have to buy an Xbox, whether it's an S or an X. Am I right, though? Because we've always seen that with, like, I've always looked at it that way, because when I look at, like, EA, Mayo, right, they always come crawling back to Steam. Always. Every time they try to, like, you know, you got to buy it from Origin, or
right.
you can buy it on a console.
They've tried their own app before in PC. But I don't know. Like,
they want that money. They want their
Xbox,
cut. They don't want to give 30% or whatever to Gabe.
Yeah. I feel like
they
Xbox
always
is just going to be more of a, like, Game Pass. It's going to be just Game Pass at some point here soon.
Yeah.
You know, like we've said before, like, what's the point? You don't need an Xbox anymore. Like, I have access to Game Pass on my TV in my spare bedroom because it has an Xbox app, and I can Bluetooth my controller to it, and I can just play it on the cloud. I don't need the Xbox here. You know, that's why I gave my old one to my girlfriend to take to her house, because I can just play on my TV. I can play on my phone if I really, really wanted to. I can play on my PC. Like, you can play it anywhere, and that's what they want. They just don't, you know, why make a console and spend all the money in research and development and then sell it at a loss early on and then eventually make money in the back end when you could just make software and then put it everywhere.
So it's almost a good thing, right? I always looked at it like a good thing in third place, right? Game Pass, play 150 games for $10 a month, right? Now it's going up $1, but and of course we here on this show, we do premium, like I'm sure a lot of other PC people do. And yeah, buy it anywhere, man. I like that. Buy it anywhere, play anywhere. So I'm glad they're in third place. Stay there, Microsoft. Stay in third, right? They offer more, right? Better competition. That's why I like it.
In other news, PlayStation, James Ryan's the boss of PlayStation, Sony's PlayStation chief, and a former CEO had an email exchange a few years ago about this merger by Activision and Microsoft when it was announced. Apparently, this email shows that Jim Ryan didn't think at the time that Activision's Call of Duty was that important and that it would even affect them. It would even matter if Microsoft bought that studio or like the rights to Call of Duty. They were like, no big deal, right? They said, quote, "It is not an exclusivity play at all," Ryan's email read. "They're thinking bigger than that, and they have the cash to make moves like this. I've spent a fair amount of time with both Phil Spencer and Bobby Kotick, and I'm pretty sure we will continue to see Call of Duty on PlayStation for years to come." This email runs counter to the claims that Sony has made in opposition to Microsoft's acquisition plans, as the PlayStation company has frequently argued that if the deal went through, then Microsoft would eventually turn Call of Duty into an Xbox exclusive franchise. Microsoft would constantly dismiss these claims from Sony, and after it first offered a new 3-year extension deal to Sony after the current arrangement ends, it then offered to extend that deal up to 10 years, but Sony has not agreed to it yet. In a hypothetical situation cited by Sony earlier this year, the company said that it was worried that Microsoft could release a Call of Duty game on PlayStation that had poorer quality than Xbox. And however, Ryan went on to say in his email that, quote, "We have some good stuff cooking. I'm not complacent. I'd rather this didn't happen, but we'll be okay. We'll be more than okay."
Yeah, you won't get your bonus, buddy.
So pretty much this email kind of disproves that, their whole thing about, well, we need Call of Duty. Without it, we're going to struggle. How are you going to let them buy that? So, yeah, I'm thinking bad look for Sony, but whatever.
Yeah.
In other news,
advertising rights, right? It'll hurt them a bit.
Starfield, according to Pete Hines, would not be releasing in September, Mayo. Okay, it wouldn't. Okay, Mayo, it wouldn't be releasing this September, Mayo, if it also had to launch on the PlayStation 5. Okay, that's what Pete Hines says. Okay, he quoted Starfield game director Todd Howard in calling the upcoming sci-fi RPG an irresponsibly large game. Irresponsibly large. All right, Gunny. Starfield is irresponsibly large. 1,000 planets, irresponsibly large. We don't even know what we're doing anymore. We just made too many planets, and we couldn't stop.
Keep making
too large.
Could put the brakes on. We could have been like, no, we need one more planet. No, okay. No, we need another one. Add 1,000 more, Jesus. Like
1,000 more.
Who's the guy that said to stop? They're like, oh,
yeah,
let's just keep going, guys.
I think we should stop now. I mean, we've been this is number 1,000. I think this is good enough. And he's like, okay, I guess we have to release. Okay.
Only
now,
so many megabytes will fit on a console.
Okay, we have to release. But okay, it was an irresponsibly large game, one that was made Xbox console exclusive in order to reduce the workload developer for Bethesda Game Studios, Gunny. They didn't make it exclusive because they just bought Bethesda. They were trying to help the workers at Bethesda. Okay? Microsoft looks out for their employees.
Yeah.
Okay?
They're perfect angels.
Okay. Shipping on the Xbox Series X and S and the PC, Mayo, and not the PS5, meant the studio needed less quality assurance testing and created less work for the developer. As a result, Starfield is now releasing on September 6th or on September 1st for certain editions of the game, having been delayed from its original November 2022 release date. Xbox Game Studio boss Matt Booty previously said that Starfield will have the fewest bugs in any Bethesda game ever made.
Is
Fewest
that really?
What does that
bugs.
mean?
Is
Fewest
that really
bugs.
saying anything though? When you have game A and game B, game A has 10 bugs, game B has 100 bugs. So we go from like 100 to like 90. Is it really gonna matter? Like
Or
It's
what about
less,
if you have 100 bugs,
less
but this one's got
mail.
99 bugs?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
way less than before Mayo. Okay, Gunny,
it is way less. They're making
is
steps in the right
less.
direction.
Okay.
They've already got their apology thing already ready to
Yeah,
go.
you know they have somebody already writing that out. Like
We apologize for the. We did not anticipate that this was going to be.
What a surprise this is to us.
Yeah, we're surprised to see you guys are pissed off that this game crashes your Xbox. Gunny, we apologize. Your Xbox blew up trying to run
It's
Starfield.
Bricked. It's now bricked. Yeah.
yeah, it just overheated and melted.
Yeah, the shit just fucking. We're sorry that the vapor chamber doesn't work anymore.
It vaporized. Like it
Okay.
just
You can only play
We're
games
sorry.
30 minutes at a time.
Okay. Okay, listen here. Quote, I see bug counts, and just by the numbers, Mayo, if it shipped today, Starfield would already have the fewest bugs of any Bethesda game ever shipped. End quote. Matt Booty said in an interview with Giant Bomb. That's what he said. Okay, he said, if just by the numbers, if it shipped today, Starfield would already have the fewest bugs of any Bethesda game ever shipped, Gunny. And that's, you know why? You know why
Maybe
that
their
is?
new engine.
No, because we don't have to develop for the PS5. The PS5
Whatever.
created all those bugs. PlayStation created all those bugs. Those fucking leeches over there. Those
That's
dirty
less
ass
work for us.
Yeah, those dirty PlayStation players. They're the ones creating all the bugs for us. Okay, Mal.
okay.
What a lame
Less.
excuse.
Phil Spencer, Microsoft's head of gaming, also said in the same interview that Starfield was originally slated to release far sooner prior to Microsoft's acquisition of Bethesda parent company ZeniMax in 2021. So, he said, okay, they bought ZeniMax and they found out, hey, we're making this Starfield game and we're going to release this year. And then Phil Spencer talked to Todd Howard, and he's like, hey man, I just crashed my Camaro into your parking lot.
Yeah.
Hey man, I got my cool jacket on. Hey, you guys working on this Starfield thing? And Todd was like, yeah, we are. Hey man, like, do you want more time to make it? And Todd Howard was like, yes, we need more time. And Phil's like, I got you, man. And then he gave him more time. And that's why Starfield is as good as it is today, Ryan. That's why we have the Starfield Watch edition.
And the
Okay.
controller.
And the controller and the headset, but not the console yet.
Not
Man.
yet. Not till November. It's coming.
Not the console yet, but we do have the headset
Special
and the
edition.
controller. Okay, because of this, because Phil Spencer said, you know what, we're going to give him more time. You know, Xbox is just a savior. Okay, they're saving the employees extra headaches from
No crunches.
developing for that dirty PlayStation system that gives them all the bugs. And then they're also saying, hey man, you want more time? Okay, we'll give you more time.
Because it was supposed to come out in November, I think, last year.
It was, but they said even sooner than that.
October,
It was
November?
supposed to come out. They said that, okay, this is what happened. They're saying that Bethesda was developing Starfield for such a long time, right? They've been working on it forever. That it became so big, Mayo and Gunny. It became so big, right? It got so ambitious that, like, they were running out of money. And ZeniMax is like, look, guys, we gave you a budget. You went over the budget. We gave you a little bit more money. But, like, okay, it's time we release this. And then Microsoft bought them, and Microsoft is like, yo, we got money.
Yeah.
You
take
want
more
more
time.
money? You want more money? Yeah, let's do it. The Xbox is saving, okay? And they're like, yeah, that PlayStation shit, don't make it for that trash. Throw that console, throw that dev kit away right now, man. Throw it out. You don't need those dev kits anymore. Throw those things out the door. You don't need those trash consoles.
Right.
We're going to make this with all the time you need and all the money you need. And we're going to just put you have 500 planets. You know what? Let's double that. 1,000.
Oh, for sure.
1,000 right now.
We can. How can you ship a game with 1,000 or 500 planets?
That's stupid. That's fucking dumb.
Right. Have you looked up at the sky lately?
I mean, who
It's
would
a
do
lot
that?
more than 500.
The monsters
Yeah.
they are.
Yeah, they had originally a 500 planet game, but now thanks to the savior of Xbox, it's 1,000 planet game, Gunny, okay? That's what happened.
Thanks, Matt Booty. And Uncle Phil.
Thanks, Uncle Phil. You made it 1,000 planet game. Okay. This is what happened. Okay. And other news. Okay. Another news. Activision. Okay. Only agreed to bring Call of Duty games to the Xbox Series X and S after Microsoft agreed to an 80-20 revenue split. Wow. Okay. Listen. Call of Duty CEO Bobby Kotick went to Phil Spencer and said, hey, man, I see your cool jacket. Hey, listen. If you don't give us more money, we're just going to make Call of Duty exclusive to the PlayStation.
Ooh.
And Xbox said, what? And Activision was like, yeah, look, they got the marketing rights. How about you give us a bigger share of money? You only keep 20% of the sales, not 30%, and we'll let you keep it on your console. That's apparently a thing that happened.
Ouch.
Okay. As part of a testimony, Sarah Bond revealed that at the outset of the Xbox Series X and S console cycle, Activision CEO Bobby Kotick threatened to pull Call of Duty from the Xbox consoles if Microsoft did not agree to a higher revenue share for Activision from software sales on their platform. It was clear that Call of Duty would be on PS5, and that would not have been good if it was not also on Xbox, if it was launching at the same time, Sarah Bond said. It was clear if we did not move beyond the standard revenue share, he would not place Call of Duty on Xbox. The standard revenue share for games released on any console is typically a 70-30 split, with the publisher receiving 70% of all revenue generated from sales and the platform holder taking 30%. According to the FTC, following Kotick's demands, okay, he demanded this shit, right? Okay.
He's got big balls. He can do that.
Microsoft agreed, and they have been paying Activision 80% of all their revenue shares. Not 70, but 80. So that's crazy to think that Call of Duty had that much power. Microsoft was scared because they're like, holy fuck, if we don't agree to this and this becomes exclusive to the PlayStation, what's going to happen to us? We need to agree to this, guys. That's crazy.
That's power right there. That's money and power right there talking.
And that's when Microsoft said, you know what? Fuck you. How about we just buy you guys?
Yeah, the whole thing.
Now we just make you guys ours, Mayo. Okay? You want to threaten me with your bullshit, Bobby? How about I just buy you out,
So
bro?
you think Microsoft could do that in the future if they say, look, you know what, man? You get 20%. I don't know how that's going to work out.
I don't think PlayStation had to pay that. I think PlayStation probably stuck with the 70-30 thing.
Yeah. I was just thinking in the future if Microsoft could then come at PlayStation and say, but then it was just going to end up in court. So
Yeah.
I don't think Microsoft
Hey
wants
guys,
to
you
do
guys
that.
still want PlayStation? You want a longer than 10-year deal? Okay, you guys have to
80-20.
give us a 90-10 revenue
90-10.
split. Okay, Mail, 90-10, Mail. And I'll let you keep my game on your system.
Oh, okay.
In other news, in PlayStation 5 news, listen, guys, this is for you, Mail. There's a LeBron James limited edition PS5 accessories launching in select markets on July 27th. That's right. Okay. Today, PlayStation is excited to announce the pre-orders are going live on June 29th in select markets for their first design collaboration with LeBron James and the first ever limited edition PlayStation accessory. Okay. Beginning June 29th, Mail, you can pre-order directly from PlayStation. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The LeBron James limited edition DualSense wireless controller. Okay. It will
Okay.
launch on July 27th in the US and additional countries, including the UK, France, Germany, Austria, Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Benelux. Pre-orders for the controller will be available in these countries starting this Thursday, June 29th, exclusively through direct.playstation.com. Additionally, fans in Canada can pre-order the controller through participating retailers starting this Thursday. The controller will be available for a suggested retail price of $79.99 while supplies last.
They don't play basketball in Canada.
Listen, bro, it's LeBron James. Everyone.
Yeah, he's an icon. I think they're going to sell 100,000 of these. Pre-orders are going to sell out quick.
You think so? It's a limited edition, so they're only making so many. How many?
It's going to sell out super quick.
They're making.
You're going to see them on eBay and Etsy and yeah.
Should I buy one for my PS5
for like $500?
I don't know.
You're not a sports ball guy.
I'm not a basketball guy. I'm more of a football guy.
But you can make it your Instagram picture or something, or your icon. I don't know. Yeah.
Does it come with the NFT?
I mean, that would be an NFT in a sense, right? Because it would be worth so much. I mean, no, but that's not digital, right? That's more of a physical. Yeah. It's like buying gold, man. It can be a collector's edition.
More news here. In other news, Sony news, Mail.
Okay.
Sony has said that the company will not provide Activision with PlayStation 6 information if Microsoft acquires them. Okay.
I'm taking my toys. I'm going home.
Okay, listen. Jim Ryan said, "We simply could not run the risk of a company that was owned by a direct competitor having access to that PlayStation 6 information."
He makes a good point.
It does. It makes sense.
Right? I mean, that does cause a problem. I do wonder how's that going to work? I mean, it's your direct competitor.
And like, usually these new consoles come out, right? And Call of Duty comes out with them. There's always like a feature with Call of Duty with these consoles, right? There's always like the PlayStation 5, the haptic feedback and the triggers and the Xbox, the loading times and whatever, right? Like they all have like these features and gimmicks, right? Like, yeah, what are you gonna do? Like, what if you have a badass new haptic controller or whatever, Mail, and then you send it off to PlayStation to develop for it, or you send it off to Activision to develop for it, and the next thing you know, Microsoft comes out and like, hey, we got this new controller, guys.
Yeah, check this out.
Check it out. Haptic feedback, next gen controller right here. and PlayStation's like, fuck, that looks like our controller with the
Right.
Xbox logo.
And what would they be able to do about it? You know what I mean?
It's like Xbox put their sticker over the PlayStation logo. Like they just put their sticker over it. You know, like the Xbox logo. Yeah. And then they put their Xbox sticker over the PS6. They're like, hey guys, check out our new console. Yeah. You know,
that is going to be an issue. Yep.
So I
think they're just going to end up like in a courtroom every time something like that goes on, you know?
I don't know how you would prevent Microsoft from stealing your tech.
Yeah, it's not like, I don't know, like you can't, what are you going to do? Send it to a third party company? I mean, Microsoft's just going to know about it, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah. That's for them to figure out, I guess.
In other news, Escape from Tarkov Studio is threatening to ban anyone who shares information gained from illegal data mining. That's right. Escape from Tarkov developer Battlestate Games is drawing a hard line in the sand against data mining. The studio said in an announcement today that it is going to start banning all accounts, Gunny, belonging to data miners and anyone who shares information they discover. Data mining is defined as extracting information from massive data sets. In other words, it is illegal infiltration of in-game code and databases in order to extract information that is intentionally hidden from their users. So,
I got a question, Jesus. Maybe you can break it down for me in layman's terms.
Yeah.
So this is probably like somebody who's, more knowledgeable on, like, are we just talking about like, where the loot is kind of thing? The best guns, is that what this is kind of getting at? Like within the game or the map or whatever? I don't know. Like I'm sure they're looking at all the files and maybe what's located
They're looking
where.
at the files, and then they can see, like, for example, they're not saying like they're not concerned about cheats, but data miners are revealing things that Battlestate would rather keep hidden, such as specific bosses spawning in certain locations and certain things, new quest ideas and like events happening, rewards that haven't been officially announced. The studio said that when people share this kind of information, that it reduces the wow effect and makes the game much more predictable.
Right.
And that it's also unfair to developers when future plans are spoiled by data miners and at the moment an update goes live. Instead, Battlestate said that Escape from Tarkov players should make use of official sources only, both to get hype for the upcoming features and changes and to find specific data about the game. It also promised to be more transparent about its plans in the future. So they will release enough information for the players to feel that they're staying up to date. So, to convince people about this, they warned that from this point forward, Gunny, they're going to get heavy with anyone even tangentially involved in data mining. This will result in all the in-game accounts involved in data mining and or sharing data originating from a data mine being banned, Mayo, and platforms getting involved receiving warnings and further actions taken afterwards.
Yeah, I'm just curious, like how, and I'm curious too, like let's say, Jesus, for example, I know they can get banned for the game, but whatever. Let's say my name is Lyric and I run a Twitch and YouTube channel and I'm sharing that information. I don't know, I guess if they got my, what account I'm using, I don't know. It just seems weird, but yeah, I mean, I get it too. You don't want to spoil it for people, but, and I assume they're doing it through social media type stuff, I don't know, but it's a good game. That game just keeps going, man. It's always hot on Twitch.
So yeah, Mayo, don't even share any information that you may see that's a leak from a data miner about Escape from Tarkov. Okay.
Okay.
Because they will ban your ass. They said. we're not taking your shit, Mayo. They're gonna fucking
Shadow
ban
ban.
you. You're fucking done. In other news, and more news here.
More news.
So, Xbox seriously considered. Okay. They considered, Mayo,
Okay.
acquiring Sega, Bungie, IO, and others to fill content gaps. So, an internal Xbox document submitted as evidence in the ongoing trial that shows the company's acquisition strategy as of May 2021. The document begins by recommending multiple acquisitions to fill perceived content gaps in mobile development, as well as franchises with strong communities and deep engagement, and casual, social, and cross-generational franchises. So, audience gap expansion. Thunderful. That was the company that they thought about acquiring. And they said that their assets would give them expertise in cross-gen mobile games. Supergiant Games is a developer of top indie titles, including Hades in 2020. They thought about buying Niantic, which is a very strong technology infrastructure, and they focus on XR and innovative mobile experiences. And let's see here, Playtex. They have a strong franchises and content breadths, world class in designing, making, and running successful games. And Zynga, they have a strong franchises and content, and they have a world class in design and making and running successful games. So the gap they were trying to fill with engagement and social interaction. One of the companies they considered buying was Bungie. And
Again?
they said owner of AAA franchises with an established ability to ship and scale their games. IO Interactive, which is the owner of AAA franchises with expertise in regional IP game launches, and a company called Scopely, which has very strong tech infrastructure to support non-owned IP, an opportunity to complement Xbox Game Pass's IP. So, in other news, some of the big studios that they were thinking about buying was Behavior Interactive, House Marquee, which was bought by Sony instead.
Yeah.
Remedy Entertainment, they're the guys who made
That would have been a good get right there. Remedy.
Control. Larian Studios, Rebellion Developments, and Paradox Interactive.
Paradox, yeah, they're a publisher. Yeah.
They
Make
also
games too.
thought about buying Sega in particular. Okay. So they even wrote an email. Phil Spencer did. And he said, quote, I'm writing to request strategy approval to approach Sega, Sammy, regarding a potential acquisition of their Sega gaming studios. For context, Bill and I have reviewed the business cases for acquiring Sega and are both supportive. We believe that Sega has built a well-balanced portfolio of games across segments with global geographic appeal and will help us accelerate the Xbox Game Pass both on and off the console. And then, yeah. So.
I remember when this came up, Jesus. I remember when that Sega thing came up. I don't remember the exact date, but I mean, it was kind of blowing up all over Twitter, Facebook, you name it. And I remember it took like another day for Microsoft to come back and go, nah, man, we're not doing that. Like, that's not something we're doing, you know? Right. But it was true. It was something they were looking into. So, yeah. They were trying to keep it on the hush hush.
So yeah, they were totally thinking about buying all these studios.
I'm sure a lot of companies, right? That I'd be surprised. Like I'm sure Sony's trying to buy other stuff that we don't know about, or we're gonna find out about more probably going into next week, and more internal.
And in other news,
not dirty laundry.
So, Ninja Theory, Mayo. Ninja Theory.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you think Microsoft paid for them when they bought them? They're the developers of Hellblade.
Yeah, so it probably wasn't a lot because they were kind of new. The Hellblade was popular. 800 million.
No, less than that.
I'm gonna say
Way less.
80 million.
You're kind of close, Gunny. They bought Ninja Theory for 117 million. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not much, right? In comparison to other larger publishers.
Yeah. They paid 117 million for Ninja Theory. That's pretty decent price. 800 million was generous, Mayo.
Yeah. Well, I was just trying to think like
Sega, okay, they said Sega was worth about 900 million. That's it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you think about how many IPs Sega owns.
Sega has and how big Sonic is.
Yeah, like the 900 million doesn't seem like a lot.
Not when you compare it to the acquisition deal.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But IO Interactive was one of the things that that they wanted to
Isn't that my Hitman?
to acquire. Yes, that's the Hitman developer. So one of the
They've been around
reasons
a long time.
one of the reasons was because of their secret project they were working on. They call it Project Dragon. This is apparently an RPG shooter, Mayo.
Okay.
And this apparently is now going to be a Microsoft exclusive. So they didn't buy the studio, but they were able to get them to agree to make it an Xbox and PC exclusive. And it is coming to Game Pass, they said.
Nice.
So, yeah, this is going to be a new RPG
Hell yeah, I'm
shooter
looking forward to that.
by the developers of Hitman. So, yeah. So there's that. So other things that the company said that they're gonna have coming. Something called Project 007, Hitman 3, Hitman 2. These are all games that they're gonna make. IO Interactive said. But they said Project Dragon is coming to the PC and Xbox Series X. Project 007, they have yet to announce what platform that will be for. But yeah.
Wasn't there? I thought there was the trailer for that Project 007. I don't know if it was a trailer or not for that. Is that like a Bond thing?
I would assume so, right?
Yeah. I think IO was working on that. Okay, yeah. I don't know if there was a trailer, but there was an announcement.
Yeah. So they had a thing, like a document that said like the reasons and the risk, that they had for buying IO Interactive. So they had all their games from Hitman, the original one, Hitman Codename 47, released in the year 2000. So after that, all the Hitmans were made by them. Then, but they said that the strategic rationale for buying them was they have a 20-plus year established AAA studio that can ship every 2 years. They own proprietary tech. They own the Glacier engine, which is the engine they use for like Hitman. And they said that would add value to Xbox Game Pass. They transformed themselves into a GAAS developer. Who the fuck knows what that means? And they're currently developing Project Dragon with Xbox Game Studios Publishing. And that they own Hitman and Freedom Fighters as IPs. The risk, they said, with buying IO Interactive was that Square Enix maintains a minority stake in the company. And repeated pattern of overextending the company's size and then downsizing to a smaller studio. So like they get really big and then they ship a game and then they fire everyone and become smaller. And then it says here the company has not been able to ship a successful new original IP since Hitman and has not been able to repeat its success through its other games such as Kanan Lynch and Mini Ninjas.
Mini Ninjas, I remember that.
And
Kenny Lynch, that was good on the old consoles. But hey, I mean, you do one thing good and you keep doing it. Don't stop. Right?
Keep making it, man.
That definitely shows through what they did with, they'll make 3 of them and then they'll say, here it is. You get 1, 2, and 3 all in one package. And then they make it like an a la carte thing, They do well with the DLC. I like it.
It says here that Microsoft also said that so they said that back in the day when they were looking at Bungie and looking to buy Bungie, that Bungie, of course, they made Destiny, Destiny 2, Destiny Forsaken, Destiny Shadowkeep, Destiny Beyond Light, but that they were also working on another project called Project Matter, and that's what Microsoft was interested in, which would be a new IP for Bungie. Now, it is, I don't know if that's what that new game being made by them is so that was the project name for that. But we know that they're coming out with the new IP, right? What was that a new thing called? Marathon?
Yeah, Marathon. Yep.
But that's not even a new IP. That's like an old IP that they're bringing back. That was the game before Halo.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Before that was even, yep.
Before Halo was popular, they had that game.
Combat Evolved, right? Or some shit, yeah. Like way back in. OG Xbox, right?
Yeah.
Because they were on PC, yeah, prior to that.
In other news, Alan Wake 2 developer are defending their digital-only release, Mayo. Okay? They're defending it. Some fans are disappointed that there will not be a physical release for Alan Wake 2, and the developer has now revealed the logic behind their decision. There has been some discord around the digital-only releases for games, AAA games, like Alan Wake 2. Some of the main concerns around digital-only releases are well established. So, the funny thing is that people are saying, hey, guys, the original Alan Wake was pulled from digital storefronts for over a year due to the music licensing issues. While it was eventually made available once everything was ironed out, the fact remains that nobody could buy Alan Wake for 17 months. Game collectors and preservationists are generally outspoken about the importance of physical releases. There's always a possibility that a digital storefront will be closed at some point, and physical releases are a way of ensuring that a game is available to play if this ever happens.
Now, in Kyle, the same... Sorry to do it real quick. Hearing that makes me think of, too, but you hear the same wording, like, about preservation with emulation. Like emulators are like, oh, we're preserving the games, bro. We have the digital copies. We're preserving it. So I can understand like having a physical copy that preserves it, but you also hear that's the case behind emulation is that's why they have it, because people are emulating these old games, putting them on. We've all seen them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what their motives are here, but I think if the game is, like they said, day one, right? I know that we've seen other games. I can't think of any right now. It could have been, I don't know, Super fucking Meat Boy or something comes to mind, but I don't think it was that game where they put a game out, right? That was an indie title or whatever. I remember there being an indie title, and people liked it so much that they were like, you know what? We're going to make disc versions of it. And then, so I think maybe they're going to, and then I think there will be a disc version. There will be. They will make one.
So,
but why they're not doing it now, I don't know. I don't know their.
Let me tell you why. Kyle Rowley, the game director for Alan Wake 2, defended this digital-only release of the game. In an interview with Eurogamer, he explained that taking the digital-only release route allows the team to make more time to polish the game, and explains that the game that goes on a physical release would need to be playable without a patch several weeks ahead of their launch. Well, that's when the game is called going gold, right? You hear that when the games are like, "Oh, we've gone gold," which means the gold master version of the game, the publisher deems complete and is ready to ship. By skipping out on that step and going with the digital-only release, Remedy says that they can essentially keep working on Alan Wake 2 until the very day it launches. So they can keep working on it, patching it, fixing it, till the very first day it's out.
Yeah, but couldn't they just relaunch it on disc and then have a patch ready?
Oh, so okay. So let me say it again, Jesus. I don't know. Okay, the real reason, right? Like I know what he said, but yeah, what's the real reason for it? I think we'll find out later on. After the game releases, like, yeah, like this is the real reason. Like, yeah, this is what they're saying now, but yeah, I think there will eventually be. But kind of weird because you want to put a physical disc out for your AAA title, right? To reach more audience, not alienate those people that want to go to these retailers for, or even order it to have it come to their home, right? Because they just believe in discs. And even though, I don't know, yeah, it's going to be a big day one patch or whatever it might be. But there's still going to be a patch, right? Even though if they announce this, right, there's still going to be a patch when you get it home, even though the game's already out. But it won't be a big one, but there'll be something. Right, because that's the way things are, right? They're constantly updating games. Yep. So I don't know. We'll find out after it releases.
Speaking of this, though, Bethesda turned around and said Starfield's physical Xbox release will include a disc, Mayo.
Okay. Oh, really? That's new. Right? You don't see it as often anymore.
Okay. Just a day after Bethesda said Starfield's physical release will not include a disc, a new post on the company's website a day later suggested otherwise, for the Xbox users at least. So, word that Starfield's physical editions would not include a disc first came via a tweet from Bethesda support over the weekend, which in answer to a customer query said, quote, "All physical editions include a code for the chosen platform. There are no physical discs." So, of course, people automatically right away started talking shit. And apparently they said, no. We are giving a disc to people that buy the game physical, but people that buy like that Ultimate Watch Edition thing, you're not getting a disc. You're getting a code. Listen. Okay, listen, Gunny. Calm down. Breathe, Gunny. Okay, breathe.
Yeah.
You're getting a code that's printed on like a thing that comes in the box.
A printed code in a box. That's all I get. I'm like, how can I hang that on my wall?
No, it's not. Okay, it's like a physical, I
can't. It won't fit inside my Series X, though, will it?
Listen. No, it won't. But
I can't put the code in there. Do I lick it first, then put it inside the slot?
No, but listen. This thing, okay, has a fucking thing. Okay, what's it called? It's like a little fucking badge thing. It's like a fucking thing it's like a
not fucking cardboard, is it?
It's not a cardboard. It's like a fucking toy thing that comes in the box with the game. Okay, and
but okay.
Okay, listen. Okay, listen.
I have received an edition like that. I forgot what it's coming
okay.
on.
So in the game, you're gonna have a thing called the credit stick, which carries your money. It's like a wallet. So when you buy the collector's edition mail, you're gonna get a credit stick in real life with the code laser etched into that stick. The code that you use to purchase the game on the console. You put that code into your Xbox and it'll redeem the game for you.
So don't hang it on the wall and show pictures and somebody redeems it.
Yeah,
you do.
Make sure you redeem it.
Redeem it first.
Post the photo, yeah.
Right.
Before you
look
post
what I got,
photo.
Guys.
Hey guys, check out this cool Starfield thing I got, and then all your shit's
go to redeem it, and it's already been redeemed. You're like,
yeah.
I guarantee you that's gonna happen. We're gonna hear a story.
Or you take it to GameStop and you trade it in after you redeem it. And people are like,
I guarantee you somebody's gonna say, "Oh, I posted a photo of my Starfield things and somebody redeemed my code." I guarantee you that's gonna
Oh, yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna say that's happened to them.
But how many times have I gone to buy like used games from GameStop back in the day, and it would come with like something like Mass
Yeah.
Effect or Bullet or I don't know, whatever these games, and there'd be like the little cardboard thing that nobody ever redeemed. I'd zip that thing off of there and be like, cool, I got free DLC or free online play.
Or you got free Xbox for 2 days or whatever. Free
Yeah, I remember
Xbox
that.
online.
Yeah,
Free
2 days
free
of free Xbox
PlayStation
Live.
online for a week or whatever.
Yeah.
That was the thing back in the 360, right? Like all the games that had like the it was, remember EA, like when you had it buy back in the day, you bought an EA game that you have to have that key to be able to play it online.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of these people didn't play online, so they would just buy the game, play the single player, and then return it. So people would go to GameStop and steal those inserts and
Yes.
fucking sell them. They were like, hey, you want to be able to play your game online? Just buy this code off of me. I'll sell it to you for $2.
I remember that. Yep.
So yeah. In other news, Gunny and Mayo. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube. Okay. You heard about those little guys.
YT. I like the YT.
You heard about Stadia. Okay. Well, apparently, okay, they're testing a new thing out called, let me tell you this, Mail, called Playables. Okay.
Okay.
Not
This is going to
edibles,
let people this will let people play games on their mobile devices or computers via YouTube. Games could be played on the YouTube website or app. It says here, so far Google does not have any immediate plans to launch this product, but they are testing it. Gaming has long been a focus at YouTube, Alex McQuiston, YouTube spokesperson, said. We're always experimenting with new features, but have nothing to announce right now. This report of this testing comes months after Google shut down its cloud gaming service Stadia, which launched in 2019. And according to Phil Harrison, Stadia Vice President and General Manager, said that the cloud gaming service didn't gain any traction with subscribers as the company expected. But he did say the technology that powered Stadia could be used in other parts of Google, such as YouTube, Google Play, and AR. So, could it be that they're going to have like some kind of YouTube gaming thing?
You know, they had a separate app for a while. I don't know how many years they had it, which was the YouTube gaming, right? Where you
could watch streamers.
Yeah, you could. Right, they were, like live stream. But I don't know. Nobody watched it, right? Nobody wanted to use the separate app to go watch.
Well, you know who else did that? Facebook did that because I had the app, and today I was looking at my apps.
I remember that,
and I saw this icon for it. I'm like, what is this app? And I launched it, and it said Facebook Gaming, and then it said, this app is no longer supported. If you want to watch streamers,
I always thought that was
go back to Facebook.
Thing. I always thought it was the dumbest thing ever because, okay, if I'm on you can be anybody on Facebook, right? A business, a gamer, whatever, right? Like, why wouldn't they just let you use the same app, right? Just maybe a different tab? I don't fucking know, but why like a whole new application?
Well, that's what they did.
Never made sense.
They went back to that because when I launched the app, it told me this app is no longer supported. If you wish to watch gaming content from our streamers, visit them on your Facebook app.
Okay, so they did, yeah, eventually. And then eventually they closed that down, right? They were like, all right, gaming's not good on Facebook.
Well, no, Facebook...
People still stream, right, but just not, like a supported thing.
Facebook gaming is still a thing, bro.
Yeah, but it's not as like big as like a Twitch or whatever, yeah.
But
what's the new one like? Is it like King or something like that? There's a new one. It's
Kick. I downloaded that on the iPad.
Kick, that's right.
I've been checking it out. It's not as intuitive as like Twitch, but
yeah, one of my friends went over to it, I don't know. I feel like Twitch is kind of dying off for me a little bit. Like it doesn't seem as popular as it used to be.
What was it called?
Kick, Kick. So I know a few people signed up. Like I think I saw a thing for who was it? I'm gonna get it out here. Let's see. Let's see what that streamer was. I wonder how much they got paid for that.
Wasn't it? Oh my gosh, XQC. Did he sign one?
Yeah, I think that's one of them, right? Let's see. Oh, here we go.
What is this
Amaranth
shit?
goes to Twitch. No, wait, gives Twitch the boot and let's see. Kick. She goes over to Kick. I don't know.
I want to say they paid.
Oh, they gave her $100 million deal. Holy
yeah,
shit!
somebody else got $100 million deal. I want to say it was XQC, but I'm not positive.
To go to Kick?
Yes, it was
Yeah,
XQC.
they said he'd be like make more than a lot.
He got
$100
million non-exclusive deal.
Yeah, they can still stream on other platforms still even.
What?
Yeah, it was. My son was telling me about this. I'm pretty sure it was XQC, but I could be wrong.
So I don't know, who is this Kick? I mean, they seem to they have money to burn.
Okay, Kick was founded on December 1st of last year. Its founders are not known, though Stake.com co-founders Bijan Tirani and Ed Craven are known to be among the most prominent figures in the operations of the site. But it says here that Trainwrecks TV was among the earliest major streaming personalities to attract attention on their platform. The American streamer who was banned from Twitch previously for gambling during his streams revealed to his audience in March 2023 that he made $16,000 with only 3,500 subscribers from the site within his first 10 days streaming on the platform. Trainwreck was also joined by Aiden Ross, who revealed on March 1st, 2023, that he signed a streaming deal with Kick for an undisclosed amount. Ross claimed that his deal at the time was the largest in streaming history, though denied that it was in excess of $150 million.
Damn.
In May 2023, Bruce Drop Him Off announced that he partnered with Kick, though the sum of the deal was undisclosed. And on June 16th of this month, XQC signed a 2-year deal, $70 million non-exclusive deal to join them, with incentives that could increase the value of the deal up to $100 million. This made the signing of XQC to Kick the largest streaming deal, surpassing Ninja's $50 million exclusivity deal with Microsoft's owned Mixer, and further surpassing LeBron James with the 2-year deal with the LA Lakers. So this dude got paid $70 million to go over to this Kick thing, non-exclusive also.
Right, yeah, he can stream anywhere.
Yeah, that's huge.
That is huge.
That's a sweet deal, right?
Remember, we thought,
you don't have to be here 24,
remember
all
we
your
thought
time.
we thought Ninja's $50 million deal was crazy. This dude could get up to $100 million with certain incentives.
I mean, he is a pretty big YouTuber, but he's like a general content creator, so he doesn't just like stream a lot of games.
Says here in January 2023, Alfa Romeo, their Formula One team, signed a multi-year title sponsorship with Kick, along with Stake.com. Kick's name and logo will replace stakes in countries where gambling and sports betting advertisements are not allowed. The revenue split on Kick is as follows. 95% goes to the streamers and 5% to the platform. It is among the most generous in any streaming platform. Kick's split is often compared to Twitch's former 50-50 split between creators and the platform, and less frequently with YouTube taking 30% cut from live streamers. Kick's popularity and its revenue split was credited by Forbes for pushing Twitch to introduce a 70-30 revenue split for some creators. It says here, Kick has even proposed paying all of their streamers an hourly wage if they meet a certain condition. So, if this proposal is enacted, it would be the world's first streaming service to pay all of their content creators an hourly wage. That is crazy.
Yeah.
So, let me tell you the conditions, Gunny. I know Gunny. Okay, Gunny, I'm going to quit my job tomorrow.
Makes
I'm
so
going
much per
to,
hour.
Okay, listen.
You're gonna stream.
Conditions include the following. The streamer streaming on Kick must be active for a minimum of 4 hours a day per day out of 30 days in a month. So you must stream 40 hours with 1 day off a month, or you must stream 4 hours a day with 1 day off in the month. So every day you must stream a minimum of 4 hours. Okay? The streamer must stay awake. Okay, Gunny, you can't be getting paid per hour.
You
You're
can't
fucking
sleep while
working
you're
here.
playing.
Yeah,
Just take
okay.
a nap.
You can't just stream yourself sleeping. That's not how this works, Gunny. We're paying you to be here, Gunny.
What if I'm in my Speedos? Just my Speedos.
Yeah, you could do it. Yeah. But 4 hours a day, Gunny.
But I gotta be awake. Okay.
Every day at least 30 days a month. If there's 31 days of the month, you get a day off.
But I mean, we say awake. I mean, if I was just in a Speedo and I got slobber coming out.
No, listen.
Would I be sleepy? I guess if my eyes are closed.
No, listen, Gunny, I'm going to tell you the rules. You must be awake and interacting with your chat.
Okay.
You must say something to the chat room. The streamer the requirement is you must, Mayo, have a webcam on your face at all times during the 4 hours. And if you do this, Mayo, guess how much you'll get paid per hour. Guess. I want you guys to guess.
I'm going to say $50 an hour. 50, just throwing it out there.
That's too much, Gunny. Way too much.
30.
How much you think, Mayo?
Now is this like a non-split kind of thing? Like you just get this amount, right?
Like the hourly thing, right?
Hourly wage, bro. Look, the split is like tips and like, like people saying like, "Oh, I love you. Here's $100." They keep $5. They keep $5, and you get $95 of that.
Mm-hmm.
But how much do you think they're going to pay, or they plan to pay all of their streamers that stream a minimum 4 hours a day for 30 days in a month? How much do you think they're going to plan to pay them per hour?
$10 an hour.
No. It's actually a pretty good deal. So you will be getting paid $16 an hour.
Not bad.
That's actually pretty good, dude. If you consider
I was thinking there'll be a little less than like what you would make it like McDonald's, right? Like or something.
But it's
like
actually like more than what people make at McDonald's.
So you can technically go work whatever schedule you want, make more per hour.
Yeah.
And you're playing video games.
And you're working from home. You're not traveling. You're not leaving your house. You don't have to like. If you didn't own a car, you'd save on gas. If you didn't own a car, you could like still work from home.
Yep.
Like,
bro, let me tell you, if I ever get fired, you're gonna see me on Kick streaming 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna be talking to Gunny. You better be in my chat room talking to me because I'm gonna interact with you. And then I'm gonna meet my criteria, and I'm gonna get paid $16 an hour while I collect unemployment on the side.
What is that a month? What if you did 4 hours a day for 30 days?
Okay, let me tell you this.
Let's do this math.
Well, but then that's if you're an hourly employee. But then remember, taxes in your state. Taxes, right?
Okay,
how much do you say per hour? 16?
16 an hour, 4 hours a day, 30 days a month equals to 1,000.
I'm a boring guy. I'm not going to get many tips.
Listen, Gunny, $1,920 a month. That's just 4 hours a day.
Let's just say $4,000 a month, or $2,000 a month.
It's a good little hobby.
Hours. Listen, Gunny. Okay, let me tell you. You're doing it.
So if you did 8 hours a day, you're almost at $4,000 a month, right? Like 3,800 or something like that.
That's enough to pay rent in California.
18 hours a day or 8 hours a day, right? Say you put 8 hours a day, Gunny. You do it for 30 days. you're gonna make $3,840 a month at 8 hours a day.
Yeah, that's rent
pretty
a car
good.
payment here. Yeah,
That's pretty good, dude.
Now, granted, you don't have health care or anything like that,
Granted,
but if it was a side job, I mean,
then you probably have to still put money aside to like pay taxes, right? For like being a
right.
yeah. Like you might be considered
like
an independent contractor.
Yeah.
But still, if you want to do, say, what, $1,500 a month, you could put back for covering stuff, you'd still be making $2,500.
This is an easy. I'm gonna do this as a side job. That's a lot of work. 4 hours.
Jesus, do you have 4 more hours a day?
I know, right? I don't have.
We have a hard time already getting together.
Yeah, right. Every day or whatever,
Sorry, guys,
except Sundays or something.
Listen, not if I stream the podcast on Kick.
That's true.
And then I stream it, and then we're just there, and then
how about
that would be your fifth day.
all together stream? Maybe we can each get paid and then stream it together.
That would be your 6th day right there, Jesus. The podcast.
We all work on Kick. Hey guys,
we all get together and stream just every day together, the 3 of us, and then do content every day for a month.
That is nuts, dude. That's actually like not a Nipron. Okay, this is a job for Nipron. He's a streamer. Nipron, fuck Twitch. Listen, bro, fuck Twitch. Get all your listeners to go sign up, or all your viewers to go sign up for Kick. Migrate them over. Sign an exclusive deal for $40 million or something. Okay, go on over to fucking Kick and get paid to do this. 4 hours a day for most streamers is like nothing.
Yeah, Nipron, you can do 4 hours of games and 4 hours of music. Just play your guitar for 4 hours.
I just pulled it up right now, Jesus. Right? Just looked it up on my phone. Right now, XQC, the guy we're talking about, is live playing Rocket League. Guess how many viewers he has right now?
2,000.
8,000 people. 8,000.
Not even close.
40,000.
43,400 people watching on Kick.
So there's a lot of people on Kick then.
There's another one. There's the other person he's chatting with 8,000 viewers. There's another one with 2,000 viewers. Here's another Air Cool guy who has 5,000 viewers. So yeah, I mean, there's even a casinos and slots channel. Jesus.
Nice.
I went to the casino the last weekend here for my early birthday.
They have ASMR. I want some ASMR, honeys.
There is the just chatting. There's a Rocket League, and then there's game channels. So he's kind of looking at it. There is still pools and hot tubs, Gunny.
Okay, yeah, I'm in.
It's called Pool, Hot Tubs, and Bikinis is how they title theirs.
Yeah. It's already my favorites. But
there's already a music. There is groups. Let's see, we got games, IRL, we got music, we got gambling, and creative, alternative. So yeah.
Arts and create. Yeah, that's in creativity, right? Yep.
So right now, Twitch has 2,024,000 viewers on it, with 101,000 channels live, and 118,000 games being streamed, with a total of 16,189,000 total streamers. Kick has a total of 317,000 streamers. Their games being streamed is 4,141. They have 6,186 channels being streamed right now, with a current live viewer count of little over, almost halfway. So 209,497 viewers.
And 440,000 of those are watching XQC.
So think about this. If you get on Kick right now and you become like current and like stay on it, you could possibly like capture a huge audience there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
What's Rumble? Rumble's a new one too. What the fuck is Rumble?
Isn't that a news site? I think.
Rumble.
Politics news.
They have a video streaming service as well.
Yeah, I've
That's
always
like-
seen people on Twitter like put it on Rumble, and I'm like, yeah. I tried to sign up for an account, but yeah, like it didn't work or something.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah. Anyways, it's Rumble is a far right and American right fucking streaming site.
I don't need it anyway. Sounds
Alex
like.
Jones is on there.
Oh gosh, that guy. Jeez.
Infowars is on there.
I don't like the conspiracy theory, man. Not that stuff, but
Andrew Tate was on there. So okay. That doesn't, I mean, I'm looking at the stats. That's like nothing compared. Like even like Rumble overall only has 36,000 people viewing and only has 56 channels live with a total of 2,400 streamers.
But is it just politics or they have video games on there?
You could stream anything.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, peak online for Kick, peak viewer count was 458,000. Twitch's peak was 6,600,000. Trovo is even doing worse than Kick. What the fuck is Trovo? Anyways, there's a thing called Trovo. They got 13,000 viewers. Something called Big O Live has 17,000 viewers. Nimo TV, I don't know what the fuck this is. But Nimo TV has 67,000 viewers. So yeah, I mean, if you are interested in this, check it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of new, right? When did you say it started? This time?
It says December 1st of last year. So you can
So
get in
6
on it
months in.
now, Nipron, and you'll be fine, bro. You know, at minimum, okay, listen, the cool thing about it is, even if you have nobody fucking watching whatever, right? Even if you have like one person watching and chatting with you, at minimum, you can make $16 an hour, apparently. So there's that. $16 an hour is like not nothing, you know what I mean?
Right, it's something.
I see signs driving down the road that say like fucking Taco Bell hiring at $16 an hour. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So like why not? Start fucking streaming.
I mean, let's face it, if you were between jobs, say
Yeah.
you went into work tomorrow, got fired because you like made all the ice wrong, right?
Yeah.
You know, you made all the ice in little inappropriate forms or something, we'll call it, you know. And then you get fired. You could always go home and you could stream for a little while, make some money to supplement until you get by.
That's crazy though. That's pretty good. But yeah, this says that they haven't implemented this yet. But that's the rumor that they want to, and that was the rate that they plan to do it. So there's that. But even if it's less than that, say it's even like $10 an hour, that's still something. You know what I mean? Like that's the cool thing about it. I think that, you know, some states, Mayo, minimum wage in some states is really low.
Yeah,
Like-
well, I don't think it's that high in Ohio.
Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you the state minimum wages. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. Can't remember what I want to say. Ohio is like 12 or 10. I don't even know. I want to say
Okay.
12. I'm gonna say 12.
Okay, listen. 5 states don't even have a state minimum wage, Mayo. Let me tell you the following states. So if you live in Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Tennessee, they don't even have a minimum wage for their state. So they are at the federal minimum wage. The federal, Mayo.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that minimum wage is?
No.
$7.25. So if you're making minimum wage in Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, or Tennessee, you're making $7.25 an hour. Okay. I gotta fucking see. I gotta look this up real quick. Wyoming. Wyoming's minimum wage. Okay. Guess how much Wyoming's minimum wage is, Mayo?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's lower than the federal minimum wage.
$5 an hour.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
The minimum wage in Wyoming is $5.15 an hour. Okay. Wow.
Wow.
Oh my god.
It
that
doesn't
is
seem like
so-
little old Ohio anymore because I'm pretty sure Ohio is like at least 10.
And in Georgia, the minimum wage is now $7.25. Oh my god. That is like $5.15 an hour. What? Like
I would assume the cost of living out there is really low then.
Like it has to be what? You're paying $100 for a fucking rent? Like like $5 an hour, Mayo?
Mm-hmm. So it's like
I
200 a week.
spend $5 like on the dumbest shit every like all the time. That is nuts to me, dude. That is like unbelievable. Like how Mayo?
I don't know.
How? Yeah. It says here that in Wyoming, employers subject to the Fair Labor and Standards Act, who even knows what that means, but like the employers that are required to follow that act or that law, they must pay the federal minimum wage. Okay, so they're forced to pay that extra $2. Okay, so
Dang it.
they have to pay the $7.25. The goddamn feds making us pay them $7.25. These sons of bitches are worth $5.15 an hour. Not no fucking Jesus, dude. So Oregon's minimum wage I know is like 13 something. I think it's 13.50 right now. And then beginning fucking next month the minimum wage will increase. I think it's going to go up to
Now,
like 14 an hour or something
do you
like
guys
that.
have a different minimum wage if you make tips?
No.
Okay, so we do have that in Ohio. So if you work a job like say like a waitress or something like that where you get like cash tips, you have a different minimum wage compared to
What?
yeah. Let me pull it
Oh
up.
yeah, I'm looking at it right here. Tip minimum wage. I can see it. Ohio's tip minimum wage is 5 minimum wage. If you're a tipper in Ohio, male, the minimum wage is $5.05.
Right. So you get guaranteed $5 an hour, then you make whatever you make in tips. So like my daughter is I think okay, so like getting into her numbers. So she is 16. She works in a pizza place, right, Jesus?
Uh-huh.
She takes orders over the phone. She kind of helps at the bar. She does obviously she can't serve alcohol, but she helps at the bar, takes orders and stuff like that. She gets tips. She does a little bit of waitressing. She makes $14 an hour plus tips.
So she's making the good money.
Yeah, so she's making really good money, and she can actually like we'll have nights where she'll bring in an extra $50 to $100 in tips a night.
There you go. So she's actually getting paid like almost triple what people that are doing her job would get paid there.
Yeah, and so that 505, is literally like, okay, if you're making tips, this is what you're gonna get minimum. But if you're good at your job or you get tips, and most people here tip, especially like in the restaurant business, you're gonna tip your waitress, and that's all. Everything you think of every person that comes in there and gives you a tip that you take care of in your 8-hour shift. Say they leave you $5 tip. And you know how many people you're gonna take care of that night. You can make good money if you're in a busier place.
So in Oregon, there's none that doesn't exist. So everyone just gets paid the minimum $13.50.
So you would make $13.50 plus tips, though, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
But like the lowest here for tippers, wow, this is crazy, dude. Is $2.13.
Oh, so there is a minimum with people who get tipped.
The federal government has a minimum. So the federal government set a rate for the minimum wage rate for people that have tips. Must be a minimum of $2.13. So a lot of states follow that law. Obviously, a lot of states actually have the tip thing. There's only a few states that don't have like a tip non-minimum wage, which is like Minnesota doesn't have it. Their minimum wage is $10.59. Nevada doesn't have it. Their minimum wage is $11.25. Oregon doesn't have it. It's $13.50. And Washington State doesn't have it either. Their minimum wage is the highest in the country. The minimum wage in Washington is $15.74. In California, it's number 2. Their minimum wage in California is $15.50. Oregon is number 3 at $13.50. So the West Coast is leading the way, man. Giving our minimum wage people a living wage. You assholes in Ohio are paying your fucking tip workers $5.05. Okay.
You rule on the West Coast.
Yeah, Mayo. If I went over there and worked at the same pizza place your daughter's working at, I'd be making $5.05. Okay.
No, you'd be paying. Well, you'd have that option. The worst case scenario. But you got the competition things, So you got restaurant A and restaurant B, right? Yeah. Restaurant A is paying $5 an hour.
Yeah.
And restaurant B is paying $15 an hour.
Yeah.
You choose to go there, right? It's competitive in that aspect of okay, you choose where you work. You don't have to go to the $5 an hour place, But maybe that $5 an hour place has triple the amount of business, and so you can potentially make way more in tips.
Yeah. I deliver to bars, restaurants every day.
Or maybe that place that pays
slow, some are super busy.
Yeah, say maybe that place that pays $15 an hour only has 10 customers a day. And
Gunny, in California, there is no minimum wage for tippers, like for people that get tips.
We're talking about like in Ohio, like there's a minimum wage. If you have a job where you get tips, they only have to pay so much per hour, and then you tip money. But if you have like a job where you don't get tips, then it's like a set minimum wage, like $10.
In like most states, Gunny, guess how much the minimum wage is for people that get tips? Guess.
Like in where? In Ohio?
In most states.
In all most states. I just assumed they were all the same. I didn't know.
No, they're not all the same. Only Oregon, Nevada, California, and Washington are the states that don't have like a different minimum wage. The minimum wage is the same across. Alaska as well. Like the minimum wage is the same across everything.
So I know that like when I look at that list, it's on every door that we have, right, Jesus? That, the door at work with the sign, the poster. Like I don't look at those anymore, but it's anyway. So I always look at that federal minimum wage and it's always so low, but I'm going to guess $7.50.
Nope. $2.13.
Wow.
Can you imagine working like in Texas at like some fucking restaurant and you're making $2 an hour and you get like no tips that day?
That'd be a rough day.
And then like you get your paycheck 3 weeks later, you get no tips, and like
This
Oh
is
my
why they are
gosh.
extra nice in the South, Jesus. When
so
you go to a
like,
It has to
restaurant,
be.
they are really nice
now we get it.
because
It's
they
not a
need a tip.
thing. They
Yeah.
need the tip.
You
So
have a
whenever you're
blessed day.
traveling,
Enjoy your pie.
Gunny, whenever you travel to the South and you go to a restaurant, make sure you
Tip
tip and-
good. that person's earning it.
okay, that person's fucking making $2 an hour to serve you
Damn.
for that hour.
Yeah. Well, everybody wants tips nowadays. And I gotta say, like me and the wife, we're pretty generous tippers. It's always 15 or 20%.
Yeah.
If it's shitty service or
But
whatever,
in
you get
Oregon,
10.
what I hate, okay, like there's
5.
no in Oregon, people make $13.50 an hour minimum wage. And like if all you're doing, okay, say I pull up to like, I don't know, a coffee shop, like whatever, like say Dutch Bros, right? Like a coffee place. I pull up, I drive up, and you ask me, what do you want? And I tell you, I want whatever coffee. I don't tip those people.
Yeah, I'm like you, Jesus.
Say
I'm
what
like
you
on
will,
that.
but like all you literally did was take my order at this window,
Right, and you just pick it up the
Yeah.
window and go.
and you want to
Right.
flip this tablet over to me and give me an option to tip you, and I don't. Like I like yesterday I went out, and we go buy coffee, and the guy was like, your total will be like $12 or whatever. And I'm about to pay, and the guy's like, you want to leave a tip? I was like, no, thanks. And he looked kind of pissed off at me. He was like,
Right, they kind of guilt you into it nowadays, right?
like
It's like
you
always on the
fucking-
app. It's like you're gonna tip,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's all
I
pre-built.
like that when they're staring at you when it's right there. Yeah. When they're staring at you going, you
like
got to
you
put in the
cheap
tip amount.
fuck.
Yeah.
But like I when I say no tip, like they get kind of mad at me, and I'm like, bro, all you did was take my order right now. Like you're not even making the coffee. You're just putting it
If
in.
it was just drive through, to me, it's different. Like if somebody's like actually waiting on me, like if I go to a restaurant and it's a sit down restaurant,
Yeah.
and I'm there for a half hour, and they're coming filling my drink up, or they're they took my order and they seat us and all that kind of stuff.
Asking you how
That's
your food
different.
is.
Right. You're going to
Yeah,
Applebee's. You're going to
not okay. I'm going through
BJ's.
McDonald's and I give my order through the talking window and I go up to pay. They're like, "Hey, do you want to pay a tip?" I'm like, "No."
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like I don't understand that, but that's insane to me that like some
I
people
think
get
what
mad.
it is, I think you guys are misunderstanding it. You guys and my wife. I really think this is my opinion. This is what I think it really is that remember when, when we had COVID and the health crisis and things were kind of got weird with the workforce, right? Whether it be in restaurants and fast food and all these different places where we just can't find anybody at COVID, right? And then, but I think what it is, a lot of these employers and bigger companies, even smaller ones, right? We see it now, like Mayo said, right? Geez, you said it, like fucking you come up, they're like, all they did was take the order. They didn't even move 1 inch, and they still want tips. But I think it's a lot of the employers, a lot of these owners of the businesses that when they hire these people, right? When they're looking to hire staff, right? They always tell them like, we, 30% or whatever, like tips. We go up to 30%. Like that's our what do they call that? The standard. That's the standard, 30%. That's a lot of money, right? But look how much money you can make with your standard 30 or 20, right? These people have options, and where before, like a lot of these companies never asked for tips, right? No fast food, it wasn't allowed, right? It was not allowed at all. We never saw it at like a lot of those like deli places where you walk up, and I still don't give those people tips. I'm sorry, but when I walk up and if I have to do everything and get my own food and drinks and everything, why should I give you a tip? But that's what I think, Jesus. I really do. I think that's the whole reasoning behind it. It's not so much the people that work there, right? So, but don't expect a tip from me, right? Like if you just fucking stood there and took the order, I'm not giving you extra money unless you went out of your way somehow. But I'm doing all the work, so.
Yeah,
So
I think it's
in
a growing
Oregon-
trend. Like everywhere I go anymore, it's always like there's a tip included, and unless you hit no tip, like it's
Yep,
automatically set to like 20%.
Yes.
It's not even the traditional 10% anymore or whatever.
No.
It's set
Or-
at 20, and it's already pre-done. They're like it's just right in the bill. Like people just hit enter and go.
So in Oregon, the minimum wage is actually going to go up beginning July 1st of this year. So across in Portland, if you live in like Portland metro area, you will be making a minimum of $15.45. If you live on a standard county, which is where I live, kind of like outside of Portland, but not really in Portland, you'll be making $14.20 an hour minimum. And non-urban, which is like Eastern Oregon, like farmland kind of, their minimum wage is going up to $13.20 beginning July 1st. So, I mean, I think $15.45 is pretty fucking good minimum wage if you're living in Portland. I mean, it's probably not enough to live in Portland at all, but it's
Right, but then
decent.
that's such always a weird thing to me because without getting too political, 'cause then you think, okay, everybody makes $15.45. So what happens? McDonald's raise their prices because they have to pay their employees $15.45. Then just your general cost of living is going to go up again, and then you're going to be right back to where you were at.
Yep.
Right.
And it just keeps happening. But
I remember
every state
when they
does
passed
it.
they passed this raise hike, because I mean, at the time when they passed it, minimum wage was like, I think $11 an hour when they passed this, and they went up to like they said by the year 2025 it had to be over 15 in Portland, and I guess 15.45 is what they agreed on. But like even where I live, 14.20 an hour, dude, that's not terrible. You know what I mean? Like
Right, and then you think too, like why I look at it, Jesus, like where I'm at, say the same thing. Like our minimum wage keeps going up, right? So then that just makes the value of my skilled job I picked up less because we're not getting that pay raise right away either. Like I said, the cost of living around here is going up because everybody's making more money. They're not just pocketing that money; it's going back into business somehow. Like whether it's just a cost of materials going up, not materials, but manufacturing is going up. It's a factory and everybody makes. They have 100 employees and they have to pay them $2 an hour more. Their cost is going to go up, and that cost is
it's always going to get passed along to the consumer.
Right? Yeah, it's not going to be. So, but like it just devalues our job as what we're making right now, Jesus. With our labor that we do, and if they don't give us a cost of living raise, then
that's true, right? Because we're all three of us do the same thing in a sense, right? Where we're all
making
unionized, kind of organized. Yeah,
you're closer to a minimum wage job, even though you've been there for a while and you developed a skilled trade. Well, you could just quit and go somewhere else and start over at minimum wage and not have to worry as much. So it. You're not getting too deep in all that, but that's kind of just like my thought on it. It's just like continually
in California, dental offices beginning August 13th of this year, if you work in any medical setting, whether it's taking care of elderly people in a dental office or whatever, the minimum wage must be at $25 an hour.
Really?
Well, that probably had something to do with COVID and stuff like that at the time as well.
If you're just an employee at a medical office, you don't even have to be the fucking doctor.
So what if I'm just answering phones and working on the computer?
You will be making $25 an hour.
Hell minimum. Yeah, that's a good deal.
And it says here that that was approved by the LA City Council and the mayor. But people are pissed off because they're like, why the fuck only the medical people get this fucking raise? 25 an hour is pretty good, dude.
Because they're dealing with sick people, so they were probably like, you're getting exposed to corona and all that more often.
Right. Remember, guys, when we were getting that extra pay for working through COVID?
I remember.
That didn't last long. How long did that last? 3 months?
Like nothing.
It was like 3 or 4 months. Yeah.
We
were like, what happened to that money?
The minimum wages are so low in some areas, man. Like some parts of the country, it's like insane to me that like Wyoming's minimum wage is $5.
But if we go there, Jesus, like the cost of living is probably so much less. Like the cost of a house is probably so much less. Cost of rent is probably way less.
I don't know. Let me look up cost of living in Wyoming. Cost of living in Wyoming says here that average cost of living is $47,832 a year per person.
I think it's Jackson Hole or whatever. Is that Wyoming? Yeah, where it's growing big time.
It says here for housing, you would need to make about $7,900 a year to cover that. So the median studio rent in Wyoming to rent a studio is $662. That's pretty cheap.
Yeah, it is.
The median 1-bedroom apartment rent is $679. 2-bedroom is $843. A 3-bedroom is $1,000. You could rent. Okay, listen here, guys. A 5-bedroom house or more for $1,600 in Wyoming.
Yeah,
That's cheap,
that's what I
dude.
pay for a 2-bedroom apartment here.
That's it. That's exactly the same here. That's what I pay. Well, I have a 3-bedroom, but still, that's like insane.
Yeah,
So
1 bedroom here is like 1,800. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess that's why it's that.
Apartment.
Like, yeah. They say if you have a childcare, the average cost, like the highest cost for childcare in Wyoming would be an infant at $1,200 a month.
Now, see, Jesus, if you want to feel special, when you go on vacation, you go to like Wyoming because the cost of all everything's gonna be up there so cheap. You're gonna feel rich. But can you imagine being from Wyoming and going to California to visit?
Yeah. Right.
You feel like it's a month's worth of rent just to get a hotel for a night.
Damn.
Oh my god, yeah, it's crazy to me that wow. Yeah. So there's that, guys. I mean, if you want to look for a low cost place to live, move to Wyoming. It says here the lowest cost in the southeast is a place called Great Falls, Montana. Never heard of it? There's probably a reason.
The locals, don't you move here.
You know what doesn't change no matter what state you're in?
What?
Video game prices.
Yeah. Electronics do not change.
Yeah.
Yep. Go anywhere in the world, they're all the same price.
If you're from Wyoming and you're a gamer, you're paying the same amount we are. But
yeah, sucks, guys. Anyways, back to video games. There's no more video game news. All of this is about this ABK bullshit. Like, I don't really care about this Activision Blizzard fucking shit. I'm tired.
I'm kind of tired of hearing about it. It's just like,
who cares?
You
know what? I hope it doesn't go through so people get mad.
Yeah, we can move on, right? I mean, that's the thing, right?
I hope it doesn't go through, because then if it goes through, you know what's going to happen? More shit talking, more bullshit. People are going, ha ha ha, PlayStation, Xbox owns Call of Duty now.
And how many people are going to quit playing Call of Duty because it's going to Xbox?
Yeah, we're going to see people like, we're going to Battlefield.
Problems. It's already got enough problems with Nick Merckx right now with that whole scenario.
Yeah, like
I can't remember. Like they said, the rate right now is really low. Like they dropped off by like a significant amount here recently. They're playing Call of Duty right now because of all this.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but I just seen a thing on it the other day. It was an article that said it was a huge drop. I want to see like a 50% drop in player count right now.
So, I'll tell you right now. So, the highest this year, let's look up the year. The highest in the year was 1,560,000 players. And right now, currently, they're at 772,000 players playing.
What was it like 3 months ago? Does it show like 3 months ago, like comparison to this month since the Nick Merckx stuff?
So 3 months ago, what would be March, April?
Yeah, something like that. We can go April.
March.
Go to April. So April 16th, they had 845,000 players. Currently, it says here like right under 700,000. So 774,000 today.
Yeah, so not a huge loss. Like what, 100,000?
100,000, yeah.
The streamer count did go down.
People have goldfish brains, right? So we'll be back.
Yeah, they'll
800, 900,000. Yep.
People have goldfish brains, bro. You can talk about some crazy shit and then like to forget about it 10 minutes later.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. I bought the game. I'm playing it. Yeah. Even though I was boycotting it. Yeah.
Anyways, remember last week I brought up the submarine that was stuck?
Yes.
By the Titanic. Well, it turns out those people are dead.
This is yes.
Yeah.
Rushed.
Yeah, by the water. The water.
What? I did see an article today about Mr. Beast said he got an offer. It's funny, like I'm seeing all these things now, like Elon Musk got an offer to go on it. Like maybe not that trip, but Mr. Beast claims that he got an offer.
Didn't they say like this was like the third or fourth trip down on that same sub?
Yeah, it wasn't like a lot of trips.
Yeah. The CEO went down on this trip, right? I mean, the actual owner of the company.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is wow. Yeah.
And of course,
So I wonder, like the one thing I kept wondering, and I think I even, I don't know who the fuck I was talking to. Maybe like in our Discord or a messenger chat or whatever. I was like, what the hell? Like, how does this happen? Like, did they, go down too fast? Or because I knew they've been down there before. Because somebody said they went below the Titanic. Like, how do you go below it if it's sitting on the ground floor?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
But I guess any catastrophic fail could have happened from a microfracture, or that glass part was cracked, or like there's just a fail in
it
the.
Could have been, being like somebody at my work said, or somebody I was talking to was saying like, this is the third time down there or fourth time down there. Like each time it loses a little bit of strength.
Yes. Yep.
So like maybe just they push it too many times. Maybe they should have rebuilt that thing after 2 times or
you
built
ever
a new
watch
one.
movies, right? When they're in a submarine, just got those creaking.
And the rivets start popping out or whatever.
Yeah, you're like, you just hear that crunch, that creaky sound the whole time. And you're like, and they keep looking around with their eyeballs. It's like, yeah, could this be it? Right.
I just think it's nuts that the CEO, at some point when he was asked about the safety on it, said that he believes safety is a waste. That because somebody asked him like, do you think this should be approved by like governments? He's like, oh, no, I don't think so. Safety is a waste.
Yeah, he's like, that would take too much time.
He's like, he said, if you just want to be safe, don't get out of bed.
What an inventor. Hey, he went out the way he wanted to.
I guess, yeah, I mean.
But I feel bad for that 17-year-old boy, right? Because I've got a 17-year-old kid. Even though his dad paid $250,000 each for him and kid.
Yeah.
And they knew the risk, right? They filled out all the paperwork and they had all their insurance.
I've looked up YouTube videos. I've looked up YouTube videos of this shit, and there was a guy who I think he worked for the BBC or some shit, and he went on that boat and he saw the submarine and he was like, can I see the waiver? And they showed him the waiver to like get on that fucking thing, to like board it and go down on it. And like in the first page it mentioned death like 3 times or something, he said. He was like, it mentions death quite a bit in this first page. And they're like, oh, yeah, we're just covering our bases. Don't worry about it. It's just
it's like a 20, part of the 30 contract. Page novel. Yeah.
Yeah, this is part of the contract, Gunny. Just sign the name. Sign at the bottom, bro. No one even reads these terms and conditions.
Yeah, don't read that.
Because I don't think they even get a refund, right? If they die. Nope.
Like nothing, like literally, like I mean, if you're dead, you're dead. Like
yeah. You're not getting too much of a refund there, Gunny.
No refund.
And and even like I was reading something about like one of their engineers that used to work for them. He apparently got hired by them in like 2019 or something. And he said he worked for them for like a while. He used to volunteer for them and then he actually got hired by them. He said that he brought up like safety concerns because he said this thing technically works, but like it's not rated for like how deep we're taking it. Like not a lot of shit can go that deep, guys.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure down there.
Why the fuck are we sending this down there? And apparently he brought up like the concerns and they fired his ass. So he sued him. He sued OceanGate for like wrongful termination. And I don't know what happened to that, but during that lawsuit, he said, you guys fired me because I brought up safety concerns. I told you guys that this is not safe and you guys fired me. And they were like, no, we fired you because of something else. Yeah. And he was like, okay, really? But he even said like in an interview recently that like, yeah, he's like
disgruntled worker. Yep.
He's like, yeah, that fucking glass they had on that thing was nowhere like near the depth, like the thickness that it was supposed to be to go as deep as it was going. Like that glass alone could break like at a quarter of the depth that thing was going. And plus, like the ship, it's like made like in like I don't know, like a bunch of fucking engineers just got together and made this shit, like a prototype. Like they're that thing wasn't even.
A lot of it was carbon fiber.
Yeah, like this thing wasn't even like really meant to go that deep, guys. Yeah,
I just find it interesting. I mean, not to dig too much in this, but like the Titanic in general, right? They talk about how much pressure it is down there for like a sub or something like that. How dangerous it is to go down there, right? Because it's such a high pressure. this Titanic has been down there for a really long time, right? So why hasn't this thing just completely crushed or just eventually just sinking? I know it's sinking in, but you'd think it would just crush so much. And like, it's salt water, right?
Yeah.
It's a steel ship in salt water. Wouldn't that just like rust and just start to just decay over time?
Sure
And
it's all rusted right now.
But if it's been there so long with that much pressure and then rusted metal, you think it would just eventually just collapse everything? Like it just.
Well, I know what you're saying, Mayo, but I think I wouldn't know how to explain it scientifically, right? Because if we were fish, right, we didn't breathe air, we'd probably be fine down there. But since we need air and oxygen, in our bodies, right?
Yeah, I just remember like it's supposed to be like really high pressure down there, like super high.
Yeah,
amount of pressure that low.
I forgot
so it's
the
like
numbers on it, but it's astronomical. Yeah,
you're talking about metal that's been under the sea, salt water for 100 years. You think that stuff would be just pretty much rusted to nothing, and then the pressure would just finish it off. But I don't know.
Well, okay, I got a reason for you, Mayo, why it's not crushed. Okay. They're saying though, like while yes, the Titanic is made of like shit that can crush. The thing about the Titanic is as it was sinking, it was filling up with water, like all the air holes in it.
Right, so there's no pressure. There's not that difference with water.
Right.
But wouldn't it just like eventually though deteriorate enough?
Eventually, right? Eventually,
they said it was the same amount of pressure inside as outside, so it wouldn't try to crush.
And that makes sense. Why when it went down, it would put water. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I guess think of the metal in my mind would be so rusted. We deal with rust here in Ohio all the time because salt water or like salt in the winter, they put salt in the roads and it gets in the bottom side of cars and it gets on the sheet metal, like in the wheel wells, and the wheel wells will start to rust out on cars. And that's just after 10 years, cars will get rusty and rust out.
Well, okay. So another reason. Okay, we're going into some science here, guys.
I think if you brought it to the surface, right, it would just deteriorate eventually.
The reason the Titanic is not rusting, like you're saying, Mayo, is because in the water there's limited oxygen. So what causes the rusting and like on the surface of the Earth?
Like a reaction of the oxygen?
Yeah, just like aluminum, right? It oxidizes outside.
You're saying down there there's oxygen, right? But like it is very limited.
Right, it's gonna be way less.
So like the water doesn't corrode it as fast as it would in like the air. That's why they also can't bring it up. Because if they try to raise it and like say they got down there and like try to bring it back up, it would corrode because of all the oxygen that hits it. Like it would just start rusting. Like not immediately, but like it wouldn't stay intact nearly as long as it's been down there. You know what I mean?
It's almost preserved, right, for a time.
Yeah, they're saying that eventually it will rust away, and they're saying that a lot of it has rusted away. They're saying that most of it is pretty fucked. Like they're saying like most of it is like kind of fucking gone, and it is deteriorating. But like it's a lot slower than it would be on the surface of like the Earth if water just kept hitting it or whatever.
You learn something new every day.
Yeah, like one of the things that's interesting, Jesus, like where, but it had to do with the water pressure when, like all the things that surrounded the building of the Brooklyn Bridge, and I know it happened with other bridges too, where, when they build those pillars and they'll lower guys down to the bottom, like once they've actually got like an actual thing, where they can dig deeper into the fucking foundation, the bedrock or whatever. But the problem they kept finding is, they'd raise the guys back up. And we're talking, how long ago was this? 1800s? I don't know. Turn of the century. And they'd raise them up with wheels and pulleys, right? And then, like, what the fuck? These guys kept dying. Like, but then they figured out years later that the problem was raising them too fast. Even though it's not like they're in the water, right? Technically, they're not. But it was that pressure in the whatever. Their fucking blood vessels were popping, killing them, Fucking amazing how we, little we knew back then, about pressure and all that shit. So I probably didn't explain that well, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, there's a term for that, right? When you come back up all the water too fast.
Yeah, I can't. I think of it right now because I know that those underwater welders, where they work on those oil platforms and whatever else is out there. Like those guys have to stay in those like little submarines for hours, sometimes overnight before they, it's like a steam pressure, right? When they're just slowly letting it out. Instead of they could just open the door. They said they could open it and the guy can get out and he'll be fine, right? And everything will seem great. But then eventually they'll, die of an aneurysm or something just from what the pressure did do into their bodies, So we're all just meat, Mayo. That's what it is. And
also, Mayo, they're saying
blood.
that.
Water.
I'm looking at Titanic shit now. So they're saying the Titanic, right, was built out of thousands of 1-inch thick steel plates and 2 million steel and wrought iron rivets. So something called Halomonas titanica or whatever. It's a bacteria named for the ship, which are working symbiotically to eat, if you will, the iron and the sulfur. So, as bacteria consume the ship's iron, they form what is called a rusticle, which looks like rust things around the ship, but it's really bacteria. And they're saying that these rusticles are actually a much weaker form of the metal, and that if you disturb them enough, they can turn just into dust in the water. Like if you fucking hit it with something or attach something to it and try to pull it up, that it would just turn it into dust. So they're saying that technically the ship is like decomposing, but it looks like it's intact because of these things that are on it and eating it.
Yeah, so it's like you just kind of hit it and it just
would just like that. It would just break apart if you hit it, or like if you try to pull on it or whatever, it would just break apart. They're also saying that the cost of trying to bring it up from the water would be an insanely amount of money. They said that one ship so the cruise ship that kind of sank in, when was it, like Italy or some shit, right? That ship, the Costa Concordia.
I remember the Concordia. Yeah.
In 2013, the cost of raising that ship to like get it out of the water, right, to like raise it back up and take it out, was $800 million in total to get that fucking thing out of the coast. And that was only like halfway sunk, like it was on its side, right? They're saying like, now imagine that cost for a ship that's as deep as the Titanic and as big as it is, trying to get it out of the water completely. They're like, it would be like billions of dollars to get that fucking thing out of the water. So yeah. But yeah,
there you go, Microsoft. You can buy it.
We're taking our $67 billion now, guys, and we're going to take the Titanic out of the water.
Somebody call Satya, whatever his name is.
Fuck Call of Duty. We don't need them. We got Titanic on Game Pass. Okay.
Exclusive.
Microsoft exclusive. But yeah, they're also saying that but I mean, I remember I looked up that Costa Concordia thing as well, man. And like, I don't know if you guys know this. It's kind of dark. But a lot of people died after the ship sunk. Like, a lot of people died working to get that ship like out of the water. You know what I mean? To get it back up or whatever, to like so they can take it out. Like a lot of the welders, like the underwater welders that went in there and like try to weld it, and like a lot of those people died, dude. Because they were accidents.
Dangerous job, yeah.
Yeah, there were accidents while they were down there welding this shit, you know. Some dude, like he was working on it underneath the ship, and like it shifted and it fucking killed him. Like, yeah,
wow.
Yeah, so they're saying like a lot of people, if you look at the actual like they're saying that, well, like not a lot of people died on the ship, right? Because it was like other people got rescued. It's like, yeah, but if you look at the actual like death count, it's actually pretty high, because a lot of people that worked on the ship after it sunk and went in there to like try to fix it and get it back up, to get it out of there, to get it scrapped, a lot of those people died. And not just that, but people died trying to go in there and steal shit. Because apparently people were trying to go in there and like steal shit that people left behind, you know, like, I don't know, iPads and shit, people, you know, that were on the cruise
Jewelry, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Whatever
jewelry.
I'm thinking, jewelry.
Yeah, people that were evacuating left all their shit on the boat. You know what I mean? They left clothes, electronics, fucking random shit on there. They're saying a lot of people try to go onto the ship, like snuck on there, and they would get trapped like in a fucking underwater compartment, or like they would like just die in there because they didn't know how to get back out. They would swim into like a room, and then they try to swim back out, and they wouldn't find their way back out, and they would be stuck in there, you know, like, and die from like being stuck in there, you know, just from being stuck in there. That's how they died. So like, that's crazy to think about, man.
I always think Concordia and the Concorde, right, as just those things just being cursed.
Yeah, the Concorde.
The Concorde, remember that?
Yeah, the big ass plane.
Yeah, that was a funky looking plane. But they put an end to that.
That fucking thing could get from London to New York in like 2 hours, dude. Insane amount of time.
Yeah, and then they figured out, you know what? Maybe speed is not the way to go. Right?
Yeah.
Like we'll build new planes, but
now you know a little bit more, Mayo, of why the Titanic is still there, bro.
All right.
And why are you not going on the next mission, Mayo, to see it up close and personal?
It's like those people that go to space, man. You know, like the people that pay like
Virgin,
SpaceX,
right? With the Virgin Airspace
or Virgin or whatever. The people that pay like like this guy paid $15 million to be able to go around the moon or whatever. It's like, yeah, I get the appeal of it, but it's like fucking crazy to think, you know, like how rich are you and how bored are you to think that's the way to do things? Like, I'm gonna do this. I'm so rich and I'm so bored with the things on Earth that I want to go to space.
Yeah, I can just see, like, I guess it's like your PR manager, right? You should do this. You're going to be in the news all the time. You're going to go on talk shows. They're like, yeah, I could also die, right?
Yeah, bro, that rocket could fucking explode or whatever on the way out.
Yeah, then you'll be on the news all the time.
Yeah.
You know, like, I always think about that. I'm like, now that I was thinking about, like, when this sub shit came out, I was thinking, like, what about all those people that go to space? Like, I wonder if they're going to try to pass laws to, like, say, like, but I guess what laws can they pass? Most of these people probably sign, like, crazy waivers, huh? Like, if something goes wrong, you're probably going to die, and there's nothing we could do about it. Like,
yeah, it's probably like something they sign all the time with, like, whether it be a NASCAR or what do I think? Just whatever, you know,
crazy shit you could do
that's
on
like, car racing or motorcycle racing.
Yeah, like, you could die doing this, so you got to sign this waiver real quick.
Yeah.
But that is nuts that, like, that happened, man. Like, that's sad that those people died, but it's also crazy that it even was allowed to, like, go on for as long as it did. Because, like you said, Mayo,
was it an American company? I mean, that's the only I can think of.
You're right, Mayo. It wasn't the first time they went down, but it was sure as fuck the last.
All right.
Fucking crazy. And also, like, maybe, I guess, a tip of advice for the rich people out there listening, if you're really rich and have this kind of money that you could do crazy shit like this, maybe I would suggest don't go on something that, like, where the CEO of the company said safety is just a waste.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't hear, like, Elon Musk talking about safety being a waste on SpaceX.
Yeah, or
you
Tesla.
know, like, I don't hear him say, like, oh yeah, safety, that's stupid. We don't need seatbelts in the Teslas. We don't need them, Mayo. Safety is stupid. We don't need that shit. It's just a waste.
You don't need a brake pedal.
Mayo, you don't need a airbag. The fuck? It doesn't do anything. It just...
Hey, we didn't have airbags back in the day. We don't need them now.
We don't need them. Yeah, like, they're not designed to save your life. They're stupid. Why would we put an airbag in here? Like, yeah, come on now. Seriously, dude.
Right.
Like, can reconsider that next time somebody tells you safety is a waste. You probably should think twice before you do anything else. No.
Yeah.
Stay safe, people. Okay. That's all we have for news, man. I don't have any news. We talked Titanic. We talked submarine talk. We talked minimum wage talk. We talked We go on so many tangents on this fucking show. Is it even a video game podcast anymore?
I know. I left for 20 minutes. I come back. What are we talking about? What's going on here? Did we get to the
Mayo
council corner? Did that happen?
Mayo gets me on these weird tangents, dude. Like, I just end up researching all this fucking random shit on the show, and we go on a 40-minute fucking talk about fucking random ass shit that has nothing to do about video games.
I'm gonna limit the common denominator because there was an episode I was not on. You were on with Evan, and you guys went on for like an hour on a tangent. So I don't think it's me. I don't think I'm the common denominator over here.
I think it's my problem. Hey, you know what?
What was it always about? It was about paper.
Yeah. That was another one where I left for a little bit and came back and like, what's going on here?
Listen, let me tell you something. If you don't like it, just turn it off.
Yeah, that's it. Turn the channel.
It's that simple.
Turn the dial.
You can listen to another podcast. Fuck off.
I won't say turn it off. Jeez, I'll just say speed it up.
Whatever. I guess both work. I guess doesn't really matter to me what you do. It's your life, not mine. I'm doing this for my enjoyment. You're just a factor of that, I guess. You know,
a factor.
Yeah, like you're just like a side effect of my enjoyment here, Gunny. I come here to talk with you guys. The listeners get to listen in because of Gunny and Mayo being here and making me record. If not, I would just talk to Gunny and Mayo every week for 3 hours and not record it.
And these would be our conversations.
This would be it anyway. This is how we do it, right?
This would just be us talking anyway. So yeah, I mean,
sometimes we do that. I mean, we'll talk for hour and a half, sometimes longer, and then Jesus will be like, "We should record." That's like,
are you ready to start?
We've already been talking about video games for an hour here, right? Yeah, we should actually talk about them and let other people in. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And sometimes I do capture those recordings, and I haven't done it in the last 2 weeks, but yeah, I'll capture those recordings, and I've gotten pretty good now, guys, where I can actually edit those, turn them into MP3s, and I give those out on not on Discord, but because it won't fit, it doesn't work on Discord, but I have been sending those out on Messenger for anybody's Patreon. Just reach out to me. Because there's a bunch of them. I just got into one general chat, and I will upload them there because thankfully Meta Facebook allows a lot of data to go up through Messenger. So, yep, getting good at that, guys. I mean, I can't attach any other audio or anything, but really, it's just raw audio of just talking to us. I mean, we could be talking about paper, video games, Titanic, cars, whatever else it is. But yeah, let's move on over to the console corner. We haven't talked about that in a while. Not much changes for June. PlayStation Plus, you're looking at NBA 2K23. Do I have that month right? I think I do. Jurassic World Evolution 2 and Trek to Yomi Yami. Games for Gold. Yeah, it's all the same stuff here. I've got, I know there's a new game. I didn't put them up, but I think that Adios game is still up there, along with something else. But yeah, make sure you check that tab and claim your free games you'll never play. Xbox Game Pass. I know. Oh, Mayo, you know what's new on Game Pass on the PC and on consoles as well is Need for Speed Unbound.
Oh, I did see that. It did catch my attention.
That's kind of cool. That like
another
their
game
latest...
I almost bought that popped up on there.
Yeah, like their latest game, like it seemed like it came pretty quick to actual, like, so that probably just means it's in the vault. So that's pretty darn fast. And the other one is Amnesia the Bunker. Not a big horror guy, but yeah, you can play Amnesia the Bunker for your subscription. Moving over to Epic, the Epic store, that launcher I only go to play World War Z and claim free games. So you've got Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. I forgot I actually played this when it first, I think when it came out on Epic. I think it was even like a free thing they were giving away. Probably like well over a year ago. But I think it's an auto battler, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't know how to play it, but played it like 5-6 times and was like, okay, I don't understand this game. But probably a free to play. You probably just get free shit that comes with the game. That's why it's up there. And the other free game to claim is The Hunter Call of the Wild. So if you're into hunting games, you like hunting, go get them. That's all I got, guys. Say we get out of here. Go eat some Chinese. Play some more. Oh yeah, Project Zomboid. I always talk about that game because I play that game a lot. But yeah, get some Diablo and God of War in here.
So Final Fantasy in.
That's right. I'm gonna get some more of that 6 Days in Fallujah in, some more Final Fantasies, some Starship Extermination.
Are you gonna check out the 80s game, Jesus? It looked like a single player though.
Oh, it is single player. I looked it up, and apparently it is a single player. Because it is true that the first Kingdom Newcome game, or New Lands, that one is a single player only, and then the sequel, Kingdom 2 Crowns, was the co-op, and then Kingdom 80s is just another single player.
Oh yeah, I didn't know they made a new one.
It just came out today, actually. I picked it up. I seen it was in my wish list. It's called Kingdom 80s Summer of Greed. This is the one that Pinpoint referenced a long time ago, saying it looked pretty cool.
Okay, yeah, Furry Studios. Yep. Nice. $10. Add that to the wish list.
Damn, dude, I'm looking at the.
Oh, what? You're on bicycles now?
Mm-hmm.
The Starfield controller is already $130 on Amazon. The one that came out that got sold out. People are selling that thing for $130.
Damn.
Anyways, we're out of here.
All right. What does Gidget say, Jesus?
Peace out, Brussels sprouts. We'll catch you on the next edition of the Horrible Gamers podcast. We're gonna hopefully play some more games. Okay, all the games, all the PlayStation best station games. Yeah, best station.
You and your cry station.
Not that hobo box. Hobo box. Oh, you guys want more memory? We hear you. Buy a new console. See, PlayStation lets me upgrade that shit to a 2 terabyte for like $100.
But it's black now. I got a new color.
Oh, so fancy.
I'm taking your Call of Duty.
We're out of here, man. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.